Dr. Manhattan. And The Third Way. 38. The Woman Who Remembered. The morning after the hearing, Titan's cleanroom smelled of filtered air, sterilized steel, and old trouble scrubbed hard enough to leave a shine. Jon stood behind the observation glass while technicians tested the prosthetic arm again, each movement slowed, recorded, and measured until even fear had to wait its turn. The fingers opened, closed, paused, and opened again without twitching toward old commands or hidden violence. The machine behaved, and somehow that made the silence around it worse. "You look like you're waiting for it to confess," Maria Hill said from the doorway, not quite inside the clean room and not quite outside the conversation. Jon folded his hands behind his back. "Machines confess in patterns." "And people?" Maria asked, holding a visitor schedule and a stack of procurement notes against her chest as if ordinary paper could explain why she had come down herself instead of sending a clerk. "People usually need more encouragement." Maria's mouth tightened as if she had almost smiled and rejected the idea on principle. "The Veterans Medical Review wants updated batch numbers before noon. Senator Hollis's office wants a non-technical summary by close of business. Mr. Stark told a radio man that if Washington wants miracles delivered faster, it should stop mailing forms slowly." "You should always be worried when Howard gives a sentence that can be quoted," Jon said. "It usually becomes evidence later. I'll add that to the office survival guide." Maria's eyes sharpened past him toward the outer corridor, where the elevator had just opened. "Are you expecting someone?" Jon had felt the arrival before the doors parted. A pressure not on metal or air, but on the edge of thought, familiar in the way an old scar was familiar when the skin around it no longer hurt. He turned as two figures stepped through the far security door. Jean Grey entered with Charles Xavier behind her, though she did not move like his student, assistant, or ward. She moved like a woman who had decided the room could adjust to her presence. Her red hair was pinned back neatly, her suit dark green, her gloves folded in one hand rather than worn. She was older than the child Jon remembered by years that mattered, not merely taller, not merely adult by law, but formed by choices, restraint, and the quiet discipline of someone who had spent too long hearing what others tried not to think. Charles paused near the threshold, one hand slipping into his coat pocket as if that small formality could steady the room. "Jon," he said, gentle enough to make the warning polite. "Jean asked to come." Jean's eyes stayed on Jon. "No, Charles," I insisted. Maria glanced at the visitor schedule in her hand. "They're not on the morning list." "They're personal visitors," Jon said. "In the cleanroom corridor?" "In the cleanroom corridor," he said. Maria looked from Charles to Jean, then back to Jon. Her cover required paperwork. Her instincts wanted more. The balance held for exactly one breath. "Should I mark this as personal or technical?" "Personal," Jon said. Her pencil hovered. "Then I'll leave it off the procurement call sheet." Jon inclined his head once. "Thank you, Miss Hill." She did not miss the formality. "You're welcome, Dr. Osterman." Maria tucked the schedule under her arm, but she did not leave immediately. "The noon batch numbers still need signing." "You'll have them." "Good," she said, and moved toward the outer office at an unhurried pace that told Jon she would remember every face, every pause, every word that had sounded too carefully chosen. The doors sealed behind her with a soft hiss. The cleanroom seemed larger without her and more dangerous for it. Beyond the glass, the test arm flexed once in its cradle, opening its hand as if surrendering to the silence. Jean placed her gloves on the nearest stainless worktable. Her hands were steady, but her eyes were not calm. There was heat in them, not fear. Excitement, Jon realized, and something sharper beneath it, as if a door she had watched for half her life had finally opened and she had no intention of standing politely outside. "I remember," Jean said. Charles closed his eyes for a moment, not in denial, but in the tired acceptance of a secret aging badly. Jon felt every motor in the clean room continue its patient cycle, every filter pull air through hidden mesh, every heartbeat near him alter by one quiet fraction. Jon kept his voice level. "You were 8. "I was awake," Jean said. Her tone did not rise, but it changed the room all the same. "I remember the light under your skin. I remember Charles trying not to scream. I remember you telling him not to move, though he couldn't move at all. And I remember knowing that everyone in that room was pretending the impossible hadn't just put its hands on a broken man and asked him to stand." Charles looked down, not defeated, but wounded by accuracy. Jon noticed it and hated that noticing was easier than answering. "You were too young to carry that," Jon said. Jean's mouth softened, but she did not yield. "I carried it anyway. Children do that when adults decide silence is kinder than truth." Charles took one slow step toward her. "Jean, I didn't want that night to become a burden." "It became a compass," she said, and the answer pulled his hand still before it could reach her shoulder. She kept looking at Jon as if Charles's remorse mattered, but no longer controlled the conversation. "For years I thought I dreamed parts of it. Then I learned enough physics to know dreams don't leave that kind of shape behind." Jon's gaze moved to the observation glass, where her reflection stood near his, red hair and gray suit, human skin and hidden blue. He could still see the child in memory, pale in the doorway, a mind bright enough to bruise itself against every truth in the room. But the woman before him was not that child. She knew it, and worse, she knew he knew it and was resisting the conclusion anyway. "We should have told you less," Jon said. Jean laughed once, softly, with no humor at all. "You told me nothing. That was the problem." Charles's expression tightened. "Jean." "No," she said, still watching Jon. "He needs to hear it from me, not filtered through you. I was 8 that night, yes. Frightened, yes. Overwhelmed, certainly, but I was not furniture in the room." The clean room's filtered air moved between them, cool and steady. Jon heard, absurdly, the soft hum of the arm's servos finishing their cycle. Open hand, closed hand, open again. A simple rhythm in a room where nothing else felt simple. "And before you use age as a wall, don't," Jean said. "I'm 26, Jon, not 6. I came here as myself." "I know how old you are," Jon said. "No," Jean said, quiet enough that he almost wished she had shouted. "You know the number. You haven't decided what it means." He studied her face and found no fear there, only memory sharpened into purpose. "Why are you telling me this now?" Jean stepped closer to the glass, close enough for her reflection to stand beside the prosthetic arm's open hand. "Because you keep looking at me like something you once protected, and I came to tell you I remember being protected. That's not the same as needing it forever." Charles looked from Jean to Jon, and something in his face changed by degrees rather than all at once. The teacher in him wanted to mediate, to soften sharp edges before anyone bled on them. The father in him wanted to protect the woman standing in front of him even after she had made it clear protection was not the same as permission. He drew one slow breath, glanced toward the sealed doors where Maria waited somewhere beyond the glass and steel, then stepped back. "I'll step outside," Charles said, his voice gentle enough to sting. "Jean, I'll be near if you want me." Jean did not look away from Jon. "Thank you, Charles." The door opened and closed with a soft pneumatic sigh. Jon listened to Charles's steps fade beyond the outer corridor, measured Maria's distant movement at the contracts desk, counted the hum of the cleanroom filters, and did not move. He had built a life around layers. Human Jon, public Titan, hidden Dr. Manhattan, future threat maps, old comic book names made flesh in a world that did not know it was being read. Layers kept people alive. They also gave a man places to hide. Jean folded her gloves once, then set them down again as if she needed her hands free. "You stopped coming to the school." Jon's gaze moved to the work table, to the faint reflection of her fingers on steel. "Titan grew complicated." "Titan was always complicated," she said. "So were the Senate hearings, the mutant patrols, the quiet disappearances Charles calls isolated until the pattern becomes impossible to deny. You still came before." "That was different." "No," Jean said, and this time the word held heat. "I was younger. That's what was different. Younger, easier to file away, easier to teach for an afternoon and leave before I could ask the questions you saw forming." Jon's jaw tightened. He remembered lecture halls at Xavier's mansion, chalk dust on dark sleeves, Jean in the second row with a notebook open and a mind bright enough to make the room feel too small. He had told himself he was being responsible. Distance had seemed clean, ethical, necessary. He had watched her become brilliant in increments and still placed her somewhere ahead of him, a future woman safely distant from the present one who kept looking directly at him. "I had reasons," Jon said. "I know." Jean stepped closer, and the space between them became something neither of them could pretend was academic. Mutant hatred, government files, military curiosity, men who call capture containment if they're frightened enough. The fact that if anyone ties Jon Osterman too neatly to Dr. Manhattan, your family, Titan, Charles, and everyone near you becomes a target. I understand the reasons. Then you understand why I stayed away. No, Jean said, softer now, and that softness was worse. I understand why danger exists. I don't accept that danger explains a year of silence. Her eyes searched his face with a patience that had run out of patience. You weren't protecting me from enemies, Jon. Not only them, you were protecting yourself from the moment I stopped being someone you could wait for. The prosthetic arm behind the glass completed its cycle and opened its hand. Jon watched the movement, the surrender built into machinery, and found no answer there. Jean's reflection stood beside his in the glass, no longer child, no longer student, no longer future tense. Just Jean, present and furious and alive, asking him to notice what time had already done. Jon did not answer quickly enough, and Jean's expression changed as if that silence had confirmed something she had suspected for months. She reached for her gloves, not to leave, but to move them aside, clearing the narrow strip of worktable between them. The gesture was small, practical, and somehow more intimate than if she had touched him outright. You once told my class that physics was the art of refusing convenient lies, Jean said, her voice steady while her fingers rested on polished steel. You wrote it on the board, underlined it twice, then spent the rest of the hour making us prove where our assumptions had hidden inside the equation. Jon remembered the lecture too clearly. Jean had been 19 then, seated near the aisle, her hair loose over one shoulder, her questions too sharp for the syllabus and too disciplined to be dismissed as showing off. He had left before dinner that night, claiming Titan needed him, because she had looked at him afterward as if she had finally found the edge of a locked door. I was teaching mechanics, Jon said. His voice sounded thin to him, accurate and insufficient. You were teaching escape routes, Jean said. She stepped around the end of the table, closing the distance with no hurry and no apology. And I learned them. I learned yours first. The cleanroom lights hummed overhead, steady and pitiless. Jon could have measured every filament, every charge, every heat trace in the room, but Jean stood before him with her chin lifted and made measurement feel like evasion. Beneath her composure, something vast pressed against the edges of his perception, not a voice, not yet a flame, but a gold warmth curled behind her eyes like sunrise held under glass. It recognized him. Worse, some hidden blue part of him recognized it back. Jean saw the moment land. Her breath caught once, and her pupils widened, but she did not retreat. There, she said softly. That's the look, not teacher, not protector, not the man who decides what I'm ready to know. Jon made himself keep still. Jean. No, she said, and her mouth trembled once before she mastered it. You don't get to say my name like a warning. I didn't come here to be careful for you. He looked at her hands, at the fine tension in her fingers against the table edge. What did you come for? Jean's answer came without hesitation. You. She let the word stand in the filtered air, then made it stronger by refusing to look away. Not your permission, not a lesson, not a lecture about danger that I already understand. You keep waiting for the woman I'm going to become, Jon, because that woman is safer than the one standing in front of you. The gold pressure flickered again, deeper this time, and the cleanroom's shadows seemed to lean toward blue without changing color. Jon felt the old future open beneath his ribs. A red-haired woman burning in endings he had sworn would never happen, a blue man alone on dead worlds, love arriving too late to keep either of them human. He had thought knowledge would make him faster than tragedy. Jean stood close enough to prove that caution could become its own delay. I'm not asking you to choose everything tonight, Jean said, gentler now, though the claim in her voice remained. I'm asking you to stop pretending the question hasn't already arrived. Jon lifted his eyes to hers and found the child gone, the student gone, the future gone too. There was only Jean, alive in the present tense, with Phoenix stirring behind her and his own hidden blue self answering from places he had not meant to open. For the first time in years, Jon had no clean compartment ready for what stood before him. The door seal clicked softly in the distance as someone outside shifted near the corridor. Maria, Charles, Titan, and the waiting world remained exactly where they had been, hungry for answers and dangerous with paperwork. Inside the cleanroom, Jean held Jon's gaze and did not give him the mercy of retreat. 39. A different kind of seeing. By midnight, Titan had become honest in the way buildings became honest when most people went home. The public voices were gone, the press polished speeches finished, and the committee language had been sealed into folders Maria Hill would probably root, copy, and remember before breakfast. Only the factory remained. Filtered air moving through vents, distant motors settling after long work, test rigs cooling into silence, and the faint chemical bite of sterilized metal beneath the cleaner's lemon polish. Jon stood alone in the clean room with his coat folded over a chair and his sleeves rolled to the elbow. The prosthetic arm waited behind the observation glass, fixed to its cradle, open-handed and still. He had come back because work usually restored order. Machines asked clear questions: stress, current, resistance, tolerance, failure point. Even old Sentinel code, with its ugly instincts and hidden commands, obeyed the discipline of cause and correction if one had the patience to follow the fault line deeply enough. Tonight, the numbers on the diagnostic board refused to become enough. He adjusted the calibration sequence, watched the arm flex through another slow cycle, and saw Jean's hand instead, resting on polished steel as she moved her gloves aside. Not your permission, not a lesson, not a lecture about danger that I already understand. Her voice remained in the room because he had brought it with him, tucked behind his ribs where better sense could not reach it. Jon keyed in another command. The wrist joint rotated smoothly. No hesitation, no hostile recall. The arm's fingers closed, paused, and opened again. Stable, he said to the empty room, and the word sounded like an accusation. The glass threw his reflection back at him. Dark hair, ordinary skin, human eyes, human exhaustion arranged into the shape of control. Behind that reflection, memory overlaid itself without permission. Jean at 8, pale and silent near a doorway, watching blue light do impossible work around Charles's broken body. Jean at 19, second row, notebook open, asking why a boundary condition could not also be a lie adults found useful. Jean tonight, 26 and no longer waiting for him to notice that time had carried her across every line he kept pretending was ahead of them. He closed the file on the console harder than necessary. The clean room doors opened behind him. Howard Stark leaned in wearing a loosened tie, a rumpled shirt, and the expression of a man who had come looking for a drink and found a philosophical murder scene instead. You know, Howard said, most men who get cornered by a beautiful redhead either celebrate or panic. You appear to have chosen maintenance. Jon did not turn. The wrist assembly needed review. Howard stepped inside and let the door seal. Of course it did. Terrible timing. These wrist assemblies. Always emotionally inconvenient. He crossed to the window, looked at the motionless arm, then looked at Jon's reflection in the glass. She got under the armor. Jon watched the arm's open hand and found no useful lie ready. Yes, he said. Howard's humor softened without vanishing. Good. Means there's still someone inside it. Howard moved to the console and flipped through the diagnostic sheets with a thumb that left a faint half-moon of ash near the margin. He read quickly when he wanted to, all showman's looseness falling away once numbers entered the room. Bay 3's clean. The Senate doesn't care. The defense medical people don't care. The newspapers care because fear sells better than replacement hands, and the army cares because every time we turn a weapon into a medical device, some colonel somewhere gets indigestion. Jon took the top sheet from him and lined it with the others. The prosthetic line is safe. Safe isn't the same as believed, Howard said. He tapped the glass. That arm could cradle a baby bird and half of Washington would still call it a disguised cannon if the bird looked nervous. Jon checked the timestamp on the last calibration cycle. The arm's internal governors had held under stress, torque limits clean, emergency shutoff responsive. The work should have steadied him. Instead, Jean's words kept folding themselves around every conclusion. I don't accept that danger explains a year of silence. He wrote a note in the margin, pressed too hard, and snapped the pencil point. Howard glanced at the broken pencil. That about the wrist assembly too? Jon set both pieces down. Practical pressure first. Good. I love a man who schedules his personal collapse responsibly. Howard drew a folded memo from his jacket and slid it across the console. The Federal Medical Review wants a second public demonstration. Veterans, doctors, cameras, Miss Hill arranging everyone at the door as if the building owes her rent, and no miracles that look too miraculous. We have to make the impossible look manufactured. Jon opened the memo. Maria's neat annotations filled the margins, each question sharp enough to have edges. Supply chain, fail-safe proof, code review, medical oversight, military procurement restrictions. On paper, she was keeping the office from drowning in correspondence. In practice, she had already found the seams where information moved from one hand to another and learned how to stand beside them. "She's thorough," Jon said. "She's a contracts assistant who reorganized my entire federal file room in 4 days and found 3 forged work orders before lunch," Howard replied. "Thorough is the polite word. She's more than paperwork." Howard leaned his hip against the console, all humor on the surface and concern underneath. "I know, you know, she probably knows we know, which means everybody gets to keep smiling until someone makes the game impolite. For now, she roots call sheets and pretends not to notice miracles unless they interrupt a schedule." Jon looked through the glass at the open mechanical hand. Public danger was real. Government suspicion was real. The hidden agency behind Maria's placement was real. Hydra, buried somewhere in future respectable rooms, was real. Every reason he had given Jean was true, and still none of them touched the year he had stayed away from Westchester. "I can manage the demonstration," Jon said. Howard studied him. "Can you?" Jon looked down at the memo, then at his broken pencil. "I can appear human on command." "That wasn't what I asked," Howard said, quieter now. The cleanroom hummed around them. Jon reached for another pencil, sharpened it with one careful twist, and wrote Maria's first required answer beneath her first question. The graphite moved smoothly this time, but his hand remembered Jean's accusation as clearly as any machine remembered old code. Howard stayed long enough to watch Jon answer 3 of Maria's questions in handwriting too even to be casual. Then he took the broken pencil, rolled it between his fingers, and set it in the ashtray like evidence. "I'll leave you to your very convincing impersonation of a man who isn't avoiding anything," he said, pausing at the door with one hand on the frame. "For what it's worth, kid, I've built half my life out of bad timing. It doesn't get better because you call it strategy." Jon kept his eyes on the memo. "Good night, Howard." "Try one sometime," Howard said, and the door sealed behind him. The cleanroom settled again, but Howard had dragged the silence out of alignment. Jon finished Maria's 4th question, then stopped before the 5th. Instead of opening another diagnostic file, he keyed the side cabinet and pulled the drawer where old correspondence sat in neat folders. Westchester occupied 3 inches of space between Stark Industries contracts and medical ethics reviews. He had filed it that way because the alphabet had permitted him to pretend it was only paper. The first folder held lecture requests in Charles's elegant hand, travel schedules, field trip permissions, lab safety exemptions, and students' questions copied for visiting faculty. Jean's name appeared on the 2nd page, then the 5th, then again and again, no longer as a child in the margins of Charles's worry, but as a mind leaving marks in ink. Her handwriting changed across the years from careful schoolgirl script into something faster, narrower, and confident enough to risk being untidy where the thought outran the pen. Jon opened one of her letters. She had been 21, asking whether boundary conditions were physical limits or negotiated agreements between ignorance and measurement. He remembered smiling at the question and answering 6 weeks late. Another page carried notes from a seminar she had led in his absence, complete with Charles's dry comment in the margin. Jean frightened 2 doctoral candidates and improved the room considerably. He sat down. There were published abstracts, too. Neural load distribution, telepathic stress response, mutant adolescent sensory regulation, a proposal for a private clinic attached to the school, not merely a sanctuary, but an outreach system for those who never reached the gates. Jean's conclusions were precise and angry in the disciplined way good science could be angry. She had already been arguing with Xavier in footnotes. She had already been building beyond the walls. Jon touched the edge of one page and found the paper utterly ordinary beneath his fingers. That offended him somehow. Something with this much consequence should have weighed more. The intercom clicked. Maria's voice came through from the contracts office, crisp and too awake. "Dr. Osterman, Bay 2 just lost power on the maintenance board, then regained it before the electrician could stand up. Should I mark that as an electrical delay or a corrected notation?" Jon looked at Jean's file spread open across the console, then at the prosthetic arm behind the glass. He had steadied Bay 2 without meaning to, a small act of attention from a mind spread across too many rooms and too many problems. "Corrected notation," he said, reaching for the manual controls. The board was late updating. A pause followed, full of suspicion dressed in office procedure. Of course, boards are known for their sense of timing. Jon almost smiled, but the expression faded before it formed. Occasionally. I'll note no delay to production, Maria said. Thank you, Miss Hill. The line clicked off. Jon turned the Bay 2 stabilizer back into something the logs could explain, then returned to Jean's papers. The evidence had been in front of him for years. Not prophecy, not possibility, not a future woman waiting somewhere safer than desire. Jean had been arriving in paragraphs, questions, research, arguments, and absences he had chosen not to count. He had not missed her adulthood. He had archived it. Jon gathered the papers back into order, but the old habit no longer soothed him. Charles's letters went in one stack, school records in another, Jean's work in a third. The categories were clean. The truth they contained was not. He had made a museum of evidence and called it caution, filing away each sign of her adulthood until the drawer could close without sound. He opened the drawer again before it shut. The telephone on the wall beside the console looked absurdly ordinary, black bakelite and coiled cord, all human inconvenience. Jon crossed to it and lifted the receiver. The line clicked, hissed, and steadied. He gave the operator the Westchester number from memory, then waited while the factory hummed around him and the prosthetic arm behind the glass held its open hand toward nothing. Charles answered on the fourth ring, voice roughened by sleep but not confused. Xavier residence. It's Jon, he said. A pause followed, long enough to contain several choices Charles did not voice. Is something wrong? No, Jon said, then corrected himself because Jean had already stripped too many convenient lies bare. Not mechanically. Charles exhaled softly. Ah. Jon looked at the open file on the console. Jean's name sat at the top of one abstract, printed in formal type as if paper had understood before he had. I won't be returning to the school as a lecturer this week. I see, Charles said, and disappointment entered the line with old manners. I'll come as myself, Jon said. This time the silence was different. Less disappointed, more careful. That distinction matters. Yes, Jon said. It should have mattered sooner. Charles's voice gentled, which made Jon trust it less and value it more. Jean will want to hear that from you. I know, Jon said. I'm not asking you to manage it for me. Good, Charles said, and there was the faintest thread of approval beneath the fatigue. She would resent that intensely. She'd be right. The words left Jon before he could refine them into something safer. He let them stand. Outside the clean room, some distant relay clicked over, and the lights in the corridor dimmed to their night setting. Titan remained awake in pieces, watched through invoices, visitor logs, federal requests, and quiet hands moving paperwork where badges did not need to show. Men desired the work and would call hunger policy. Old code still haunted the machines and still needed teaching. None of that vanished because Jean had reached him. None of it became smaller. It only stopped being an excuse large enough to hide inside. When? Charles asked. Saturday, Jon said. If she wants. The faint sound on the other end might have been Charles shifting the receiver from one hand to the other. She wants, Jon. That has rather been the point. Jon almost smiled. Then Saturday. He hung up before the conversation could turn merciful. The receiver settled into its cradle with a small, final click. Jon stood there for a moment, hand still on the phone, feeling the cost of a simple appointment move through the shape of his life. He had not promised Jean everything. He had not opened Dr. Manhattan to the people quietly circling Titan, had not surrendered caution, had not mistaken recognition for consent. But he had made one clean decision. He would not disappear. Behind the observation glass, the prosthetic arm began its next scheduled cycle. Fingers closed, paused, then opened again. This time, Jon watched the motion and did not think of surrender. He thought of a hand learning how to reach. 40. Measured trust. Saturday arrived with rain on the long drive to Westchester and a black sedan 3 cars behind Jon for most of the journey. It wore government habits without needing government plates. Steady distance, no impatience at lights, no attempt to close the gap when traffic thinned. Jon did not look back more than twice. Looking too often gave watchers the dignity of mattering, and the people circling Titan already mattered too much. He took the turn for Xavier's road without increasing speed, let the trees close around the car, and allowed the old estate's boundary systems to swallow the road in green quiet. By the time he reached the side entrance near the old conservatory, the sedan was gone from sight. Not gone in fact, never that simple, but stopped somewhere beyond the gates where binoculars and institutional patience could pretend to be strategy. Jon parked beneath a wet sycamore, shut off the engine, and sat for one breath longer than necessary with his hands on the wheel. He had come as himself. That was the promise. He had not come as lecturer, consultant, emergency repairman, or polite ghost at the edge of someone else's school. The side door opened before he crossed the gravel. Jean stood beneath the shallow overhang with an umbrella in one hand and no sign of surprise on her face. She wore a dark coat belted at the waist, hair loose enough for the damp air to curl the ends. She looked very little like a memory and nothing like a question waiting to be granted. "You were followed," she said as he reached the step. "Yes," Jon said, brushing rain from his sleeve. "Not closely enough to learn anything useful." Jean held the umbrella a fraction higher so he could step beneath it. "That sounds like something a man says when he's decided which dangers I'm allowed to care about." He looked at her, then at the rain sliding from the umbrella's edge in neat silver threads. "I was going to say they're outside the gate." "I know where they are," Jean said. "That wasn't my point." The door behind her opened into a narrow passage smelling faintly of waxed wood, old stone, and the damp green breath of the conservatory. She did not move aside at once. The pause was deliberate, a threshold made out of more than architecture. "I don't want another lecture where you tell me what I can safely know," she said. "I don't want a demonstration, and I don't want you choosing the smallest truth you think will satisfy me." Jon closed his hand around the strap of his leather case. He had brought papers because papers felt less dangerous than himself. "Then what do you want?" "Terms," Jean said, "not permission." Rain tapped above them, patient and precise. Jon looked past her into the house where he had once taught equations to frightened young mutants and called distance responsibility. Then he looked back at Jean, adult, waiting, unwilling to be managed at the door. "All right," he said. "Terms." Jean stepped aside at last, and Jon crossed the threshold into the side passage with rain still ticking from his coat cuffs onto the stone. She closed the door behind him, slid the bolt, then led him past the conservatory glass where wet leaves pressed dark shapes against the panes. The house was awake in quiet layers. Distant student voices somewhere above, old pipes settling in the walls, Charles's presence held deliberately away like a hand removed from a shoulder. Jean opened a small sitting room off the passage and turned on a lamp with a green shade. Its light warmed the bookshelves, the worn rug, and the two chairs placed close enough for conversation and far enough to deny accident. Jon noticed the arrangement and understood that she had chosen the room before he arrived. "You planned this carefully," he said. "So did you," Jean replied, glancing at the leather case in his hand. "You brought papers." Jon set the case on the low table but did not open it. "Papers keep people precise. Papers let people hide behind structure," Jean said, taking the chair opposite him. "Use them if you need to, but don't pretend they're neutral." He sat. The chair creaked under his weight in a way that belonged to old wood and ordinary bodies. For a moment, the ordinariness mattered. Then the first term is privacy. Not secrecy as a leash, privacy as survival. Nothing said here reaches the people circling Titan, the press, the military, or even Charles unless we both agree. Jean folded her hands in her lap. "Accepted. Next." "Human John and Dr. Manhattan cannot be linked cleanly in any file," he said. "If that connection becomes official, Titan becomes a target in a different category. My family, Howard, Charles, this school, and anyone seen as useful pressure becomes leverage." "I know that," Jean said, softer than before. "I'm not careless with you." He heard the claim tucked inside the sentence and did not touch it yet. There are layers under the visible government. Some honest, some arrogant, some compromised. Hydra is a name you should remember, but not say outside rooms you trust. The military will call capture containment if the subject frightens them enough. Politicians will call fear oversight. Industrial men will call theft partnership. Mutant hatred will make all of them feel virtuous. Jean's face did not pale. Her eyes sharpened instead, each danger finding a place rather than bouncing off denial. "And Titan?" "Too valuable," Jon said. "Healing technology, power systems, materials, prosthetics, public trust. If someone owns Titan, they own the acceptable face of miracles. And if someone owns you? Jean asked. They'll try, he said. The lamp hummed between them. Rain ran softly down the conservatory glass beyond the door, and somewhere upstairs a student laughed, bright and unaware. Jean leaned forward, not frightened, not dazzled, only fiercely present. I accept the danger, she said. I don't accept managed ignorance. Being kept uninformed doesn't make me safe. It makes me dependent on what you decide I'm ready to survive. John's hand rested on the unopened case. That's not what I want. No, Jean said, it's what you do when fear borrows your voice and calls itself ethics. Her gaze held his, steady and warm with something that refused to be contained. So now we talk about my terms. Jean did not rush into them. She sat with the patience of someone who had learned the cost of speaking too soon in rooms where powerful men were fond of conclusions. Her hands remained folded, but the stillness around them held tension, drawn tight beneath discipline. No casual mind reading, she said at last. Not from me, and not from Charles. If I touch your thoughts, I ask. If you touch mine in whatever way your power allows, you ask. No exceptions dressed up as safety. John felt the room narrow around the word ask. He had moved through metals, light, flesh, and fields for so long that restraint sometimes felt like breathing through cloth. Accepted. Jean's fingers tightened once. No memory edits. The lamp hummed. Rain walked softly down the glass beyond the door. John heard the sentence underneath the sentence. The years of softened edges, muted fears, and memories made gentle because gentleness had suited the adults managing them. Jean. No, she said, not sharply, but with enough force to stop him. Charles meant well. I know that. I love him, and I know he loves me. But I remember enough now to know where the seams are. The night you healed him. The blue light. The pain he tried to hide. The way everyone decided silence was mercy because I was small and frightened and useful to protect. Her mouth firmed. No one does that to me again. John looked down at the leather case between them. Its brass catches reflected the lamplight in two small, obedient points. Accepted, he said. Jean's breath left her slowly. And no disappearing because you decide distance is cleaner than honesty. That one may be harder. I didn't ask whether it was convenient. He almost smiled, but the weight in her gaze stopped him from using humor as a shield. Then I'll give you one of mine. I keep at least one human John active at all times. Human body, human senses, human rooms, human consequences. Dr. Manhattan can manifest. Blue forms can work, research, fight, or meet, but I don't let all of myself leave humanity behind. Jean's expression changed, not softening exactly, but deepening. Why? Because detachment is seductive, John said. Because power rewards distance. Because if I become only the blue shape people fear or worship, I'll start thinking like something that doesn't have to answer when someone says my name. He met her eyes. Jon Osterman is not a disguise. Dr. Manhattan is not a separate man. They're both me. The rule keeps that true. For the first time since he entered the room, Jean looked almost shaken. Not frightened, moved. Behind her eyes, something gold stirred against the edge of his perception and then held there, waiting with terrible patience. Then I have one more term, she said. John's pulse remained steady by discipline alone. Name it. Jean leaned forward, voice lower now, private in a way that made the old house seem to listen. I want to meet him. Not the headline, not the public myth, you. John's hand stilled on the case. Why? Jean swallowed once, and when she answered, the words were hers, but something vast warmed the air around them. Because Phoenix wants him near. John heard the sentences sound first, then as meaning, then as pressure moving through places in him that had no ordinary name. Phoenix wants him near. The words did not belong to a woman dazzled by power. Jean had said them with care, as if laying a volatile element on the table and trusting him not to pretend it was harmless. He stood slowly, giving her time to object to the movement. You understand what you're asking. I understand enough to ask, Jean said. Her hands stayed folded, but her eyes followed him with fierce attention. And I understand enough to stop if you say no. John moved to the far side of the room, away from the window, away from the door, away from any angle a hidden lens could love. The house held its breath around him. Rain blurred the conservatory glass into green shadow, and the lamp's modest light made the room feel human enough to matter. I don't change and leave this body behind, Jon said. That's the rule. I remain here, breathing, speaking, answerable. If Dr. Manhattan manifests, he manifests beside me, not instead of me. Jean rose from her chair, not quickly, not with fear. Still you? Yes, Jon said, always me. He let the human body remain exactly where it was, shoes on the rug, rain damp on the cuffs, pulse steady in the throat. Then he opened another position in the room. It was not walking, not splitting in the way a cracked mirror split an image. It was more like allowing a truth already present to become visible beside him. Blue light gathered at his shoulder, first as a glow against the bookshelves, then as a man-shaped calm stepping sideways out of the space Jon occupied. Dr. Manhattan stood barefoot on the rug, blue skin luminous but contained, his form modestly clothed in simple dark briefs shaped from the same obedient matter as the body itself. He was taller than Jon's human frame, broader in the shoulders, his eyes pale and unreadable until Jean looked into them and found recognition there. Human Jon remained beside him, ordinary and impossible in the same breath. Jean's breath caught, but she did not step back. The gold behind her eyes stirred, brightening like a coal given air. Jon felt Phoenix reach, not as a hand closing, but as warmth recognizing a star across distance. Jean, human Jon said, because her name mattered from a human mouth. Dr. Manhattan's voice followed, quieter and deeper, the same voice heard through a larger room. No layer overrides your choice. Jean looked from one to the other, and the wonder in her face did not erase the woman who had demanded terms at the door. Good, she said, though the word trembled. Because I choose to stay. The blue figure lowered his head once, almost a bow. Human Jon felt the motion in his own spine. Trust had not become safety. It had become an agreement to remain present while the dangerous truth entered the room. 41. The unspoken thread. Jean's choice lingered in the sitting room after her voice faded, not as an echo, but as pressure. Jon stood near the wall with rain still damp on his sleeves. Dr. Manhattan stood beside him, blue light contained beneath skin that was not flesh in any ordinary sense and still, because Jon insisted on it, answerable. The lamp's green shade cast ordinary warmth across the rug, the books, the brass latch on the door, and the impossible figure standing barefoot among them. Jean looked between his two visible forms with wonder held tightly enough to become discipline. Her hands had lowered to her sides, fingers slightly curled, as if she were resisting the urge to reach without asking. The gold behind her eyes brightened in slow increments, each pulse controlled, each pulse testing the room's edges. Jon did not touch her mind. He did not reach for the source of that gold warmth, though every part of him capable of perceiving energy knew it was there. It did not feel like ordinary telepathy. It was older than language, larger than emotion, and intimate in a way that made even accurate measurement feel rude. Jean swallowed once. It's closer now. I know, Jon said from his human mouth. Dr. Manhattan remained still, but Jon felt the answering pull through the same continuous self. Not desire in the simple human sense, though desire was present because Jean was present, alive, breathing, and brave enough to want without surrendering judgment. This was recognition at another scale, blue attention meeting gold pressure across the few feet of an old sitting room while the rest of the school went on laughing somewhere above them. Jean drew a slow breath, and the air near her hand shimmered faintly. No flame appeared, no spectacle, only a soft gold thickening near her skin, visible for a heartbeat before she folded her fingers and steadied it back inside herself. It wants to reach. Jon kept both bodies motionless. Does Jean want to? She looked at human Jon first, and he was grateful for that before he could decide whether gratitude was safe. Jean wants to understand before touching anything that might change the answer. The blue figure's head tilted a fraction. The movement mirrored nowhere in human Jon's body and still felt through the same mind. That is wise. Jean's mouth trembled toward a smile. You sound like him. I am him, Dr. Manhattan said softly. Jon added, because the distinction mattered even when the identity did not, different scale. Same choice. The gold behind Jean's eyes flared again, and this time Jon felt the Phoenix pause. Not retreat, not obey, pause. The Force recognized a boundary and, for one astonishing second, respected it. Jean's breath left her in a quiet rush. It heard you. No, Jon said, watching her and not the fire beneath her skin. It heard you hold the line. Jean's words settled, and with them came a stillness that was not peace. Dr. Manhattan stood beside Jon, luminous and contained, but every particle of that blue form wanted, in its silent way, to answer the gold pressure behind Jean's eyes. Not seize, not claim, answer. That was the danger. An answer at that scale could feel like consent before either human heart had properly spoken. Jon made Dr. Manhattan lower his gaze from Jean's face to the worn rug between them. The blue light dimmed by a fraction, not enough to vanish, but enough to step back without moving. Human Jon felt the restraint through the same mind, a deliberate closing of doors inside himself. Jean noticed at once. You pulled away. I quieted one response, Jon said. One of yours? Yes. She looked at Dr. Manhattan, then back to human Jon. Because of Phoenix? Because of you. He kept his voice even, though evenness felt more difficult now than reshaping steel. Phoenix recognizes him. He recognizes Phoenix. That does not mean Jean has chosen Jon, or that Jon has any right to let cosmic gravity answer before you do. Jean's shoulders softened by the smallest amount, but her eyes sharpened. You're protecting consent. I'm trying to. You're also hiding again, she said. The sentence struck with less heat than accuracy, which made it harder to dismiss. Jon turned one hand palm up, then let it close before the gesture became explanation instead of truth. If Dr. Manhattan answers too strongly, you may feel pulled toward a conclusion. If Phoenix answers too strongly, I may feel the same. Recognition is not the same as decision. No, Jean said, and the gold behind her eyes steadied rather than flared. But pretending recognition isn't happening would be another kind of lie. Jon looked toward the window, where rain blurred the grounds into green and gray. Somewhere beyond the gates, watchers sat in a parked sedan with notebooks and cold coffee, believing distance and optics were enough to understand power. In this small room, the greater danger was gentler and more intimate. Two beings large enough to mistake attraction for inevitability, and two people stubborn enough to insist that inevitability was not love. Dr. Manhattan lifted his eyes again, but only after Jon made the choice through both forms. I will not reach unless you ask, the blue figure said. Jean's breath caught at the deeper voice, but she held her ground. And if I ask? Jon answered first from his human mouth. Then I'll ask whether you mean Jean, Phoenix, or both. A slow, startled smile touched her mouth. Measured trust. Yes, Jon said, measured because trust deserves more than impulse. Jean's smile faded into something quieter, not disappointment, not fear, but calculation turned inward. She looked at Dr. Manhattan for a long moment, then deliberately shifted her attention to human Jon. The order mattered. Jon felt it, and because he felt it, he did not thank her. Gratitude would have made a performance of something she had chosen for herself. Then I'm asking as Jean first, she said. Phoenix is here. I can feel it. I won't pretend otherwise just to make the room smaller. But I'm the one speaking. Jon nodded once. Then I answer as Jon first. Dr. Manhattan remained still beside him, blue light quieted to a contained glow. The lamp's green shade in the rain-dim afternoon made his presence stranger, not less so, because the room refused to transform itself into a temple. It remained a sitting room. Books, rug, old wood, damp wool, two chairs, one closed door. Human scale insisted on itself. Jean stepped forward until she stood halfway between them, near enough for the gold behind her eyes to warm the air against Jon's skin and near enough for Dr. Manhattan's blue light to lay faint color over her hands. She lifted those hands slowly, palms open. May I touch you? Human Jon's throat tightened. The question was simple. The answer touched every layer he had just explained. Which form? Jean's mouth softened. This one first. She turned her right hand toward human Jon, then her left toward Dr. Manhattan. Then, if it's still all right, both. The gold pressure stirred again, eager, immense, but Jean held it behind her eyes like a door held shut by wool rather than fear. Jon could feel the effort in the room without entering her mind. That mattered. Restraint from the inside meant more than obedience imposed from outside. Yes, Jon said. Jean reached human Jon first. Her fingertips touched the back of his hand, warm and careful. Nothing cosmic happened. Skin met skin. A pulse beat under his wrist. Rain tapped glass. Somewhere upstairs, a chair scraped and a young voice laughed at something ordinary. Jean's breath caught anyway, and Jon understood why. Human contact had its own gravity when people stopped treating it as lesser than stars. Dr. Manhattan extended his hand next, palm turned upward. Jean looked at it, then at Human John again. "Still you," she said. "Still me." She placed her left hand in the blue palm. The air brightened by a degree. Gold met blue at the point of contact, not as flame, not as lightning, but as pressure finding an answering pressure and refusing to become force. Jean's shoulders trembled once. Dr. Manhattan's fingers did not close around hers until she curled her own first. Jon felt the contact through both bodies. Human warmth on one hand, cosmic recognition on the other. One mind holding both without choosing one is more true. Jean stood between them, eyes open, breathing hard but present. "There," she whispered. "Both." "Yes," Jon said, and did not let Dr. Manhattan speak over him. "Both." The room did not break. That was the first thing Jon noticed, and the absurdity of it almost undid him. No furniture lifted, no window cracked, no fire climbed the walls. Jean stood with one hand on human skin and one hand in blue light, and the old sitting room held them with stubborn domestic grace. Lamp, rain, rug, books, breath. The ordinary did not surrender to the cosmic. It made space for it. Jean closed her eyes for one slow breath, then opened them again. "I can feel him," she said, her voice low and careful. Not as words, not as thoughts, more like a shape against the inside of the world. "Phoenix?" Human John asked. "Yes." Her fingers tightened slightly against both hands, and this time Dr. Manhattan's blue fingers held back with equal care. "It isn't speaking for me. It isn't making me, but it knows you." Jon felt the gold pressure lean toward him. Not demand, lean. Dr. Manhattan's awareness widened to meet it and stopped at the boundary Jean had set with her own will. Human John remained there with damp cuffs and a beating heart, feeling the same pull in a scale he could survive because he refused to abandon the smaller room. "It knows what Dr. Manhattan might become," Jon said. Jean looked at the blue form, then back to Human John. "And what do you know?" He could have answered with futures. Mars, loneliness, a woman consumed by fire because everyone around her believed control was safer than trust. A blue man so distant that love became something he observed after it was too late to answer properly. Those were maps from broken stories, not verdicts. He had spent too much of his life mistaking knowledge for rescue. "I know I don't want either of us to become our worst ending," he said. Jean's eyes softened, but the softness did not weaken her. "Then don't make fear your first language with me." Dr. Manhattan's light dimmed another fraction, not retreating, but making the blue presence easier for the room to bear. Jon felt the adjustment through himself, an act of courtesy rather than concealment. Jean's shoulders eased when the pressure lessened, and the gold behind her eyes settled into a steady glow. "I am Jean," she said, as if naming herself in front of the force inside her mattered. "Phoenix is with me. It is not all of me." Jon answered from his human mouth before the blue form could speak. "I am Jon Osterman. Dr. Manhattan is me. He is not all of me." Jean smiled then, small and real, and the smile did what no equation had managed since she arrived. It gave him a place to stand that did not require retreat. She released both hands at the same time. Dr. Manhattan lowered his arm. Human John let his fingers remain open rather than closing around the absence. The gold in the room thinned to warmth. The blue settled into quiet radiance. Neither vanished, neither ruled. A knock sounded softly at the door, one measured rap that could only be Charles pretending not to interrupt while interrupting. Jean glanced toward it, then back to Jon. "We're not finished." "No," Jon said, "we're not." Dr. Manhattan inclined his head once, and Human John felt the same promise move through him. Whatever came next would not be simple, safe, or easy to file. But Jean had held the line. Phoenix had paused. Dr. Manhattan had answered without taking. Jon, for once, had stayed. 42. Pull and resistance. By Monday morning, Jon had 3 blue forms working before Titan's first shift bell and 1 human body standing at the edge of Bay 2 with a clipboard he had not needed in 20 years. One blue form hovered high above the Atlantic, pulling a burning freighter's fuel slick apart before it could take the crew with it. Another stood inside a sealed research vault beneath Titan, measuring energy drift in a containment ring that would have terrified half of Congress if they had understood the math. A third moved through a mountain laboratory no one officially owned, leaving every stolen Sentinel schematic blank and every hidden camera convinced it had recorded an empty corridor. All of it was necessary. That was the problem. Jon signed the inspection sheet, handed it to the floor supervisor, and watched a veteran test a new prosthetic hand against a row of delicate instruments. The man lifted a porcelain cup, held it steady, then set it down without shattering it. The workers applauded. The man's wife covered her mouth with both hands. Jon felt the moment, catalogued it as good, and still found his attention sliding toward Westchester, toward a sitting room with rain on glass and Jean saying, "We're not finished." "Dr. Osterman?" the supervisor asked. "Do you want to review the next batch?" "Yes," Jon said. "Bring them through." He made it sound like an answer. It was also a door closing. Maria Hill sat at the temporary contracts desk near the inner office, sorting visitor cards, courier receipts, and demonstration schedules with too much attention for ordinary paper. She had learned not to interrupt every time a light steadied or a machine hummed a little too smoothly, which meant she was becoming more dangerous, not less. Suspicion matured when given patience. Jon respected that. He did not enjoy it. Howard arrived 10 minutes later with coffee in one hand and a newspaper under the other arm. He glanced toward Maria's desk before he spoke, then came close enough that his voice would not carry past the bench. "Congratulations," he said, dropping the paper beside Jon's clipboard with the headline facing down. "Page 1 is busy making a saint and a criminal out of the same anonymous miracle. 2 senators are already demanding oversight of weather, which is impressive even for Washington." Jon turned the newspaper just enough to read the headline, "Blue Man Prevents Atlantic Disaster." No mention of Titan. No mention of Jon. Good separation. Clean myth. Proper distance. "Acceptable," he said. Howard stared at him over the coffee cup. "That's your response to sainthood and indictment?" "The sailors are alive." The separation held. Howard's eyes flicked once toward the office desk, then back to Jon. "And the redhead?" Jon's pen paused above the batch report. Howard smiled without kindness. "Ah, there he is." Jon resumed writing. "The work is real." "So was Saturday," Howard said, still quiet. Across the bay, the prosthetic line rolled forward, clean and orderly, each repaired machine becoming proof that old weapons could learn new purpose. Jon looked at it and knew every task mattered. He also knew Jean would recognize the pattern before he finished naming it. Duty was real. Avoidance wore duty's coat very well. Howard left the newspaper folded beside the clipboard and wandered toward the press bay, whistling badly enough to make 3 engineers look up from their gauges. Jon signed the next batch sheet, corrected a tolerance note, and watched the line move. Every motion in the factory had consequence. Every measured improvement gave someone back a hand, a grip, a cup lifted without humiliation. It should have been enough to fill the hour. The telephone rang in the supervisor's booth. Jon heard his name before the foreman stepped out. "Dr. Osterman, call for you. Says it's personal." Maria looked up from the contracts desk at once, her attention sharpening around the word personal as if it were a loose screw near an engine. Jon set the clipboard on the bench and walked to the booth without haste. He closed the glass door behind him and turned the little brass lock. Old building, ordinary lock, inadequate privacy. He pressed 2 fingers lightly to the metal frame and let a soft vibration settle through the seams until the booth's glass remembered how to keep sound inside. "Jon Osterman," he said into the receiver. "You answered like a man hoping for bad news," Jean said. His eyes closed for half a breath. "Jean." "No warning tone," she said. "We discussed that." He opened his eyes again. Through the booth glass, he could see Maria sorting call cards with her head lowered and Howard pretending not to watch from the press bay. "You're right, I'm listening." "Are you?" Jean asked. Her voice carried distance, wire hiss, and the composed anger of a woman who had chosen a telephone because she had promised not to enter his mind uninvited. Because Saturday ended with Charles knocking, and Monday began with 3 headlines about Dr. Manhattan, 2 Titan inspections, and you making yourself very difficult to reach. The Atlantic intervention was necessary. "I know," she said. "So were the prosthetics. So is Titan. So is half the work you use as a wall. That's the trouble with your excuses, Jon. They're almost always true." He turned slightly, putting his shoulder toward the office line of sight. "I didn't disappear." "No," Jean said. "You retreated to a place where no one could accuse you of leaving. There's a difference." The booth smelled faintly of warm dust and old wiring. Jon could feel the phone's current trembling beneath his palm, simple and human, a fragile thread carrying her voice through rain-washed miles. Jean breathed once before continuing, quieter now. You used to come to the school every month. You used to argue with me about equations until Charles looked pained and the younger students forgot to be afraid of themselves for an hour. Then I grew old enough to ask questions you didn't want to answer, and suddenly Titan needed you every time. It did need me. I know, she said again, and this time the gentleness hurt more than accusation. I'm not asking you to abandon the world. I'm asking you not to hide from me inside saving it. Jon looked past the booth glass. Machines moved. Maria filed. Howard waited. Somewhere above the Atlantic, another version of him dissolved the last chemical trace of fire from black water, and all of it was real. So tell me, Jean said, are you coming back to the school, Jon? Or was Saturday another room you could close behind you? Jon did not answer at once. Beyond the booth glass, a technician adjusted a shoulder harness for the next prosthetic fitting, and the patient inside it kept flexing fingers that had not existed for him yesterday. Maria had turned a page in the visitor ledger as if politeness could disguise surveillance. Howard stood by the press bay with his coffee forgotten near his mouth. I don't know how to come back halfway, Jon said. Jean's voice softened through the wire, but she did not make the sentence easier for him. Then don't. That isn't practical. No, she said, it's honest. Practical is where you go when you want to build a corridor around the answer. He looked down at the telephone cord, black, coiled, and humanly finite. I know too much, Jean. I know. No, he said, and the word carried more weight than he intended. He lowered his voice, though the booth still held its little field of privacy. You know I have secrets. You don't know the scale of them. I know names that haven't become threats yet. Organizations that smile through respectable doors. Nations pretending to be myths. Wars that may not happen the same way because I'm here, and catastrophes that may happen worse because I changed one variable too early. The line hissed faintly. Jean let him speak. I know what hidden agencies can become if the wrong people rot inside them long enough. I know what men do when they convince themselves a person is too dangerous to remain a person. I know what happens when power stops answering to human rooms. His free hand closed against the booth wall. Knowing doesn't make me free. It makes every conversation feel like I'm standing beside explosives no one else can see. And so you hide the explosives, Jean said. I contain them. You hide them, she repeated, not cruelly. Then you decide other people are safer because they don't know where the blast radius is. That leaves you alone with every fuse. Jon looked through the glass. The factory moved, useful and bright and vulnerable. Titan, Howard, Maria at her too ordinary desk, the veterans on the floor, Jean at the other end of the line, all of them placed inside calculations he hated making and could not stop making. I can't tell you everything. I didn't ask for everything, Jean said. I asked not to be treated like everyone else. The words found the exact fault line. Everyone else needed distance, myth, layers, and plausible denial. Jean had stood between human warmth and blue light and kept herself whole. Phoenix had paused because she had held the line. He had no ethical excuse left for filing her with the unaware. No, Jon said quietly. You aren't everyone else. Then act like it. He closed his eyes for one breath, and across the world his blue forms continued their work without flinching. The human body in the booth stayed with the phone, the wire, the woman refusing to let him turn necessity into absence. I'll come Wednesday, he said. Not as a lecturer, not as an emergency, as myself. Jean's breath changed, a small sound nearly lost under the line. Good. Jon opened his eyes. And I'll tell you one thing I haven't told Charles. That sounds like a beginning, Jean said. It sounds like trouble. Her smile reached him through the wire somehow. Most honest things do. Jon held the receiver a moment after Jean hung up, listening to the empty line until the operator's distant click reminded him that even human threads had limits. He set the phone down gently, then let the vibration field around the booth dissolve back into ordinary glass and old metal. The factory returned at once. Voices, motors, shoes on concrete, the clean rhythm of production. None of it had waited for him. None of it excused him either. When he stepped out, Maria was at the batch desk with a stack of call slips and an expression composed enough to make curiosity look like good office practice. Should I mark that call as personal or contracts related, Dr. Osterman? she asked. Personal, Jon said, picking up the clipboard. Maria's pencil moved once. Then I'll leave it off the call sheet. Howard arrived with perfect timing and entirely too much satisfaction. Miss Hill, you are the soul of discretion. Maria did not look at him. I'm the soul of legible records, Mr. Stark. Discretion is above my pay grade. Howard placed a hand over his heart. Wounded. Jon looked at the schedule on the clipboard. Wednesday morning had been filled with demonstrations, code review, and a meeting with 2 medical procurement men who believed politeness could hide ownership. A clean excuse. A defensible absence. The kind of duty that would let him remain blameless and gone. Maria set another folder beside his elbow. The Federal Medical Review Team arrives Wednesday morning. Mr. Stark's office asked whether you wanted the neural interface summary routed to the conference room or held in the lab. Jon took Maria's pencil from the bench, crossed his name off the Wednesday review, and wrote Howard Stark beside it. Howard leaned over. I'm sorry, have I been promoted or sacrificed? Both, Jon said. The line is stable. You know the answers well enough to charm them and badly enough to stay believable. Maria stared at the altered schedule. You're removing yourself from the Wednesday demonstration? I'm attending a prior obligation. You didn't have one listed. I do now. Howard's grin faded into something quieter, almost approving. Well, look at that. The man discovered calendars have exits. Jon handed the clipboard to Maria before he could take the decision back. Her fingers closed over it, and he felt the weight of her suspicion settle into a new shape. A gap in his schedule would become a note. A note would become a question. A question might someday become danger. He knew all of that. He still did not reach for the pencil again. Across the floor, the veteran with the new hand lifted the porcelain cup a second time and laughed when it held. The sound moved through the factory, small and bright. Jon watched it land in the workers' faces and understood, with uncomfortable clarity, that staying human would not mean choosing Jean over the work. It would mean refusing to use the work as an honorable way to avoid her. Maria tucked the clipboard under her arm. I'll revise the office calendar. Thank you, Jon said. Howard glanced at him. Will the note be true? Jon looked toward the phone booth, then back to the line where machines built hands instead of weapons. Yes, he said. Not complete, but true. 43. The first shared truth. Wednesday afternoon found Jon and Jean beneath the old observatory, in a service room Charles had forgotten existed because it had never been useful to him. The walls were brick, the floor poured concrete, and the only window had been sealed behind a steel plate during the last war. Pipes crossed the ceiling in neat lines. The air smelled of dust, copper, and old chalk from crates stacked in one corner. No student wandered here by accident. No government sedan could see through the hill. No office liaison at Titan could turn the room into a call sheet. Jean shut the door herself and slid the bolt home. This is more dramatic than your sitting room. Jon placed a small device on the table between them, no larger than a fountain pen, and touched its side. A low vibration settled into the brickwork, not loud enough to hear, but enough to make the room's boundaries feel deliberately awake. It's less comfortable. That wasn't a denial. It's secure, he said. Jean studied the device, then him. Against telepathy? No. Against microphones, line induction, hidden cameras, and most ordinary attempts at eavesdropping. Most ordinary attempts, she repeated. Jon's mouth almost moved. The extraordinary ones usually introduce themselves. She accepted that with a slow nod and took the chair across from him. She had dressed practically. Dark skirt, cream blouse, hair pinned back, sleeves rolled once at the wrist. Nothing in her posture suggested she had come to be reassured. That helped. It also made the next sentence harder. You said you'd tell me one thing you haven't told Charles, Jean said. Jon sat and folded his hands on the table. Human hands, human skin, human consequences. Somewhere far from Westchester, Dr. Manhattan lifted a collapsed bridge beam from a flooded highway and set it aside with blue precision. Here, Jon remained in a locked brick room with a woman who had refused to let him disappear into useful work. Yes, he said. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not the danger. Not cleanly. Jean's expression changed only around the eyes. Maria Hill's people? Some of them are honest. Some of them will become useful. Some of them will die trying to keep monsters out of respectable rooms. He watched her absorb each clause rather than react to it. But S.H.I.E.L.D. will rot from inside. Hydra will grow under its skin, inside its files, its recruitment, its access, its assumptions. Not today in a way I can cut out cleanly. Not with one name. Not with one office. A long infection. Jean did not flinch. Her fingers touched the table, not reaching for him, simply grounding herself in the same room. Does Charles know? No. Why tell me first? Jon looked at the sealed window plate, then back to her. Because you asked not to be filed with everyone else. His voice roughened despite his control. And because if I tell Charles, he'll try to contain the knowledge inside ethics, committees, careful friendships, and hope. You'll ask what it costs. Jean's fingers stayed on the table, spread lightly against old wood as if she could feel the shape of the truth through grain and varnish. Jon waited for fear. He waited for the recoil that sensible people gave when a danger grew too large to fit inside the room. Jean only drew one measured breath, then another, and looked at the small vibration device instead of at him, as though choosing where to put the first piece of a difficult equation. How long? She asked. Jon did not pretend to misunderstand. Decades, if the pattern holds. Seeds now, roots later. By the time most people see the tree, they'll be standing in its shade and calling it normal. Jean's mouth tightened, not with panic, but with anger given discipline. And you can't simply remove the seeds? If I remove the wrong person too early, the right warning never appears. If I expose the name without proof, the honest parts of S.H.I.E.L.D. close ranks around the infected parts because institutions defend themselves before they understand what's inside them. He placed one hand near the device but did not touch it. If I do nothing, Hydra grows. That's not a secret, Jean said. That's a trap. Yes. She looked up at him then. No awe, no worship, no dazzled softness because he knew future names and hidden monsters. Her eyes were clear, and in that clarity he found the cost he had promised her. You've been carrying that alone. I carry many things alone. That wasn't an answer. That was a habit wearing a sentence. Jean leaned back slowly, chair creaking beneath her. Who knows any of it? Howard knows enough to distrust clean paperwork. Peggy Carter knows more than Howard thinks, but she cannot come near Titan without burning every cover she has. Maria Hill knows less than she wants and more than her office job should allow. Charles knows governments are dangerous, but not this infection by name. And me, Jean said. And you. The words changed the room. Jon felt it in the brick, in the table, in the old pipes overhead. A shared secret was not lighter than a private one. It gained mass the moment another person chose to hold it. Jean did not look away. Then my first question is simple. What do you want from me? Not obedience. Good, she said at once. Because that was never on offer. Despite himself, Jon almost smiled. A second mind. A moral counterweight. Someone who will ask whether a future I'm avoiding has become an excuse for something I'm doing. Jean's expression softened by a fraction, but the anger beneath it remained alive and useful. Then here's my first counterweight. You don't get to decide that knowing the future makes you the only adult in the room. The sentence landed cleanly. Jon felt no need to defend against it. That was how he knew it was true. I know, he said. No, Jean replied, quiet and firm. You're learning. Jean's correction stayed between them with the weight of a tool set down where both could reach it. Jon did not resent it. Resentment would have been easier than the quieter recognition that she had found the weak point in his method with one sentence impressed there without cruelty. He opened the leather folder he had brought and removed 3 sheets of paper. They were not official documents. No letterhead, no typed classification marks, no names that could ruin lives if the folder was stolen from the room. He had drawn them by hand in a cramped, precise notation only he could read quickly. Circles for institutions, angled marks for recruitment paths, small black dots for pressure points, and empty spaces where future names waited like loaded chambers. Jean leaned forward. That's Hydra? No, Jon said. That's what Hydra can use. Ambition, fear, patriotism without humility. Paperwork no one reads because the right stamp sits at the top. Men who think oversight means ownership. Women too, eventually. Infection doesn't care about pride's uniform. She studied the marks without touching the page. You didn't write names. Names tempt action. Good. Jean looked up, because if you start executing people for crimes they haven't committed yet, you become another kind of monster. The words did not shock him. He had already thought them in harsher forms. Still, Hearing them from her made the room feel smaller, more honest. I know. You're learning, she said again, but this time the edge softened. Jon placed the second page beside the first. There are 3 paths. Do nothing and let the infection grow until it becomes harder to kill without killing the host. Expose too early and teach it to hide better. Cut too deep and create the very paranoia that lets it recruit. Jean reached for the pencil lying near the device and drew a 4th line beneath his 3. Her handwriting was clean, quicker than his, and the sight of it on his map changed the room in a way he had not expected. Build immune response, she said. Not exposure, not assassination, not waiting. You strengthen honest people, create cross-checks, protect records, make secrecy harder to weaponize, and watch who panics when accountability improves. Jon stared at the words. Behind Jean's eyes, gold stirred in approval so fierce it warmed the edge of his perception. Far from the room, one of his blue forms paused in the act of sealing a flooded bridge support, attention bending back toward Westchester. Jon held the attention steady, not letting Dr. Manhattan fill the room merely because Phoenix had brightened. Jean noticed anyway. It liked that. So did I, Jon said. Her gaze moved from the page to him. Then write it down. He took the pencil from her fingers, careful not to touch until invited, and added her 4th path in his own hand beneath hers. The shared line looked uneven, 2 minds meeting without blending. For once, the imperfection made the plan stronger. Jean watched him write until the pencil stopped. Then she reached for the first page, turned it slightly, and placed her own line beside his again. Not over it, beside it. Jon saw the choice in the angle of her hand, in the way she left space rather than claiming the map. Partnership had a geometry. He had been making plans like sealed rooms for so long that an open door almost looked like a flaw. We start small, Jean said. Records first. People who can be protected without knowing why. Systems that reward honesty before anyone realizes dishonesty is being hunted. Jon rested the pencil on the table. Maria Hill. Jean's eyebrows lifted. The office liaison? Yes. He did not soften the answer because she had earned the harder shape of truth. If her line holds, she becomes someone worth strengthening. If it doesn't, she becomes someone worth understanding before she understands us. Jean looked toward the sealed door as if Maria might somehow be waiting beyond it, impossibly efficient and holding a clipboard in the basement of a school she had never entered. Does she know? She suspects gaps. She doesn't have proof. And you'll keep it that way? Yes. Good, Jean said. Suspicion can make honest people careful. Proof can make frightened institutions hungry. Jon looked at her then, really looked. The gold behind her eyes remained banked, but not absent. Phoenix listened without speaking. Jean stood at the center of herself and made strategy with human anger, human care, and a cosmic fire disciplined enough to wait its turn. He had expected the first shared truth to frighten her. Instead, she had given it a handle. He folded the 3 pages with deliberate care, then placed them in a plain envelope. No names, no title, no obvious importance. He sealed it by touch, fusing the paper fibers just enough that any opening would leave a scar only he could read. Jean watched the motion. That one's yours? Ours, Jon said. The word came out before he had weighed it to death. It settled between them, simple and exposed. Jean's face changed by a fraction. The strategist remained. The woman who had waited too long for him to stop leaving also remained. Ours, she repeated, and the room warmed by a degree. A soft knock came at the door, less theatrical than Charles's sitting room interruption and more cautious. One of the students, perhaps, or Charles pretending again that manners could soften timing. Jean did not move at once. Neither did Jon. We'll need rules for this, she said quietly. Yes. And not only strategic rules. Jon's fingers rested on the sealed envelope. No. Jean stood, smoothing her skirt with a practical motion that did not quite hide the tremor in her hand. Then next time, Jon, you bring one secret and one honest answer about yourself. Not Dr. Manhattan. Not Hydra. You. He rose with her. That sounds like trouble. Her smile was small, tired, and real. Most honest things do. 44. A line crossed carefully. The next time came without ceremony. Jean arrived beneath the observatory carrying 2 cups of coffee in a cardboard tray and a brown envelope tucked beneath one arm, as if secrets needed ordinary manners to keep them from growing too grand. Jon had reached the service room before her and checked the lock, the pipes, the sealed window plate, and the small vibration device on the table. He had also failed, 3 separate times, to decide whether the chair across from him should stay where it had been during the Hydra conversation or be moved beside his own. Jean noticed the chair at once. Her mouth softened, but she did not smile enough to let him hide inside humor. She set the coffee on the table and nudged the second chair with her shoe until it sat at an angle, neither opposite nor beside him. "There," she said. Not interrogation. Not courtship. Conversation. Jon looked at the angle and felt the care in it more sharply than he expected. "You prepared that before you opened the door." "I prepared several versions," Jean said, taking her seat. This was the least ridiculous. He sat after she did. That mattered. He had not meant it to, but it did, because once he would have stood over a lecture table while she sat among students with pencils and a face too intent for childhood. Once she had watched him repair Charles from the edge of impossible knowledge, too young to be given the full shape of what she had seen. Once he had spoken of fields, particles, and restraint while she wrote notes faster than the others and looked at him as if he were both problem and proof. He had used those years as a wall without admitting it was one. Jean slid the brown envelope across the table. "My doctoral abstract, my first independent paper, my appointment letter, and the guest lecture schedule from the year you stopped coming." Jon did not open it. The paper's weight was accusation enough. "You brought evidence." "I brought an end to an excuse," Jean said. "You were my teacher once. You were also my mystery, my irritation, and the man who kept leaving before I could decide whether I hated him or missed him. But I'm not that student anymore, Jon." "No," he said quietly. "You aren't." Her fingers curled around the coffee cup, steady despite the heat. "Say the rest." He looked at her hand, then at her face, and made himself stay human in the room. Not blue, not distant, not divided into rescue work and strategic problems elsewhere. "The imbalance is over. It has to be over before anything else happens between us." Jean's breath moved once, carefully measured. "Good, because I won't build anything on gratitude, childhood awe, or Phoenix being loud in my head." Jon opened the envelope then, not to inspect her adulthood as if it required proof, but because she had placed part of her life on the table and he owed it touch. The abstract was crisp, dense, and unmistakably hers. He remembered the girl who had asked questions past the bell and the woman across from him who had learned to ask questions that changed the room. "I should have come back sooner," he said. "Yes," Jean replied, and the mercy in her voice did not soften the verdict. "But you came back now. So we start by telling the truth in the right order." Jean let the silence hold after her last sentence, not as punishment, but as space Jon had to choose whether to enter. The vibration device hummed low against the table, making the coffee ripple in rings too small for ordinary eyes. Jon watched those rings until he realized he was using them to avoid watching her. She knew. Of course she knew. Jean did not push with telepathy, and Phoenix did not flare bright enough to turn the room strange. Still, her attention had a pressure of its own, human and exact, and it left him no clean place to hide. "You told me one secret last time," Jean said, her fingers resting beside the envelope rather than on it. "Now I'm telling you one. I want you, not as a story I used to wonder about, not as the blue man my power recognizes, and not as some answer Phoenix keeps humming toward like a struck bell. I mean you, Jon Osterman, sitting in that chair and trying to look as if restraint is the same thing as honesty." Jon felt the words land with more heat than spectacle. Somewhere far away, a blue manifestation adjusted the molecular structure of a collapsing bridge support and then stilled for half a breath because human Jon had forgotten to finish inhaling. He drew the breath in now, quietly, and kept his hands folded where she could see them. "Jean," he said, and her name came out careful enough to be a warning to himself. "There are influences here that most relationships do not have to survive. You and Phoenix, me and Dr. Manhattan, recognition at scales neither of us fully understands yet." Jean nodded once, not impatiently, but not yielding ground either. "Yes, that's true. It's also not the whole truth." "No," he admitted. She leaned forward enough that the light caught the red in her hair and the steadiness in her eyes. "Phoenix wants blue. I can say that without shame because I'm not Phoenix's puppet. I feel the pull, and I decide what I do with it. What I'm doing with it is telling you that my choice comes first." The room warmed by a degree, not from fire, not from power used openly, but from the effort of something immense choosing discipline. Jon felt Dr. Manhattan answer inside him, a blue awareness lifting toward gold, and he held it quiet. Jean noticed the restraint and softened only slightly. "I'm not asking you to surrender control," she said. "I'm asking you to stop mistaking my desire for loss of control." That cut deeper because it was fair. Jon looked down at the abstract he still held, then laid it flat between them with deliberate care. The paper made a soft sound against the wood. "I don't want to make you inevitable." Jean's mouth tightened, and for the first time hurt showed cleanly through the strategy. "Then stop treating me like a prophecy. I'm not arriving someday. I'm here." She touched the edge of the page with one finger, not quite touching him. "Now say what you want, Jon. Not what the future risks. Not what Blue recognizes. You." Jon had answered governments, soldiers, physicists, frightened investors, grieving mothers, and men who thought a hard stare could make ethics negotiable. None of them had made a single sentence feel as dangerous as Jean's request. The room held still around him. The pipes overhead ticked once as metal shifted against old brackets, and the vibration device carried on with its low, patient hum, indifferent to human courage. He touched the edge of her abstract, smoothing a corner that did not need smoothing. "When I first understood what you might become, I made the mistake of treating that future as if it were safely far away." Jean's eyes did not release him. "What future?" "A brilliant woman," he said, voice quieter than he intended. "A mind strong enough to question me without needing to defeat me. Someone who could stand near my power and not ask it to make her smaller. Someone Phoenix could choose without consuming, and someone I could choose without feeling that I had taken advantage of a child's awe." Jean's hand stilled on the table. The heat behind her eyes shifted, not brighter, but closer. And I love that woman," Jon said. The confession did not strike the room like thunder. It entered softly, almost too softly, and became heavier because neither of them moved to decorate it. Jon felt the truth open through him with no useful equation attached, no containment language, no clean margin note. For once, he could not file feeling beneath duty and call the result restraint. Jean swallowed. The sound was small, and it made him ache more than tears would have. "Past tense?" "No," he said, and his answer came faster than caution. "That was the lie. I kept speaking to myself as if she were still ahead of me. Later, when she was older. Later, when the imbalance was gone. Later, when danger became manageable. Later was useful because it never asked anything of me." Jean looked down at the papers between them. Her lashes trembled once, then steadied. "I was sending you work. Letters. Invitations through Charles. I thought you were refusing me." "I was," Jon said. He did not permit himself gentler wording. "Not because you were unworthy of an answer. Because you had become worthy of one, and I was afraid of what an honest answer would require." The old service room seemed to narrow around the table, brick and concrete becoming witness rather than shelter. Somewhere beyond Westchester, one blue form crossed an ocean without touching its surface. Another stood in a Titan lab beside Howard Stark and signed a procurement sheet with human patience. Jon felt all of them, but he stayed here, in this chair, with this woman and the confession he could not delegate to any other version of himself. "I failed to notice you had arrived," he said. "No, that isn't accurate. I noticed, and I turned that noticing into distance because distance let me pretend I was protecting you." Jean's mouth softened, but her voice stayed firm. "You were protecting yourself too." "Yes," Jon said, "I was." She reached across the table then, not for his hand, not yet, but for the abstract. She turned it so the title faced him again, proof and offering in the same motion. "Then look at me now." Jon lifted his eyes from the page. He looked fully, without overlaying the child from Charles's room, the student in the lecture hall, or the future woman he had used as a place to hide. Jean Grey sat before him, adult, wounded, steady, and choosing. Phoenix rested behind her like a sun behind closed doors, but the hand on the paper was human. "I see you," Jon said. Jean breathed out slowly. "Good. Now don't vanish from the sight of what you see." Jon did not answer at once because a promise spoken too quickly could become another shield. He let Jean's command remain between them and forced himself to feel its full size. "Do not vanish." It was not a romantic phrase, not softened for comfort, and because of that it reached him more cleanly than any plea could have done. He had spent decades learning how to leave rooms without moving his body. Jean had seen the trick and named it. I can promise presence, he said. Not certainty, not safety, not an easy life, but presence. Jean studied him with an expression that did not rush to reward him. Define it. The corner of his mouth moved before he stopped it. You intend to make this difficult. I intend to make it real, Jean said. She drew her hand back from the abstract and set it palm up on the table. It was not a demand. It was an invitation with boundaries, and that made it more powerful than reaching for him would have been. Presence means you tell me when you're frightened instead of converting fear into duty. It means you do not disappear into Titan, Blue, or the future whenever this becomes inconvenient. Jon looked at her open hand. The human part of him felt the simple ache of wanting to take it. Dr. Manhattan felt the molecular nearness of skin, heat, pulse, and the gold pressure behind her eyes answering a blue pressure inside him. He held both sensations without letting either become command. I want you, he said, and this time the words did not need confession's sharpness. They came steadier, more dangerous because they were calmer. I want the woman sitting here. I want the mind that writes corrections on my maps. I want the anger that refuses to let me make loneliness sound noble. I want Jean first. Her breath caught, but her hand did not close. And Phoenix? Phoenix is with you, Jon said. Not instead of you. If Blue answers, I remain responsible for that answer. Jean's fingers trembled once, then steadied. Then asked. He understood before she finished. The old imbalance had made assumption impossible. The cosmic recognition made assumption dangerous. So Jon placed his hand near hers, not touching, and kept his voice low. May I hold your hand? Jean's smile broke through at last, small and bright with relief she refused to dramatize. Yes, Jon, you may. He took her hand. Nothing exploded. No light filled the brick room. No god stepped sideways from his skin. Her palm was warm, her fingers strong, and the first pressure of her grip was deliberately human. Phoenix stirred behind her like a bank star, and Blue answered inside him with a quiet pulse, but Jean squeezed his hand before either vast thing could pretend it had the first word. Jon closed his fingers around hers and felt the line cross beneath them, careful and irreversible. I won't vanish from this. Jean held his gaze. Good, because next time you try, I'll come find you. He believed her. That was the frightening part, and the relief. Somewhere far above the old observatory, one of his blue manifestations turned toward a new emergency forming over the Atlantic. But human Jon stayed seated with Jean's hand in his and let his other self wait another breath before moving. 45. Watching from above. Morning at Titan arrived with the smell of coffee, machine oil, and rain against the high windows. Jon stood in his office with one hand resting on a stack of procurement summaries and the other wrapped around a cup gone cold. The office looked ordinary enough for visitors. Drafting table, locked filing cabinets, clean wall calendar, 2 chairs, 1 framed patent diagram, and no obvious evidence that part of him was hovering over the Atlantic in blue silence while another watched a sealed rail depot in Eastern Europe and a third followed the movement of money through 3 shell foundations that smelled, to his memory, faintly of the Hellfire Club. The human body remained where it needed to remain. Shoes on the floor, pulse steady, coffee cooling in his hand. Jean's hand still vivid in his memory. That was the danger, not the memory itself, but the ease with which he might leave it behind when the world offered too many useful emergencies. A blue manifestation hung above cloud cover where a storm-tossed freighter had lost steering. Below, men shouted into wind and steel complained under strain. Jon could feel the hull's fractures like hairline truths. He shifted pressure through bolts, softened the worst of the torsion, and let the ship believe luck had arrived before the Coast Guard did. At the same time, human Jon heard the knock on his office door and turned before Maria Hill opened it. She entered with a clipboard held against her hip, dark skirt neat, expression professionally blank in the way that made blankness feel like a weapon. Dr. Osterman, the procurement visitors were moved to 11. Mr. Stark has asked whether you intend to attend as technical director, investor, or mysterious unpaid consultant. Jon set the coffee down. Howard said that? He said several versions. That was the one most suitable for office circulation. Maria's eyes moved once to the cold cup, once to the untouched summaries, and then back to her clipboard. Should I mark your 9:30 as technical review, executive preparation, or private appointment? The question had teeth because it sounded harmless. Jon saw the little boxes on her sheet, the habits of record-keeping, the deniable pressure of a woman placed under cover and trained to notice gaps. She was not asking about Blue. She was asking why Titan's most important scientist could vanish from the visible schedule for an hour before a federal meeting and leave no room booking, call note, or paper trail behind. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not have proof. Hydra, hidden inside future paperwork and respectable rooms, did not have proof either. But absence made its own outline if repeated often enough. Executive preparation, he said. Maria's pencil paused. With no assistant present and no conference room booked? With no assistant present and no conference room booked, Jon replied. She wrote it down, not arguing because argument would have exceeded the shape of her cover. Her placement had value because it let him watch the watcher and study the pressure she represented. It also had an ending. Nothing critical at Titan lived where a clipboard could reach, and no one, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra or any polite federal shadow wearing office shoes, would be allowed to make herself permanent in his house. Mr. Stark also said to remind you that walking into meetings late and looking tragic is his job, Maria said. This time Jon almost smiled. Tell him I'll attend at 11. In what capacity? Maria asked, bland as paper. Jon looked past her for one fraction of a breath. Above the Atlantic, Blue turned from the freighter as rescue lights approached. In Titan, Human Jon picked up the cold coffee and drank enough to taste bitterness. Technical director, he said. And on time. At 11, Howard Stark entered the demonstration room as if the federal procurement visitors had been invited to his birthday party rather than sent to measure Titan's usefulness for men who preferred the word asset. He wore a charcoal suit, a red tie, and a smile that made even suspicion feel poorly dressed. Rain tapped the windows behind him. On the table lay a prosthetic hand, 3 medical reports, 2 sealed safety summaries, and a polished model of a compact reactor small enough to make every soldier in the room think about battlefields before hospitals. Gentlemen, Howard said, spreading his hands as if welcoming applause he had already decided they meant to give. And Miss Hill, who keeps us from drowning in paper because apparently genius alone can't alphabetize. Maria stood near the wall with a stenographer's pad and a civilian badge clipped to her jacket. Her expression did not change, but her pencil moved. Genius rarely survives contact with filing cabinets, Mr. Stark. One of the defense men laughed before he meant to. Howard caught that laugh like a coin and spent it instantly, turning to the veteran seated beside the table. Sam here lost his hand in Vietnam and has tolerated more engineers in 6 months than any man should suffer in a lifetime. Sam, would you mind showing them what Dr. Osterman's little miracle can do? Jon stood by the second table, hands clasped behind his back, watching Howard turn danger into theater. Sam flexed the prosthetic fingers. They closed around a glass without crushing it, lifted, tilted, and set it down with a faint click. The room leaned forward, not because the technology was subtle, but because Howard had made them want the man to succeed before they wanted the machine. Now, Howard said, voice brightening, before anyone asks whether it can hold a rifle, yes, it can. It can also hold a fork, a child's hand, a wedding photograph, and a lousy cup of hospital coffee. We're very proud of all 4. The defense man's smile faded into something almost embarrassed. Jon saw the shift happen. Howard had not denied military application. He had buried it beneath affection. Money could buy time. Spectacle could redirect fear. Public fondness could make ownership attempts look ugly before they were even spoken. Howard glanced at Jon, and his smile sharpened. Dr. Osterman insists healing comes first. I usually let him be right in public. It saves arguments. Jon met the room's attention and kept his voice human. A tool's first purpose shapes every later use. We intend this one to begin with restoration. Maria's pencil paused on the word, intend, then continued. Jon noticed. Howard noticed him noticing and gave the room another smile, all warmth and bright teeth, shielding the edge with charm. When the demonstration ended, the visitors stood too quickly, as if remaining seated beside Sam's working hand might require them to feel more than interest. They shook Howard's hand first because Howard made that easy, then Sam's because not doing so would have looked ugly, then Jon's because the machine on the table had made ignoring him impossible. Maria gathered abandoned water glasses and loose note sheets with the calm precision of a woman cleaning a battlefield without admitting there had been one. Jon stayed near the prosthetic after the room thinned. Sam flexed the fingers again, slower this time, watching the thumb oppose with careful grace. The glass sat before him, ordinary and profound. You build it, Sam said, voice roughened by restraint, and people ask what else it can do. Yes, Jon said. Sam looked up. You ever get tired of answering that? Jon thought of Vietnam, of jungle heat, bodies in mud, fire spreading too fast across villages whose names reports had misspelled. He had not ended the war. He had not allowed himself to become America's blue artillery. But sometimes a storm had turned early, a fuel line had clogged, a bridge had failed empty instead of full, and men who should have died had woken under rain with no miracle they could name. Yes, Jon said again. Sam gave a humorless breath and rose, prosthetic hand brushing the table as naturally as his flesh one might have done. Then make them ask better. After he left, Jean stepped from the side corridor with a visitor's badge pinned neatly to her jacket and a folder of neurological interface notes in her hand. Legitimate reason, clean paperwork. Maria, at the far end of the room, glanced once at the badge and returned to the call sheet. Jean waited until the door closed. He's right. Jon looked at her, and the room's machinery seemed louder because she did not raise her voice. About better questions? About the burden of bad ones, she said. She came to the table and touched the metal fingers with 2 careful fingertips, not as a scientist admiring a device, but as a woman acknowledging what it had returned to someone. You watched Howard make them love the story before they could own the object. That was the purpose, Jon said. And now you're thinking about whether Dr. Manhattan needs the same protection. Jean lifted her eyes to his. Being seen is not the same as being owned, Jon. No, he said, but it invites ownership attempts. So does hiding, she said. Only then they write the story without you in the room. Her hand left the prosthetic and settled on the folder. You taught mutants to survive by staying small. You taught yourself the same lesson. But hidden is not the same as free. Jon felt the sentence pass through him and find the place Jean had touched in the basement room. The place where presence had become a promise instead of an idea. Across the city, Maria entered Jean's name on a visitor log. Across the world, Blue watched a border prison where men with rifles were deciding whether fear made cruelty lawful. Human Jon remained in the demonstration room, looking at the hand on the table and the woman beside it. I don't yet know how to be seen safely, he said. Jean's expression softened without letting him escape. Then learn publicly and choose carefully. That's different from vanishing. Jean's words remained with him after she left the demonstration room. Learn publicly and choose carefully. Jon stood beside the table while a technician returned the prosthetic hand to its padded case, and he watched the empty fingers settle into their shaped recesses as if the device were going to sleep. Across Titan, typewriters struck paper, phones rang, rain tapped glass, and Maria's pencil entered names into files that did not yet know what story they were building. Howard came back through the side door with his tie loosened and triumph walking half a step ahead of him. That went well, he said, then glanced at Jon's face and revised himself with visible effort. For a room full of men trying to decide whether compassion can be requisitioned. Jon picked up the compact reactor model and turned it until the light moved cleanly across its polished casing. They'll ask again. Of course they will. Howard took the model from him, set it back in the exact center of the table, and made a small adjustment as if symmetry could insult the Defense Department on his behalf. The trick is making every ugly question cost them manners in public. Jean had said something similar, but not the same. Howard thought in theater, pressure, admiration, and ownership avoided through charm. Jean had added the harder piece. Absence was not freedom if others filled it with their own myth. Jon crossed to the writing table by the window and took a blank sheet from the tray. He wrote in neat block letters, slow enough that Howard noticed the ceremony of it. Independent humanitarian sightings, no Titan channel, no procurement contact, no named sponsor, no formal chain. Beneath that, he added, no connection to Jon Osterman. The line looked colder than the rest because it had to remain cold. Howard leaned over his shoulder. That's either a strategy or the most boring confession I've ever seen. It's a boundary, Jon said. A boundary for Blue? For everyone looking at Blue, Jon replied. He folded the page once, then again, and placed it inside his inner coat pocket instead of a file. Dr. Manhattan can be seen helping where help is undeniable. Jon Osterman remains here, documented, mundane, and useful in ways paperwork understands. Howard's amusement thinned. That's a dangerous game. Yes, Jon said. Maria appeared at the doorway with the visitor log against her clipboard. Her gaze flicked from Howard to Jon, then to the empty table where the prosthetic had been. Dr. Gray is signed out. Procurement visitors are being escorted to the lobby. Should I prepare a Titan follow-up packet for Defense Medical Review only, or include reactor notes? Medical review only, Jon said. Maria wrote it down. And Dr. Osterman's office schedule for the afternoon? Routine technical director duties, Jon said, meeting her eyes with nothing in his face she could file usefully. No external appointments. She nodded, but her pencil lingered over the line before moving on. I'll make sure the call sheet reflects that. After she left, Howard let out a quiet breath. She's good. She's supposed to be, Jon said. She's also not staying forever, Howard said, his tone light enough for the hallway and pointed enough for the man beside him. I can tolerate a borrowed clerk. I dislike furniture that reports back to Washington. Jon looked toward the doorway where Maria had gone. When her usefulness ends, so does her access. Howard's mouth curved. Good. I was hoping you'd say something ruthless in that calm voice of yours. Outside, the rain eased. Far beyond Titan, a blue figure lifted into clear air above the Atlantic, visible to a fishing crew, a Coast Guard pilot, and 3 men with cameras on a rescue ship. He did not speak. He did not explain. He simply turned away once the danger had passed and let the witnesses keep a miracle that led nowhere near Jon Osterman's office. Human Jon stayed by the window, hands still, schedule clean, heart less distant than it had been that morning. Controlled visibility was not safety. It was a promise made in public and a mask kept intact in private. He could feel the world beginning to look up, and he knew that looking up was only the first step before reaching. 46. The weight of being seen. By the next morning, the Atlantic had turned into ink. A grainy photograph lay on Howard's desk, enlarged until the blue figure above the rescue ship became more silhouette than man. The newspaper had chosen the clearest frame. Storm light breaking behind him, water below, sailors staring upward as if heaven had developed shoulders. The headline called him a guardian. The second paper, folded beneath it, called him an unidentified strategic anomaly. The third had placed him beside a cartoon of a bomb with eyes. Jon stood at the window while rainwater tracked down the glass behind his reflection. Titan moved below him in disciplined layers. Engineers at drafting tables, clerks carrying folders, guards admitting a delivery truck through the front gate, Maria Hill at her temporary desk checking visitor cards with a calm that looked ordinary only because she had worked hard to make it so. The world outside had looked up once and already begun arguing over the shape of what it had seen. Howard slapped another paper onto the desk. Congratulations, he said. You're either a miracle, a menace, or the next thing Washington wants to put in a uniform. Jon did not turn from the window. Dr. Manhattan has no country. That's adorable, Howard said, reaching for a cigarette he did not light because Jean had started giving him looks about it. Countries love nothing more than claiming things that don't belong to them. Jean stood beside the desk, one hand resting on the back of a chair, the papers spread before her like test results. Her visitor badge was legitimate, her appointment notes cleaner than Maria's suspicion could easily challenge. She read the headlines without smiling. They're not seeing him yet, she said. They're seeing what they need him to be. Howard pointed at her with the unlit cigarette. That, Dr. Gray, is why I prefer to get in front of a camera before the camera invents me. Jon finally turned. The photograph on the desk drew his eye despite himself. He remembered the moment. The rescue ship's deck slick with rain, a camera shaking in a man's hand, blue lifting clear once the freighter's hull stopped tearing itself apart. He had not spoken. Silence had seemed safer. Now the silence had become available space. Maria knocked once on the open door and stepped inside with a stack of clippings clipped to a call sheet. Press inquiries doubled before 9, she said, businesslike. Defense called twice. A veteran's paper wants a comment. One senator's office asked whether Titan has any relationship with the blue figure in the photographs. Howard's face went bright and false. Titan has relationships with good taste, medical miracles, and the tax code. Beyond that, Miss Hill, we are tragically lonely. Maria wrote nothing down until Jon answered. No relationship, Jon said, and let the lie stand in the room with all the other necessary structures. Dr. Manhattan acts independently. Maria's pencil moved. That will be the office language, then. Jean looked at Jon across the desk, not accusing, not pleased. The pressure of her attention found the private seam beneath the public one. Being seen had begun, and the world had not waited for permission to decide what sight meant. Jon looked back at the photograph and understood the first cost of controlled visibility. Once a myth entered the air, even its maker had to chase it. Jon did not discuss Dr. Manhattan's public language inside Titan again. The office had too many walls with ears that did not need to be human, and Maria Hill had a pencil sharp enough to turn harmless phrasing into pattern. So he worked the day as Jon Osterman, technical director, visible in the places paperwork expected him to be visible. He attended a safety review, initialed a procurement summary, corrected a reactor tolerance note in blue-black ink, and let Maria's call sheet fill with ordinary proof. By evening, the real conversation had moved to Howard's townhouse, where the windows faced a quiet street and the doorman knew better than to remember every guest. Howard poured 3 drinks, took one look at Jean's expression, and replaced hers with coffee without being asked. Jon stood by the mantel while the newspapers lay open on the low table. The blue photograph multiplied across front pages like a myth learning how to reproduce. "There," Howard said, dropping into an armchair with his tie loose and his shoes still on because rebellion, for Howard Stark, often began at the ankles. No Miss Hill, no office phones, no clipboard pretending to be furniture. Now can we admit the obvious? Jean sat on the sofa and folded one newspaper so the headline disappeared but the photograph remained. They're already reaching for the nearest story. Howard tapped ash from an unlit cigarette he had picked up only to have something to point with. Real-life Superman, alien, mutant, government experiment, angel with a skin condition. I've seen 5 versions before dinner. He flicked the edge of the photograph. Blue's easy. America likes blue. The problem is that he forgot the red and white, and every senator with a flagpin will notice. Jon shook his head. He isn't Superman. Jean brightened so quickly that the room seemed to catch up a second late. Not Superman. Superhero. She leaned forward, coffee untouched between her hands. That's the word that matters. If mutants can be superheroes, that's positive. Not merely tolerated. Not hidden in schools or feared in alleys. Admired. Howard's expression sharpened with commercial interest, but Jean was not looking at him. She was looking at Jon as if she had seen the next line of his thinking unfold before he spoke it. Jon felt the thought connect to a machine he had not yet built, a future system still scattered across unfinished interface notes and impossible sensory models. Give ordinary people safe power. Let them fly, fail, rescue, threaten, choose. Let them experience the hunger and burden of ability before fear hardened into policy. If everyone could feel what power was like, even briefly, then mutants might stop being only what others lacked. Howard sat up slowly. You want the public thinking hero before they think weapon. I want them thinking choice, Jon said. Hero, villain, bystander, rescuer. The word matters because it carries responsibility as well as power. Jean smiled, not softly this time, but with fierce recognition. Then Dr. Manhattan is not the answer. He's the first visible example. Jean did not let the word superhero carry them too far from the table. She reached for another newspaper, not one of the front pages with the blue figure over the Atlantic, but a smaller local paper folded beneath the rest. The headline had been given less ink and less mercy: Mutant disturbance outside Queen's School. The photograph beneath it showed police standing around a boy no older than 12 while adults crowded the sidewalk behind the officers, faces blurred by motion and anger. Howard's brightness dimmed when she set it beside Dr. Manhattan's photograph. The 2 images did not belong together and therefore could not be separated. A blue figure over stormwater. A child on wet pavement with one hand raised to cover his face. There, Jean said quietly. That's the part the superhero story doesn't fix by itself. Jon looked at the boy in the photograph. He did not need the article to know the pattern. A playground argument. A chair that moved without touch. A teacher frightened enough to call the wrong adult. Parents arriving with fear already organized into accusation. The boy's expression had been caught at the moment before tears, the instant when a child discovered the world could change its rules without warning. Charles will offer contact if the family can be found, Jon said. Jean's eyes lifted to him. And if the family refuses? If they're ashamed? If the police decide the boy is evidence before Charles ever hears his name? Howard took the unlit cigarette from his mouth and set it down beside the ashtray. The school can't collect every child with bad luck and strange hands. No, Jean said, and the word carried more history than agreement. It can't. That's my point. Jon held still. Xavier's school had saved children. It had given Jean rooms where doors did not need to be locked against her own thoughts, teachers who knew fear could sound like discipline, and peers who did not flinch every time power slipped through skin. But walls were walls. Sanctuary defined itself by who managed to reach it. Jean touched the photograph of the boy with 2 fingers, careful not to cover his face. Charles built a refuge. I respect that. I love parts of it. But refuge isn't the same as answer. Mutants outside those gates are still being named by whoever gets frightened first. Jon said, "You're asking me to do more than appear over disasters. I'm asking you to admit disasters start smaller than sinking ships." Jean's voice stayed steady, but Phoenix warmed behind it like anger choosing language instead of flame. A boy on a sidewalk. A girl whose parents lock her in a room because the radio taught them the word mutant before it taught them compassion. A man fired because his hand glows when he's afraid. They don't need a god in the sky after the mob forms. They need the mob to hesitate before becoming one. Howard looked from Jean to Jon, and for once his joke arrived late. That's harder to sell than a rescue at sea. It has to be harder, Jean said. Easy stories don't change people who benefit from the old ones. Jon looked again at Dr. Manhattan's photograph, then at the child on the pavement. Neutrality had always sounded clean when measured against overreach. Do not rule, do not conquer, do not become the answer everyone else stops seeking. But in the space between conquest and absence, people were still hurt by hands smaller than armies. I cannot stand behind every frightened child, he said. Jean's expression softened because she heard the grief beneath the limitation, but she did not spare him the answer. No, but you can choose where the first public lesson lands. The room settled around that. Rain whispered against the townhouse glass. Howard leaned forward, elbows on knees, all performance gone now. Jon felt the future machine in pieces at the edge of his mind, the unnamed system that might someday let ordinary people taste power safely enough to understand both its thrill and its weight. That future was not ready. The boy in the photograph had not been given the courtesy of waiting. Jon folded the local paper with care and placed it on top of the Atlantic photograph. Then the next sighting cannot be only rescue. Jean watched him. What will it be? A refusal, Jon said. Not against a country, not against a law, against the moment people decide fear gives them permission. The refusal found him before midnight. Jon was still in Howard's townhouse, newspapers folded into smaller and smaller squares on the table, when the police radio in the study crackled through a private receiver Howard should not have owned. Queens came through in broken pieces. Schoolyard disturbance, crowd gathering, possible mutant minor, officers requesting transport. Jean's head turned before the words finished, and Howard's face lost its last trace of performance. Jon stood. The room did not brighten. His human body remained by the mantel, one hand resting on polished wood, while another part of him stepped into rain above a schoolyard lit by harsh lamps and frightened faces. The boy from the photograph stood against a brick wall with 2 officers between him and the crowd. His coat was too thin, one sleeve torn, and his hands were clamped under his arms as if he could hide whatever had happened by refusing to own fingers. Adults pressed close along the fence. Someone shouted that children were inside the school. Someone else shouted that the boy was a child too, and the answer came back uglier for having heard truth and hated it. A man in a soaked hat pushed forward. Take him somewhere else before he hurts somebody. The nearest officer lifted a hand. Back up, sir. Back up, the man snapped, pointing past him. He threw desks around a classroom. The boy whispered, I didn't mean to. The crowd heard him and did not hear him. Fear had already selected its story. Jon descended without thunder, without spectacle beyond the impossibility of a blue figure lowering through rain until his bare feet hovered a hand's width above the wet pavement. The schoolyard went quiet in layers. The fence stopped rattling. The officer's hand dropped toward his holster, then froze when the metal refused to move. Dr. Manhattan looked at the boy first. Not the crowd, not the guns, the boy. You are not required to become their fear, he said. The boy stared up at him, rain and tears mingling on his face. I broke things. Things can be repaired, Dr. Manhattan said. Children are harder. The man in the hat found his voice again, smaller now but sharpened by embarrassment. Who gave you the right to interfere? Dr. Manhattan turned, and the crowd stepped back as one living animal. The same authority you claimed when you chose to frighten a child. No one answered. The officers looked at one another, trapped between duty, fear, and the sudden knowledge that the world was watching even without cameras. Dr. Manhattan lowered one hand. The broken school window behind the boy eased itself back together, shards sliding into place with a soft crystalline whisper. Desks inside the classroom righted one by one. Not hidden, not denied, repaired in full view. In Howard's townhouse, Jean moved closer to human John but did not touch him. That's the lesson, she said softly. Yes, John replied. In Queens, Dr. Manhattan looked once at the crowd, then at the officers. Take him home. Call a doctor if he is hurt. Call a teacher if he is frightened. Do not call him a weapon because you lack kinder language. Then he lifted into the rain and vanished upward, leaving the boy untouched, the school repaired, and the crowd with nothing to attack except the silence after shame. 47. Containment language. By noon, the word acid had appeared 3 times in papers John was not meant to see. One copy sat in a Defense Department folder in Arlington, another in a Senate aide's locked drawer, and a third moved through a SHIELD routing packet whose path brushed the same quiet channels that had placed Maria Hill behind a Titan desk. Dr. Manhattan had stood in a schoolyard and told frightened adults they lacked kinder language. Washington answered by inventing colder nouns. John stood in Titan's fabrication gallery while a veteran learned to flex a new prosthetic wrist under a therapist's guidance. The man laughed when his artificial fingers closed around a rubber ball, not loud, not grand, but with the startled disbelief of someone receiving back an ordinary piece of life. On the far side of the glass, 2 federal visitors watched with polite expressions and hungry eyes. Acid is the wrong word, Howard said beside him, low enough that the visitors could not hear. Unfortunately, it's also the word men use when they want to steal something without calling themselves thieves. John kept his gaze on the veteran's hand. They used anomaly first. Anomaly sounds scientific. Acid sounds vegetable. Threat sounds expensive enough to fund. Howard's mouth tightened. Give them 1 week and someone will write deterrent in a memo and feel like he discovered strategy. John had already seen it written. The letters sat in his mind with all the weight of a cage drawn before the prisoner arrived. Acid, anomaly, deterrent, threat. Each word shaved away personhood until only function remained. He had heard similar words before in another world and in this one. Mutant, security risk, abnormal expression, special case. Language came first. Chains learned from language. Behind them, Maria approached with a folder held flat against her ribs. Dr. Osterman, the visitors from federal procurement asked whether the prosthetic interface relies on any classified energy source. Howard smiled before John could answer. Miss Hill, if I had a classified energy source, I'd have better lighting in this building and a worse relationship with my accountant. Maria's pencil did not move. I'll mark that as no. John turned from the gallery window. Mark it as medical-grade power storage using non-classified Titan patents already disclosed for civilian review. Maria wrote the sentence carefully. Too carefully. Her cover demanded diligence. Her training made diligence into search behavior. John let her have the sentence because it led nowhere critical. She was here for Titan's technology, for procurement seams, for whatever could be copied, classified, redirected, or used in rooms whose doors never appeared on public maps. Blue remained beyond her official question because no one had given her a bridge to him, and John intended to keep the river wide. Maria closed the folder. The procurement visitors also requested Bay 3 safety summaries, the veteran outcome data, and the full neural interface tolerance range. Outcome data, yes, John said. Bay 3 summaries remain internal pending legal review. Interface tolerance ranges remain medical restricted. Her eyes lifted for a polite fraction. I'll note that legal review and medical restriction are ongoing. Please do, John said. Through the glass, the veteran squeezed the ball again and laughed a second time, softer now, as if joy had begun to trust itself. Beyond Titan, men were turning Dr. Manhattan into categories and Titan's inventions into possible acquisitions. John watched Maria walk back toward the visitors and understood that containment did not always begin with soldiers at a door. Sometimes it began with a polite request for documents someone had no right to read. The procurement visitors left behind polite handshakes, damp umbrellas, and a request list that grew more revealing the longer Jon read it. He stood at the conference table with Howard beside him, the page spread beneath both their hands. Power storage specifications, neural interface tolerances, adaptive materials suppliers, authorized maintenance vendors, escort procedures for after-hours calibration. The language wore a suit, but underneath it had a pry bar. Howard tapped one line with his knuckle. They don't want to buy a hand. They want to know how to make one walk into a room, hold a gun, and never sue them afterward. Jon turned the page. They want the operating principles. They want the factory that makes miracles, Howard said. The hand is just the handshake. Maria stood at the far end of the table with the visitor log open, her pencil poised above a column of names. Her cover belonged in the room. That made her presence more dangerous, not less. Dr. Osterman, one of the procurement aides, asked whether Consolidated Medical Systems remains cleared for component inspection next week. Howard's expression changed by the smallest amount. We don't use Consolidated Medical Systems. Maria did not look pleased with herself. That would have been too obvious. She turned the log and slid it across the table. They appear on the Federal Supplemental Access List attached to the visitor's packet. I flagged it because your internal vendor index lists them as rejected last year. Jon read the typed name. Consolidated Medical Systems. Clean address. Respectable board. 2 directors who, in 5 years, would sit on charities that Hydra money touched through 4 layers of innocence. His prior life knowledge did not make the room colder. The room was already cold. Rejected for what? Howard asked. Data handling irregularities, Jon said. Howard looked at him. That's your calm voice for thieves? That's my calm voice for thieves with friends. Maria's pencil moved once, then stopped. Should I remove them from the access packet? No, Jon said. Howard's head turned sharply. Jon. Jon kept his eyes on the list. Leave them visible. Require written confirmation of purpose, names of personnel, equipment inventory, insurance certificates, and room-specific escort approval. Nothing after hours. Nothing near Bay 3. Nothing near neural interface fabrication. Maria watched him for one precise second. That will slow approval considerably. That is the purpose, Jon said. Howard's smile returned without warmth. You heard the man, Miss Hill. Drown them in manners. Maria collected the page. I'll prepare the correspondence. When she left, Howard leaned closer. You're letting the hook stay in the water. I want to see who tugs, Jon said. Beyond the glass, the veteran released the rubber ball and closed his new fingers around it again. Inside the table's polished reflection, Jon saw Howard, the empty doorway, and his own human face arranged like evidence. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted access for use. Hydra would want access for conquest. Both would learn that Titan's open doors led only to rooms Jon had already decided they could survive entering. That evening, Jon did not go home when the building emptied. He walked Titan after hours with Howard at his side and the security chief 10 paces behind, unlocking doors only when asked and learning quickly not to ask why some rooms were skipped. Fluorescent lights hummed over polished floors. Workbenches slept under canvas covers. The fabrication gallery smelled of warmed metal, disinfectant, and the faint sweetness of solder cooling in seams. Howard carried the visitor list rolled in one hand like a baton. I should be more offended, he said. But there's something almost flattering about the number of people trying to rob us without admitting they've noticed the door. Jon stopped outside Bay 3 and placed his palm against the access panel. They noticed the door because we let them notice it. The lock clicked. Inside, the bay remained dark except for emergency strips along the floor. Machines stood in ordered shadows, each one cleaned, covered, and less honest than it appeared. The real interface work was no longer here. It existed in divided pieces, some in harmless prototypes, some in equations stored only in Jon's mind, and some in materials that would refuse to behave correctly outside the conditions he allowed. Howard watched him open a cabinet full of labeled drives. Please tell me those are not actual research logs. They are research logs, Jon said. They describe a version of the work that fails safely. That is a horrifyingly elegant phrase. It is better than letting them steal something that succeeds dangerously. Howard unrolled the visitor list on the bench. Names, companies, escorts, times. Maria's handwriting had added corrections in the margins, precise and useful. She had found the false vendor because she was good at her cover and better than her cover required. That made her valuable. It also made her temporary. Jon took a fountain pen from his pocket and drew a line beside 3 names. These remain eligible for controlled access. Howard leaned over the paper. Those 2 are obvious. Why keep the third? Because the third will report to someone different if excluded. Jon capped the pen. Inclusion tells us more. A soft knock came from the open bay door. Maria stood beyond the threshold with 2 folders pressed against her chest. She did not enter without permission. I'm sorry to interrupt. The correspondence draft is ready, and facilities ask whether Bay 3 should remain absent from tomorrow's visitor route. Howard smiled brightly. Absent? Miss Hill, Bay 3 is right here. It's merely shy. Maria looked to Jon instead. Bay 3 remains off the route, Jon said. List the reason as calibration continuity. Her gaze moved once over the covered machines, the closed cabinets, and the visitor list on the bench. Understood. When she left, Howard waited until her footsteps faded. She knows there's more here. She knows there are locked doors, Jon said. That is not the same as knowing what they protect. Across the city, newspapers argued over Dr. Manhattan as if blue belonged to a different world entirely. Here, in Bay 3, Jon began removing the bridge before anyone could discover it was supposed to exist. By midnight, Bay 3 looked more ordinary than it had in years. Howard watched 2 trusted technicians wheel a covered cabinet toward a service elevator while Jon stood at the workbench, sorting labeled folders into 3 neat stacks. One stack held harmless truth. One held useful failure. One held paper so dull that even a thief would feel insulted carrying it home. The real work had already dissolved into places no visitor route, vendor list, or copied key could touch. Howard picked up one folder and read the title aloud. Prototype Interface Degradation Under Repeated Civilian Stress Loads. He flipped it open, scanned 3 lines, and grimaced. This is evil. It looks important and says almost nothing. It says enough to be true, Jon said. That's worse. Howard set it down with theatrical care. A liar with discipline frightens me less than an honest man with selective margins. Jon sealed the final cabinet. The lock clicked, then changed beneath his hand. Not visibly, not mechanically. At the molecular level, the pins accepted a second order of reality. The key would work for anyone meant to open it. For anyone else, the lock would become a piece of metal with strong opinions about remaining closed. Howard noticed because Howard noticed everything that insulted engineering. Did you just make my lock judgmental? Yes, Jon said. I'm proud and offended. Howard glanced toward the corridor where Maria had gone. And Miss Hill? She will find what she is allowed to find, Jon said. She will report patterns, access limits, vendor delays, and our poor cooperation disguised as procedure. That will satisfy some people and irritate others. And the others? Jon looked at the harmless stack. They will reveal themselves by asking for the wrong dull document too urgently. Howard's smile returned, thin as wire. Bait with footnotes. I may weep. Across the city, Dr. Manhattan stood outside a hospital where the Queen's boy had been taken for examination because frightened adults liked official rooms. Reporters clustered near the steps, held back by police who looked less certain of their lines now. The boy sat on a bench under the awning with a blanket over his shoulders, staring at the atomic mark on Dr. Manhattan's brow. What does your tattoo mean, sir? The boy asked. Dr. Manhattan lowered his gaze. It represents atomic structure, he said. Or, if you like, the new age. The atomic age. A young reporter wrote the words down so quickly her pencil nearly tore the page. The boy nodded as if this answer made more sense than anything adults had said all day. Is it scary? It can be, Dr. Manhattan said. So can a hand. What matters is what it chooses to do. In Bay 3, Jon closed the last folder. Howard did not know the words being written outside the hospital, and he did not need to know. Titan's doors were locked. Blue's myth had spoken for itself. 2 separate stories moved into the night, divided by every safeguard Jon could build, joined only where the reader of the world would someday realize both had been teaching the same lesson. 48. The Atomic Question. By morning, the hospital steps had become a stage no one had built and everyone wanted to own. Reporters crowded beneath the awning with notebooks protected under coats. Police held a loose line at the curb, not quite barricade and not quite welcome. Across the street, Men with cameras waited beside idling cars, their lenses pointed toward the entrance where the Queen's boy's mother stood with one hand on her son's shoulder and the other clenched around a doctor's discharge papers. Jon watched from 3 places. Human Jon sat in a Titan conference room, signing a vendor restriction letter while Maria Hill carried coffee past the glass. Another blue manifestation hovered far above cloud cover, listening to a storm decide whether it meant harm. Dr. Manhattan stood unseen on a hospital roof, rainwater drying in silver beads along his blue skin while the atomic mark on his brow caught the pale city light. Below, a reporter stepped closer than the police liked. "Mrs. Alvarez, did your son ask Dr. Manhattan to intervene?" The woman's face tightened, her son pressed against her side, blanket still around his shoulders though the morning had warmed. "He is 12, she said, and her voice trembled because anger had to pass through fear to get out. "He asked to go home." Another man called, "Is he registered anywhere? Has any agency contacted you about his abilities?" The boy flinched at the word abilities as if it were a hand raised too quickly. Jon felt the movement like a small fracture in the day. The police line shifted, confused by sympathy, procedure, and the sudden appetite of the crowd. A third reporter lifted his voice above the others. "Has your family been approached by Dr. Manhattan? Is your son connected to him?" Dr. Manhattan descended before the question could breed another. No thunder announced him. The air simply brightened, and the crowd's noise thinned as blue feet settled a hand's width above the wet stone steps. White eyes regarded the line of notebooks, cameras, badges, and hungry faces. The boy's mother gasped once, then steadied because her son had turned toward him instead of away. "He is connected to his mother," Dr. Manhattan said. "That is sufficient." No pencil moved for half a breath. Then every pencil moved at once. A police sergeant swallowed. "Sir, we're trying to keep order." "Then keep it around him," Dr. Manhattan said, looking toward the boy, not the cameras. "Not upon him." The boy stared at the atomic mark on his brow with the same exhausted wonder he had shown outside the hospital the night before. "They keep asking what I am," he whispered. Dr. Manhattan lowered himself until his eyes were level with the child's. "Then answer only when you choose. Silence is not guilt." The mother's grip loosened by a fraction. "Can we leave?" "Yes," Dr. Manhattan said. One reporter tried again, desperation making him brave. "What should we call him?" The boy's mother turned then, voice steadier because someone impossible had lent her room to stand. "His name is Miguel." Dr. Manhattan lifted one hand, and every camera on the steps lowered without breaking, straps sliding from fingers as if gravity had remembered manners. He did not look angry. That made the quiet worse for the people who had earned it. "Remember that first," he said. Then he rose, blue and silent into the morning, leaving Miguel Alvarez and his mother a clear path through the police line while the city learned that Dr. Manhattan's first public quote had not been the atomic age answer everyone had printed. It was this quieter correction, spoken where cameras could hear it. A frightened child was not evidence. By afternoon, the city had learned how to argue with a miracle. Radios in barbershops and kitchens chewed the same phrases until they lost shape. Real-life Superman, alien, mutant, angel, weapon, American asset. On one corner, a newsboy sold papers by shouting, "Blue man protects mutant boy," while across the street another paper used "unregistered phenomenon" and sold just as well. The public wanted a story with handles. Dr. Manhattan gave them a shape too bright to hold and too quiet to dismiss. Human Jon heard the words through Titan's switchboard while he walked past Maria Hill's temporary desk with a folder under one arm. Maria's phone kept lighting. She handled each call with the same crisp calm, separating Titan questions from Dr. Manhattan questions without being told to do so because good cover work required good boundaries. Titan had no relationship with Blue. Titan had no comment on Blue. Titan could discuss prosthetics, medical demonstrations, and civilian safety reports by appointment. Dr. Manhattan lived in a separate file somewhere else, and that was where Jon intended him to remain. Maria covered the receiver with one hand as he passed. "Dr. Osterman, Federal Procurement wants clarification on yesterday's access restrictions. Also, someone from a newspaper asked whether Titan considers Dr. Manhattan a competitor in the humanitarian technology space." Jon stopped despite himself. Howard, crossing the lobby with his hat tipped back, looked delighted. "A competitor? What, does he have a factory in the clouds?" Maria's expression did not shift. I told them Titan does not comment on independent public figures. Good, Jon said. Her pencil moved. That will remain the line. Outside Titan, a blue manifestation stood unseen on a rooftop above a witness interview in Queens. Two men in plain suits spoke with the hospital sergeant, their questions careful and separate from Titan's world. Height, glow, speech, temperature shift, interference with cameras, apparent control over metal, attitude toward police, attitude toward the child. SHIELD had begun its blue anomaly file in the proper lane. Jon listened without interrupting because information gathered cleanly was still not proof. One suit asked, did he identify himself as mutant? The sergeant rubbed his jaw. No, didn't identify as anything. Just told us not to treat the kid like a weapon. The second suit wrote that down. And the mark on his forehead? Kid asked about it. He said atomic structure, atomic age, something like that. The sergeant glanced at the hospital doors, where Miguel Alvarez had vanished into an ordinary taxi with his mother. Sounded like he meant more than he said. Across the city, in a private club where the walls wore dark wood and old money, a man with a silver ring clipped the newspaper photograph from its page and slid it into an envelope. Find out who wants him, he said to the woman waiting beside the door. Not who fears him. Fear is cheap. Want tells us where the leverage is. In Titan's lobby, Howard fell into step beside Jon. You're very quiet for a man whose public ghost just became the nation's favorite argument. Jon glanced through the glass toward the street, where a boy in a delivery cap had drawn an atomic mark on the back of his hand in blue ink. Arguments reveal appetite. Howard's smile thinned. An appetite invites knives. Jon watched the boy hide the mark when an older man frowned at him. Then we learn who reaches first. The next incident began beneath 42nd Street, where steel rails carried more fear than trains for 3 sharp minutes. A girl in a green coat stood on the platform with a violin case clutched to her chest, crying too hard to explain why every loose ticket stub, gum wrapper, and nickel in the station had begun circling her in widening rings. The crowd backed away, not all at once, but in little betrayals of space. A mother pulled 2 children behind her. A businessman raised his briefcase like a shield. Someone shouted for police, and the shout changed the girls crying into panic. Jon felt the flare from 3 miles away through a blue manifestation perched above a Queens rooftop and through human fingers signing a Titan memo as if ink and pulse were all he had to manage. Metal wanted to move toward the girl. Coins tugged from pockets. A watch chain snapped and flew upward, glittering like a silver snake before joining the spinning field around her. The violin case buckled in her arms as the tuning pegs tried to answer the same command. I'm sorry, the girl gasped, turning in place as papers whipped around her knees. I'm sorry, I can't stop it. 2 transit police pushed through the crowd with drawn batons and faces set too hard for children. One pointed toward her. Put the case down and get on the ground. I can't, she said, voice cracking. Please, I can't. The first officer reached for his radio. Possible mutant disturbance. We need transport and containment. That word made the nearest adults retreat faster. Containment meant danger confirmed. Containment meant the girl had already become a problem instead of a person. The rails began to hum. A train was approaching, and the loose metal around the platform leaned toward it as if the girl's fear had mistaken arrival for threat. Dr. Manhattan appeared between the girl and the tracks. The air did not burst. It accepted him, blue skin bright under station lights, white eyes calm, atomic mark steady above them. The spinning debris struck an invisible curve around him and slowed, each object pausing in mid-air like a thought reconsidered. The girl stared at him through tears. I can't make it stop. Yes, you can, Dr. Manhattan said. Not alone, perhaps, but that is not the same as cannot. The officer lifted his baton. Sir, step away from her. Dr. Manhattan did not look back. No. The train screamed into the station, brakes sparking, wind slamming coats and newspapers against legs. Dr. Manhattan raised one hand. The sparks died before they could scatter. The rails steadied. The storm of coins, watch parts, ticket clips, and broken violin strings settled into neat circles on the floor around the girl's shoes. Her violin case unfolded itself, not whole, but safe enough that it stopped hurting her hands. Breathe in, Dr. Manhattan said, lowering himself until she could see only him and not the crowd. Feel the pull. Do not fight it. Ask it to narrow. She sobbed once, then inhaled. The coins twitched, skittered, and stilled. The second officer moved toward her wrist with handcuffs ready. Dr. Manhattan turned his head, and the cuffs opened gently in the man's hand, falling apart into two harmless loops and a loose chain. She needs a doctor, a teacher, and someone who knows her name, he said. Not a cage with paperwork. A woman near the newspaper stand whispered, her name is Ruth. She plays outside the library sometimes. The girl looked toward the voice, shaking. Ruth Adler, she said, as if proving herself to the room. Dr. Manhattan nodded once. Then remember Ruth Adler first. The train doors opened behind him. No one stepped out for several seconds. No one stepped in. The city had paused around a blue man, a frightened girl, and the strange new possibility that power did not have to end with someone dragged away. The station did not release the story all at once. It released it upward in pieces. Passengers climbing stairs too quickly, transit police arguing with their own radios, a woman from the newspaper stand repeating Ruth Adler's name to anyone who would listen, and a little boy in a cap insisting that Dr. Manhattan had stopped a train without touching it. By the time Ruth reached the street, 2 patrol cars had arrived, 3 reporters had followed the crowd from the hospital district, and a plain black sedan waited across the avenue with its engine running. Dr. Manhattan stood beside Ruth and her aunt beneath the station awning. Rain from the morning still clung to the curb in shallow black strips. Ruth held her damaged violin case against her chest, fingers white around the handle, and every loose coin in the gutter trembled whenever her breathing grew too quick. Her aunt, a narrow woman with tired eyes and a hat pinned too tightly to her hair, lifted her chin at the nearest officer. She is coming home with me. The officer looked at Dr. Manhattan, then at the girl, then at the gathering reporters. Ma'am, after an incident like this, we're required to take statements. You may take mine, Dr. Manhattan said. The officer swallowed. Yours? Yes. Dr. Manhattan's white eyes remained calm. A child became frightened. Adults responded by increasing the fear. The result was predictable. A reporter laughed once before realizing no one else had. Ruth's aunt drew the girl closer. From the black sedan, a man in a plain suit stepped out and adjusted his cuffs. He did not carry a badge where the crowd could see one, which meant the badge mattered more elsewhere. We'd like to speak with Miss Adler somewhere quiet. No, Ruth's aunt said at once. The man's smile did not move much. This is a public safety matter. Dr. Manhattan turned toward him. The coins in the gutter stopped trembling. Public safety is not improved by making children disappear into quiet rooms. The smile vanished. And who decides that? Ruth's voice came small but clear. I do. She looked startled by her own answer, then gripped her aunt's sleeve and said it again with more breath behind it. I do. Dr. Manhattan inclined his head, as if she had moved something heavier than metal. Then that is the answer. The man in the suit looked past him toward the reporters, measuring the cost of reaching in public. He stepped back. Not surrender. Calculation. Jon knew the difference too well to mistake it. Across the avenue, another camera flashed, catching blue skin, white eyes, the atomic mark, Ruth's green coat, and the government man retreating by one polished shoe. In a club miles away, the silver-ringed man would hear of the second child before dinner. In a shield file, Miguel Alvarez and Ruth Adler would become adjacent entries without any clean bridge to Titan. In the mouths of schoolchildren, Dr. Manhattan would become something simpler and more dangerous than acid or anomaly. He would become the one who came when adults forgot the name of a child. Human Jon, seated at Titan with a coffee cup cooling in his hand, felt Jean's hand settle over his wrist beneath the conference table where no one but Howard could see. You changed the question, she murmured. Jon watched Maria Hill carry another call sheet past the glass, unaware of what his other self had just refused on a public street. No, he said softly. They did. I only answered. 49. Public persona. The bridge over the East River failed during morning traffic with a sound like a city biting through its own teeth. Steel cables snapped one after another, sharp reports vanishing beneath horns, screams, and the heavy groan of roadway settling where roadway had no right to sink. A bus slewed sideways across 2 lanes. A delivery truck struck the rail and hung there, front wheels in open air, while commuters abandoned cars and ran toward either end of the span with briefcases clutched like shields. Jon felt the failure before the first radio call found Titan. Human Jon stood in his office with a pen above a patient outcome summary. Maria Hill visible through the glass as she answered the switchboard. Howard 2 floors below arguing with an engineer about tolerances, and Jean somewhere in the building with a cup of coffee growing cold in her hand. Blue felt the bridge's stress, load, vibration, and fear. The city had built a question in steel and asked it too late. A blue panel opened across Jon's sight while the pen still touched paper. Jon Osterman, age, 60. Dr. Manhattan, 30%. Attribute growth confirmed. Public persona unlocked. The words did not feel like celebration. They felt like a door opening onto witnesses. Dr. Manhattan appeared above the bridge in full daylight. Cameras saw him before he acted. Drivers saw blue skin, white eyes, and the atomic mark on his brow as he descended through drifting grit and open panic. He caught the hanging truck first, one hand raised, its torn axle settling into stillness as if weight had become negotiable. Inside the cab, the driver stared through the cracked windshield with both hands locked on the wheel. "Do not move," Dr. Manhattan said. The driver laughed once, too close to sobbing. "Wasn't planning on it." A cable shrieked. The bus tilted toward the gap. Dr. Manhattan turned, and the world obeyed in visible pieces. Bolts slid back into housings. Torn steel plates straightened enough to hold. The bus lifted half a foot, then settled onto a blue-white plane of force that had not existed a heartbeat earlier, faint as glass and solid as judgment. Passengers pressed their faces to the windows. A child waved before his mother dragged his hand down, then lifted her own despite herself. On the Manhattan side, a police officer shouted into a radio. "He's here. Dr. Manhattan is on the bridge. Tell rescue crews to hold position until the span stops moving." The span stopped moving. Dr. Manhattan lowered the bus onto safe pavement, then eased the delivery truck backward from the rail. He did not repair everything. Not yet. He chose what saved lives first and left the evidence of weakness visible around the healed supports. Public miracles could become lies if they erased the need for human work. A newsreel cameraman climbed onto the hood of an abandoned taxi, hands shaking as he cranked. "Look this way," he called, because instinct had outrun awe. "Dr. Manhattan, one statement. Are you acting for America?" Dr. Manhattan turned just enough for every camera to catch his profile, white eyes calm beneath the atomic mark. "I am acting for the people on this bridge," he said. The answer crossed the water faster than sirens. Human Jon felt it from Titan as Maria's switchboard lit up all at once. On the bridge, Dr. Manhattan lifted a crying child from a cracked car window and placed him in his father's arms. The father tried to speak and failed. Dr. Manhattan did not wait for thanks. Another cable groaned, another car shifted, and the public persona the panel had named became real, one rescue at a time. The bridge rescue did not end when the last passenger reached solid ground. It multiplied through mouths, cameras, radios, and the shocked silence of men who had expected death and received a blue man instead. By noon, boys were drawing atomic marks in notebook margins. By 1, a veteran with one of Titan's early prosthetics stood outside a diner and told anyone who would listen that Dr. Manhattan had the calm hands of a surgeon and the timing of a saint. By 2, a radio host with a voice made for certainty asked whether America had found its real Superman or created its first uncontrollable problem. Human Jon heard that sentence from Howard's office radio while sitting in the chair nearest the window. Jean stood by the shelves with the latest evening edition open in both hands. Howard paced between them, delighted, alarmed, and professionally offended that the papers were trying to brand someone without consulting him. "They're using hero," Howard said, tapping the newspaper hard enough to make the folded pages jump. "That matters. They're also using foreign asset, mutant shield, alien rescuer, blue vigilante, and, my personal favorite, patriotic concern." Jean looked up from the article. Patriotic concern means they're angry he saved people without asking who owned the bridge. It means they don't know whether to kiss him, draft him, or build a cage large enough to pretend it was always a safety protocol, Howard said. But children are drawing him already. That's faster than fear in some rooms. Jon looked through the window toward the street below. A cluster of teenagers had gathered near the newsstand, arguing over a paper held between them. One boy jabbed at the bridge photograph and said something that made the others laugh. A smaller child beside them had colored his whole hand blue with ink and was being scolded by his mother, though she kept glancing at the photograph when she thought no one noticed. Jean came to stand beside Jon. "This is the opening," she said quietly. "Not victory, not safety, but an opening." Below, the child with the blue hand lifted it toward the sky when his mother turned to pay the newsman. The gesture was clumsy, secret, and hopeful enough to hurt. A second voice crackled from the radio, sharper than the host. "He encourages disorder. Every mutant child who sees this will think public force gets rewarded." Jean's jaw tightened. There it is. Jon did not look away from the child. "Yes." Howard reached over and turned the volume lower, not off. "So what does Dr. Manhattan do now?" Across the city, Blue stood unseen beneath the repaired bridge, fingertips resting against a stress line no inspector had found yet. Human Jon watched the blue-handed child lower his palm before his mother saw. "He becomes consistent," Jon said. "Not owned, not random, recognizable." The formal blue file began without Jon's name in it. It formed in a windowless room where men placed photographs on a corkboard and pretended arrangement was understanding. Bridge, hospital, schoolyard, and subway platform sat beside one another. A blue figure hovered in grainy images, sometimes blurred by rain, sometimes sharpened by flashbulbs, always separate from the world around him in a way that made ordinary scale look embarrassed. Below the photographs, type labels tried to contain what the pictures could not. Unknown enhanced individual, possible mutant, possible extraterrestrial, atomic energy signature, non-hostile but non-compliant. A SHIELD analyst with tired eyes pinned Ruth Adler's witness statement beside Miguel Alvarez's. "He keeps naming the children first," she said. The man beside her, older and harder around the mouth, wrote on a clipboard without looking up. "That's behavior, not motive. It's a pattern. Patterns become useful when they predict action." He tapped the bridge photograph with his pencil. "He responds to public danger, distressed miners, structural failure, and visible containment pressure. He interferes with local authority but avoids casualties. We can work with that." Across the room, another analyst set a Geiger counter report beside a still frame from the bridge rescue. Radiation readings were inconsistent, elevated near appearance, then nothing. Cameras fogged, then cleared. Metal distortion without heat. No entry vector, no exit vector. "Nothing enters from nowhere," the older man said. The tired-eyed analyst looked at the blue figure in the photograph. "Maybe he does." Jon listened through a blue manifestation no one in the room could see, standing beside a filing cabinet whose lock had been picked twice and repaired once by hands that did not know they were being observed. He did not disturb the papers. Shield's lane was where it belonged. Anomaly, threat, rescue pattern, no Titan bridge, no Jon Osterman thread. Clean investigation was not harmless, but it was honest enough to study. Then a second folder arrived, brought in under the arm of a man whose tie was too plain and whose shoes were too expensive. The label read Preliminary Containment Concepts. Jon felt the room change before anyone opened it. Curiosity leaned toward ownership. The older analyst frowned. "Who authorized that?" "Interdepartmental request," the man with expensive shoes said. "If he keeps appearing at critical incidents, someone upstairs wants options." The tired-eyed analyst did not touch the folder. "Options for what?" "Measurement first," the man said, smiling as if measurement had never been used as a leash. "Response later." At Titan, Human Jon's pen stopped moving over the patient report. Jean looked across Howard's office and saw the stillness enter him. "What happened?" she asked. Jon set the pen down with deliberate care. The language changed. Howard, who had been pretending not to listen while reading the paper, lowered it. "From what to what?" "From who is he," Jon said, "to how do we prepare for him?" Jean's expression hardened, but her voice stayed low. "And your answer?" In the windowless room, Unseen Blue watched the containment folder open. At Titan, Human Jon looked at the bridge photograph lying beside Howard's radio and felt the public persona settle heavier around him. "We make the next pattern clearer," he said, "before their options become policy." By dusk, Jon had chosen the pattern and let the city see it. Dr. Manhattan appeared where danger became public enough to teach and urgent enough to deserve him. A tenement fire in Hell's Kitchen, a ferry engine room filling with smoke, a factory crane that had lost its brake above men too proud to run until the load began to fall. He did not arrive with speeches. He did not salute flags. He appeared, acted, and left behind people who could say what they had seen without being able to say where he had gone. At the tenement, he stepped through smoke that curled away from his blue skin as if the air had found a door. A woman clutched 2 children against her and coughed so hard her knees shook. Firemen on the stairs shouted for ladders. Dr. Manhattan lifted one hand and pulled heat from the hallway in a long, shimmering breath, not enough to extinguish everything and make men useless, but enough to give them time. "This way," he said. The older child stared at his white eyes, too frightened to cry. "Are you Superman?" "No," Dr. Manhattan said, lifting the mother gently without taking the children from her arms. "Superman smiles more." The child's laugh broke into a cough, and the fireman nearest them laughed too, because relief needed any door it could find. Dr. Manhattan carried them through the smoke and placed them beside the waiting ambulance. When a reporter shoved a microphone toward him and asked whether America could depend on him, he looked toward the burning windows where the firemen were still working. "Depend on one another first," he said. "I am not a substitute for courage." At the ferry, he sealed a cracked fuel line with 2 fingers while men stumbled through gray air toward daylight. At the factory, he stopped the falling crane load above 3 workers and lowered it so carefully the hook touched the ground without a clang. Each rescue left cameras with enough image to print and not enough closeness to own. Children got a blue figure in the sky. Governments got frustration. Frightened mutants got a rumor that power could step into the open and not be dragged away. Night settled over Titan by the time Human Jon returned to Howard's office, though part of him had never left. Jean waited by the window with her arms folded, the city's lights catching in her hair. Howard sat behind the desk, unusually quiet, one finger resting on the edge of the bridge photograph. Jean looked at Jon before she spoke. That was deliberate. "Yes," Jon said. "Rescue. Restraint. Names first. No ownership. No flag." She unfolded her arms slowly. "You're teaching them how to see him." Howard leaned back, "And teaching every ambitious bastard in 3 governments how badly they want a leash." Jon felt the truth of that in the files already moving, the cameras being requisitioned, the private club envelopes being sealed, the hungry little theories finding money. "Yes," he said, "that is the cost." Jean came closer and took his hand where Howard could see, because secrecy had limits and support had its own kind of defiance. "Then don't let the persona become another place to hide." Jon looked down at her fingers around his. Outside, somewhere across the city, a child drew an atomic mark in blue ink and a senator underlined the word response in a memo. "I won't," he said, and meant it as a promise made by the man, not the myth. 50. The first net. The first net did not look like a net. It looked like a municipal safety review, a Defense Department field exercise, and 3 ordinary news vans parked too neatly near places where trouble had recently learned to bloom. Radiation meters arrived in battered cases and were signed for by men with county badges who had never worked for the county. Long lens cameras found rooftops above bridges, hospitals, subway mouths, and schoolyards. Emergency dispatch clerks received revised routing sheets with language so harmless it nearly glowed, and police sergeants were told to note unusual atmospheric effects, blue light, metal distortion, or unexplained equipment failure. Jon felt the pattern gather before anyone said Dr. Manhattan aloud. Human Jon stood in Titan's upper conference room with a procurement schedule in front of him, one hand resting on the back of Jean's chair while Howard argued with an insurance man over a telephone in the next office. Before Jon let himself speak, he swept the room by habit, attention passing through screws, lamp bases, switch plates, hollow chair legs, fresh solder, odd copper paths, displaced dust, and borrowed current. The room came back clean. No hidden microphones, no planted recorder, no camera eye tucked where a nervous contractor might pretend maintenance had been done. Blue stood unseen beside a shield field table 2 burrows away, watching an analyst unpack a Geiger counter with hands careful enough for science and nervous enough for prayer. A defense liaison in a gray suit pointed to a map covered in pins, each one placed near a recent rescue or a probable future failure. "We're not attempting contact," the liaison said, though his pencil had circled every exit route from the marked locations. "Observation only. If the subject appears, we record, measure, and avoid provocation." A younger analyst glanced at the roof plan and then at the lens cases stacked by the wall. "And if he sees us seeing him?" The liaison paused just long enough to make the room understand that no one had a good answer. Then we learn whether the subject reacts to surveillance. Jon listened from the corner no one knew was occupied and felt the lie beneath the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to understand. Defense wanted options. A third channel, quieter and dirtier, had nudged the routing sheets through a clerk whose uncle had a bank account with no honest history. Hydra had not signed the forms. Hydra rarely needed to. It breathed through incentives, favors, old debts, and men who used the word safety when they meant ownership. At Titan, Jean looked up before Jon moved. Her eyes narrowed slightly, catching the change in him the way a musician caught one wrong note under an orchestra. Something's happening. Yes, Jon said, keeping his hand on her chair because the contact mattered more than it should have and exactly as much as it needed to. They've stopped waiting for disasters to explain him. They're arranging themselves around the next one. Howard's office door opened, and he stepped in with the receiver still in his hand. Please tell me that isn't as bad as it sounds. Jon looked through the city, through cameras being mounted, meters being tested, and observers being placed where frightened people would soon have no idea they had become bait for curiosity. It is not connected to Titan, he said. That is good. Jean's fingers closed around the edge of her folder. And the bad part? Blue watched a man in an expensive plain coat slide one extra sealed packet beneath the field table, separate from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s labeled instruments. Human Jon's voice remained calm. The bad part is that the first serious attempt to measure Dr. Manhattan is already contaminated. The emergency came from beneath Lexington Avenue, where a subway train stopped between stations and filled with smoke that smelled of burned insulation, hot oil, and frightened breath. A relay box had failed first, but the failure had been helped along by a maintenance tag placed on the wrong unit and a routing note that sent the nearest repair crew 6 blocks south. That part was not visible to passengers coughing into sleeves and scarves. To them, the world had become a dark car, a stalled tunnel, and the rising certainty that the doors would not open. Dr. Manhattan appeared in the tunnel outside the third car, blue light touching wet brick and black rail. Cameras caught him from both ends before the passengers saw him. He felt the lenses pivot, the meters spike, and the wire recorders begin their slow, hungry turn. He felt men on rooftops above the street lean over instruments and whisper into throat microphones, and he felt the subtler layer beneath them, the extra current through an unmarked receiver tucked inside a newspaper truck with no newspapermen inside. Subject present, a S.H.I.E.L.D. observer said from the north stairwell, voice too calm for the tremor in his pulse. Repeat, subject present. Blue light confirmed. Radiation meter is reacting. Do not approach, the field lead replied. Record only. Emergency crews are 4 minutes out. They should be 30 seconds out, the observer said. The protest was small, but it was honest enough for Jon to mark the man separately from the machinery around him. Dr. Manhattan placed one hand against the locked subway door and persuaded the mechanism to remember release. Metal slid aside with a groan. Inside, a man in a suit had wrapped his coat around a young girl's face and was trying not to panic in front of her. Please, the man said, voice ruined by smoke. There are children in the back. I know, Dr. Manhattan said. He drew smoke away first, not by wind, but by separation. Carbon and heat folded toward the ceiling and streamed along the tunnel in a narrow black ribbon, leaving breathable air behind like a path being uncovered under dirty water. Passengers stumbled toward him. He lifted the smallest ones over the gap, set an elderly woman's hand into a fireman's grip at the service door, and steadied the train's third rail with a thought so the rescue crews would not die for arriving late. Above, the meters gave them numbers. The cameras gave them shape. Dr. Manhattan gave them errors. He let one sensor see radiation where there was only ionized air. He let another record a thermal bloom 2 tunnels away. He did not destroy the instruments. Broken tools taught anger. Misleading tools taught bad certainty. A transit officer stared at him from the service door, face gray with soot. Are you the reason our crews got rerouted? Dr. Manhattan turned his white eyes toward the stairwell camera hidden behind a chipped enamel sign. No, he said, but someone wanted me to arrive before they did. The trap tightened after the passengers reached the service platform. That was the cruel part of it, and the clever part too. Once the worst screams had become coughing relief, uniforms began to sort the living into categories: injured, witness, transit employee, press, unknown. A gate at the south stairwell jammed shut with 30 people still below street level, and a second smoke pocket rolled back from an access corridor that should have been ventilating outward. The rerouted repair crew had not merely been delayed. Someone had changed the pattern of escape. Dr. Manhattan turned toward the sound before the first officer shouted. The jammed gate held because a maintenance pin had been hammered into the hinge from the wrong side. Not corrosion, not accident, a human choice wrapped in plausible neglect. Beyond it, a teenage boy with soot on his face stood with both hands raised while blue-white sparks crawled over his knuckles. 2 transit policemen had their batons out, and a man in a plain brown coat pointed at the boy with the certainty of someone feeding a prepared story. "He did it," the man said, voice cutting through coughs and panic. "I saw him touch the wall before the lights died. He's one of those mutants." The boy shook his head so hard tears cut tracks through the soot. I didn't do anything. It started after the train stopped." A woman clutched his sleeve. "He helped my mother breathe," she said, trying to pull him back from the officers. "He was making air move. He wasn't hurting anyone." The man in the brown coat stepped aside just enough for the camera hidden beneath his lapel button to see the sparks. "Ma'am, step away from him. For your own safety." Dr. Manhattan crossed the platform, and the officers froze despite themselves. The boy's sparks flickered brighter as fear fed whatever gift had opened under pressure. John saw the shape of it at once. Electrical displacement, crude and panicked. Not the cause of the relay failure but easy to blame in a city hungry for simple monsters. "Do not touch him," Dr. Manhattan said. The nearer officer swallowed. "Sir, we have witnesses saying he caused the incident." "You have one man saying so," Dr. Manhattan said, looking at the brown coat. "And one altered maintenance record, one delayed crew, one jammed gate, and one frightened child placed where blame would find him." The boy stared at him, hope and terror fighting across his face. "I'm not dangerous." Dr. Manhattan held out one blue hand, palm open. "Not to me." Above them, recorders kept turning. The cleanest exit would have been to vanish, leaving the false readings, false routing, and false witness tangled behind him. Instead, Dr. Manhattan stayed, because the boy's sparks were beginning to climb and every lens in the tunnel was waiting for fear to become evidence. Dr. Manhattan stepped between the boy and the cameras before fear could finish its work. The sparks crawling over the boy's hands bent toward him at once, drawn by a steadier field, blue-white threads thinning into harmless filaments that wrapped around Dr. Manhattan's wrist and vanished into his skin without sound. The boy flinched as if he had expected punishment and found silence instead. "Breathe slowly," Dr. Manhattan said. "The current follows panic because panic gives it no other path." The boy tried. His first breath hitched. The second shook. By the third, the sparks dimmed enough for the woman beside him to tighten her grip on his sleeve without pain. One of the transit policemen lowered his baton by an inch, ashamed of the gesture only after making it. The man in the brown coat turned toward the stairwell, already choosing retreat. Dr. Manhattan did not move to stop him. Instead, one of the hidden recorders in the coat's lining warmed, softened, and forgot the last 9 minutes. Its tape kept turning with a perfect mechanical lie. It would preserve tunnel noise, footsteps, static, and a blurred silhouette, but no clean face, no clean spark pattern, no proof worth building a cage around. "You're letting him go?" the soot-faced officer asked, eyes flicking from the boy to the fleeing man. "I am letting him lead someone to disappointment," Dr. Manhattan said. Above, the instruments began to disagree. Radiation meters recorded a rising value that matched no isotope. Thermal cameras found a blue figure in 2 separate locations at once, one in the tunnel, one already 3 blocks north beneath a bakery with no basement. A long lens camera caught Dr. Manhattan's atomic mark with impossible clarity, while the next frame showed nothing but wet tile and a transit poster warning people not to block doors. Shield's field lead cursed softly over the radio. "Readings are compromised," the younger analyst said. "Sir, he's feeding us contradictions." "No," the field lead said, voice lower now. "He's telling us he knows we're here." Dr. Manhattan heard it and accepted the lesson as mutual. He lifted his hand, and the jammed gate opened with a hard metallic cough. Civilians poured through, coughing, crying, alive. The boy stayed where he was until Dr. Manhattan looked back at him. "What do I do now?" the boy asked. "Go home with the woman who defended you," Dr. Manhattan said. "Do not answer questions alone. Do not let frightened adults name you before you know yourself." The woman nodded, face streaked with soot and resolve. "I'll take him." Dr. Manhattan vanished only after the last trapped passenger climbed the stairs. In the tunnel, the tools kept their bad certainty. In a car 2 blocks away, the man in the brown coat opened his packet and found blank paper fused into a single smooth block. He stared at it until his hands began to shake, because he had learned what S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned in a cleaner room with cleaner fear. Dr. Manhattan had seen the net. He had not broken it. He had walked through it, saved the bait, spared the hunters, and left every hungry institution with enough truth to misunderstand him better. 51. Human hours. The first hour after the measurement net should have belonged to analysis, reports, and every hungry mind trying to decide whether Dr. Manhattan had escaped a trap or taught the trap to embarrass itself. Jon allowed the machinery of response to begin without him. Blue remained elsewhere, distant enough to keep field teams nervous and visible enough to keep frightened mutants hopeful, but human Jon took a car north with Jean beside him and a wooden crate of parts resting between his shoes. Jean noticed the crate before she commented on the destination. She sat with one gloved hand on the doorstrap, watching evening slide across the city windows in bronze strips. Please tell me we're not bringing classified prosthetic components to dinner. Jon looked down at the crate, where 3 old hand assemblies, 2 damaged wrist actuators, a bundle of sensor leads, and a rejected Titan interface board rested beneath a folded cloth. They are decommissioned educational materials. That means yes, Jean said. It means Tony has been taking apart radios faster than Howard can pretend not to be proud. Jean's mouth curved, but her eyes stayed on him in that way that made lying feel like a badly designed machine. And you needed to deliver them tonight? Jon watched a newsboy on the corner hold up a paper with Dr. Manhattan blurred across the front page, blue ink already turning myth into product. Yes, he said, tonight especially. The Stark house was warm with supper smells, lamplight, and the kind of careful normality rich people built when their lives had too many rooms for quiet to fill on its own. Edwin Jarvis opened the door with a precision that made welcome look like an art form. He took Jean's coat, glanced once at the crate, and allowed one eyebrow to rise by a fraction. Master Anthony has been advised that no machinery is to enter the dining room, Jarvis said. Jon lifted the crate slightly. Then I will keep it in the hall. Jarvis gave him a look of dry approval. A rare triumph of civilization over enthusiasm, sir. From somewhere deeper in the house, Tony shouted, Uncle John's here. Footsteps came fast, uneven with excitement rather than clumsiness, and Tony Stark skidded into the hall in shirt-sleeves with a smudge of grease near his jaw and a tie hanging loose around his neck like a captured snake. He was 11, all sharp eyes and restless hands, too young for the weight the future would put on him and already old enough to resent being treated as small. Howard appeared behind him, drink in hand, expression split between pride and discipline. Anthony, we walk indoors. Tony glanced at the crate and forgot the correction entirely. Is that for me? Jean stepped closer to Jon, her shoulder brushing his sleeve. The contact was light, but it caught him harder than the boy's grin. Human hours, she had called them once. Not hiding, not paperwork, not blue saving strangers while Jon's life waited politely in another room. Jon set the crate down and lifted the cloth. Some of it, he said. If your mother agrees that the dining room remains intact. Maria Stark entered from the parlor, elegant and amused. My son may have one impossible box of parts after supper, she said. And only if Uncle Jon promises not to help him build anything that can chase the staff. Tony leaned over the crate with reverence usually reserved for holy relics and forbidden engines. I can make something useful. Howard snorted. Last time, useful poured coffee into my shoe. It was trying to help, Tony said. Jon looked at the small hand assembly resting in the crate, then at the boy reaching for it with bright, careful hunger. Then teach it better manners, he said. Tony grinned as if Jon had handed him not scrap, but permission. Jean watched that grin land in Jon's face and soften something the public myth had nearly tightened out of him. In the hall behind them, the newspapers kept shouting from every corner of America, but inside the Stark house, for the length of one breath, Jon was only a man bringing parts to a boy who trusted him. Supper at the Stark house did not survive Tony's attention intact, but it came closer than anyone had expected. Jarvis placed the dishes with calm precision, Maria guarded the roast from conversation that wandered too near military funding, and Howard tried to ask Jean about Westchester while watching his son glance toward the hall every 12 seconds. The boy ate quickly, then corrected himself when Maria looked at him, slowing his fork with visible suffering. Jean sat beside Jon with her knee almost touching his beneath the table. Does he always look at machinery as if it's calling his name? Howard cut into his roast and sighed. Only when it is, which is apparently always. Tony swallowed before speaking, which earned him a pleased look from Jarvis near the sideboard. Uncle John brought a Titan interface board. It has better contact points than the junk Dad lets me use. The junk Dad lets you use, Howard said, lifting his glass, keeps this house from needing its own fire department. Maria glanced at Jon. You see what you've done. You've encouraged technical ingratitude. Jon looked across the table at Tony, whose foot had started tapping under his chair in a rhythm that matched the mental disassembly of every component in the crate. I encouraged precision, he said. The ingratitude was inherited. Howard pointed his fork at him. I heard that. Good, Maria said. It was meant to reach you. The laughter that followed was small, ordinary, and dangerous in a way no government net had been. Jon felt it catch inside him, not as data, not as a tactical necessity, but as a living thing that expected him to remain present long enough to answer it. Jean's hand brushed his beneath the edge of the table. She did not squeeze. She did not need to. The question was there anyway. After supper, Tony was released to the hall like a prisoner granted parole. Jon knelt beside the crate while the boy crouched opposite him, hands hovering but not grabbing, because even at 11 he understood that the right part mattered more than the first part. Jon selected a damaged prosthetic hand and placed it on the carpet between them. Tony's eyes brightened. Can I keep this one? If you can tell me why it was rejected, Jon said. Tony bent over it, grease-smudged cheek nearly touching the metal. Third finger sticks. No, not sticks. It overcorrects because the feedback sensor lies after pressure. The joint thinks it's behind when it's already ahead. He looked up, triumphant. It panics. Jon nodded once. Then build something that does not panic. Jean stood in the doorway with Maria and watched Tony cradle the broken hand as if it were a promise. Her gaze slid to Jon, softer now and less patient. You're good at giving boys futures, she said. Jon did not look away from Tony. Only parts. No, Jean said, and the quiet correction changed the room. More than parts. The correction did not stay in the hall. It followed Jon into the conservatory after Tony had been shepherded toward the small workshop behind the kitchen with Jarvis as escort and Howard pretending not to trail after them. Maria closed the door behind the men with a knowing look, leaving Jean and Jon among potted citrus trees, glass panes dark with night, and low yellow lamps that turned the room into a place designed for private honesty. Jean stopped beside a lemon tree and touched one glossy leaf. You felt it, didn't you? Jon stood near the center of the tiled floor, hands loosely folded, his attention still aware of Tony's excited voice through 2 rooms and 3 walls. Tony's analysis was correct. The feedback sensor was miscalibrated after load. That wasn't what I meant, Jean said. He looked at her then. The lamps caught the red in her hair and made it look almost alive, a quiet fire held behind human skin. She was not angry, not yet. Anger would have been easier to answer. This was worse because she had come armed with patience, and patience from Jean often meant she had already decided where the truth was and was waiting for him to arrive. Jon drew breath. I felt present. Her shoulders eased, but only slightly. Good. Then don't run from that because it scares you more than satellites, senators, or men trying to measure blue. Outside the glass, the garden lay dark and manicured, shaped by money and time. Inside, Jon felt the whole house around him. Tony arguing that a broken hand could be taught to wave, Howard laughing despite himself, Maria warning them not to make sparks near curtains, Jarvis correcting everyone's vocabulary with lethal politeness. It should have been background. It was not. Jean stepped closer. When you're with Tony, you stop sounding like a man defending his right to exist. You sound like someone who expects tomorrow. That is a dangerous expectation, Jon said. So is love, Jean replied, and the word landed between them with no ornament to soften it. But you don't get to build a third way for mutants, children, soldiers, senators, frightened strangers, and the whole impossible future while treating your own life like a hallway you pass through on the way to work. Jon's gaze dropped to her hand where it rested against the leaf. Her fingers were steady. They had become steadier over the years, not because the phoenix slept, but because Jean had learned the shape of her own fire and no longer mistook every heat for danger. He wondered if she saw him the same way, all power and restraint and unfinished fear. "What are you asking me for?" he asked. Jean came close enough that he could feel her warmth without touching her. "A night that belongs to us before Blue or Titan or Xavier or Howard gets another piece of you. A meal, a walk, a dance if I feel merciful. Something human enough that you can't file it as strategy." Jon heard Tony shout in triumph from the workshop, followed by Howard saying, "That had better not be moving on its own." The sound pulled a small smile from Jean before she looked back at him and waited. Jon took her hand from the lemon leaf and held it carefully, not as if she might break, but as if the moment might. "Tomorrow," he said. "No meetings after 6. No Blue unless catastrophe demands him. Dinner first." Jean's eyes searched his face. "And after?" Jon felt the question open beneath the words, deeper than schedule, warmer than promise. "After," he said, "I will try not to be useful." This time, Jean smiled. "That may be your most ambitious experiment yet." The small workshop behind the kitchen smelled of oil, solder, old wood, and the particular excitement of a boy who had been given permission near tools. Tony had spread the parts across a felt mat with surprising discipline, ranking each piece by size, probable function, and how offended he looked that adults had discarded it. Howard stood behind him with his arms folded, not interfering with visible effort. Jarvis remained near the door, holding a tray of coffee like a man prepared to defend civilization with porcelain. Tony fitted the damaged hand assembly to a spare wrist actuator and frowned so hard his whole face seemed to aim at the screw. "It's not a hand anymore," he said. "It's too small for a hand and too stupid for a person." Howard tilted his head. "An inspiring design philosophy." "It could hold things," Tony said, ignoring him with the confidence of a child who had learned that genius made adults talk in the margins. "Or pass tools. Or stir paint. Or open doors." Jarvis cleared his throat delicately. "I would prefer doors remain under adult supervision, Master Anthony." Jon crouched beside Tony and rotated one sensor housing between thumb and forefinger. "Start with passing tools. A machine that opens doors before it understands rooms becomes everyone's problem." Tony accepted the part and looked up at him with absolute seriousness. "You think it can learn rooms?" Howard made a sound halfway between warning and pride. "No teaching the arm philosophy tonight." Jean stood in the doorway with Maria, her hand resting lightly on the frame. Jon felt her watching him more than the machine, and this time he did not retreat into measurement. He handed Tony a smaller actuator, then deliberately stopped before solving the coupling problem for him. Tony noticed. His eyes narrowed. "You know how to make it work." "Yes," Jon said. "And you're not telling me?" "I am giving you a problem worth keeping." The boy stared at him for a long second, then grinned and bent over the parts again. "Fine, but when it works, it's going to wave at you first." Howard laughed. "If it waves instead of stealing silverware, I'll call that progress." Jon rose and stepped back beside Jean. She looked at him with quiet approval that warmed him more than it should have. From the workbench came the soft clink of Tony sorting parts into a future he did not yet know how to name. When they left the house, the city air had cooled and the newspapers still shouted from stands near the curb. Jean slid her hand through Jon's arm as if claiming the space before duty could reclaim it. "Tomorrow after 6, she said. Jon looked down at her hand and let the promise settle into him as a chosen limitation. Tomorrow after 6. Somewhere across the city, Blue remained a myth watched by satellites, senators, and frightened men with files. Jon opened the car door for Jean and chose, for one evening ahead of them, to be late to everything else. 52. Public myth, private man. By morning, the measurement net had become a dozen stories that could not agree on the shape of the same man. One field report said Dr. Manhattan had passed through containment beams like blue smoke and rebuilt a subway support with one hand. Another insisted he had appeared on a rooftop 3 boroughs away while the first team still had eyes on him. A third, written by an engineer too honest to be useful, admitted the sensors had measured something present, absent, local, and not local in alternating intervals, which made everyone above him furious enough to call the language imprecise rather than the truth terrifying. Jon read the copied reports in Titan's smaller secure room while Howard stood at the coffee service and Jean leaned against the wall beside the door. He had swept the room before speaking, attention moving through the lamp bases, vents, ceiling tiles, telephone housing, picture frames, table bolts, and the brass hinge of the service cabinet. Nothing listened except the people he had permitted. That should have comforted him. Instead, it reminded him how often comfort depended on checking. Howard dropped 2 sugar cubes into his coffee and stirred with more violence than sweetness required. Congratulations. Blue is now officially a physics problem, a public relations problem, a procurement fantasy, and a migraine with cheekbones. Jean looked over the first page in her hand. They're not just afraid of what he can do. They're afraid they can't tell when he's finished doing it. That is the point, Jon said. A schedule becomes a cage. A predictable rescue becomes bait. Howard turned toward him, cup in hand. You understand that every government office in the country is going to hear that and decide the answer is a bigger cage. They were already building one, Jon said. Now they have to admit the first version failed. Beyond the secure room, Titan moved through its ordinary day with deliberate calm. Elevators opened and closed. Secretaries carried folders. Engineers argued over parts shipments. Somewhere below, a new prosthetic hand flexed on a test stand, its fingers opening with careful patience. Jon felt all of it, and through Blue, he also felt 3 patrol cars circling yesterday's subway entrance, 2 federal technicians lying about who had sent them, and 1 frightened mutant boy standing outside a newsstand tracing the atomic mark on the front page with his thumb. Jean lowered the report. And you? She asked. Are you becoming clearer to anyone, or only harder to catch? The question slipped beneath the public problem and found the private one without asking permission. Jon looked at the clock on the wall. 6 was 10 hours away, and already the day was trying to spend him before he reached it. Howard saw the look and narrowed his eyes. If this is the part where you turn into 7 blue men and forget dinner exists, I should warn you that Jean frightens me more than defense. Jean's smile was small and dangerous. Good. Jon folded the report and set it down. Across the city, Blue let a camera catch him lifting a stalled bus out of traffic, then vanished before the second angle could confirm whether he had touched the ground. In the secure room, Jon picked up his pen and wrote one instruction across the top of the briefing page: no response schedule. At 6, he said, I leave. Howard blinked. For a crisis? For dinner, Jon said. Jean's expression changed before she could hide it, and the warmth of that small victory held Jon in his own skin better than any anchor he had designed. By 5:42, the day had spent every trick it knew. Defense called twice through Stark's office and once through a number no one was supposed to have. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a request phrased as courtesy and structured like a hook. 2 newspapers asked whether Dr. Manhattan's refusal to keep a schedule meant he considered himself above public accountability. Blue answered none of them, though he appeared over a factory roof long enough to seal a steam rupture before anyone inside understood why the screaming had stopped. Human Jon remained in his office with his coat already on the back of his chair. The choice felt absurdly large for something as ordinary as leaving work on time. Maria Hill brought in the last file at 5:51, set it on his desk, and did not remove her hand from the folder. This one says urgent, she said. Jon looked at the red stamp. Is anyone dying? No. Someone important is impatient. Then it is not urgent. Maria's mouth twitched. I'll tell them Dr. Osterman has left for the evening. Tell them nothing, Jon said, standing and taking his coat. Let absence speak badly on its own. He had almost reached the outer office when Howard appeared in the doorway with Tony at his side and a small, badly balanced metal arm under one boyish elbow. Tony wore a school jacket, ink on one cuff, and the expression of a person who had solved half a problem and resented the other half for still existing. Howard looked too innocent to be trusted. Jean, waiting near the elevator in a dark green dress that made the office seem less engineered around men, lifted one eyebrow. Howard. Howard raised both hands. I brought no crisis. I brought a child and a mechanical insult. Tony held up the arm. Its claw rotated once, shuddered, and drooped toward the floor. It's not an insult. It's a prototype. It tried to unscrew my desk lamp, Howard said. It was looking for a tool. Jon stopped before he could help himself. Jean watched the hesitation land and crossed her arms, though her smile had not disappeared. Tony came forward and thrust the arm toward him. Uncle Jon, the wrist loses position when the grip closes. I think the sensor's telling the motor it's still hungry after it's already bitten. Jon knelt in the middle of Titan's executive corridor while secretaries pretended not to watch from behind typewriters. He did not touch the device at first. He looked at the coupling, the old prosthetic finger assembly, and the uneven solder along a scavenged interface plate. You used the feedback lead from the rejected hand. Tony nodded quickly, because it lies less than the new one. It lies differently, Jon said. Tony's face sharpened. That's better. Sometimes, Jon said, and handed the arm back instead of fixing it. Teach it the difference between holding and taking. Tony stared at him for one full second, then grinned. That sounds like something Jarvis says about dessert spoons. Howard looked at Jean. You see, this is why I bring the boy. Philosophy becomes maintenance. Jean stepped to Jon's side and slipped her hand into his. And dinner remains dinner. Jon rose, feeling the corridor, the watching staff, and the public myth pulling from every radio and report beyond the walls. He let the pull remain unanswered. Dinner remains dinner, he said. Tony hugged the awkward arm to his chest, already elsewhere in thought. Can I call you tomorrow if it learns taking first? After school, Jon said. Jean squeezed his hand once, warm and unmistakably pleased. At the elevator, Howard leaned close enough to murmur, Careful, Jon. If you keep acting human, people may believe it. Jon looked at Jean as the doors opened. That is the intention. The restaurant Jean chose sat below street level, all brick arches, white tablecloths, and low lamps that made the city above feel briefly theoretical. A pianist played softly near the bar, old enough to know when music should stay out of the way. Jon held Jean's chair, sat opposite her, and liked the room because no one looked toward the ceiling for a blue man when the waiter brought wine. He swept it before the menus opened, attention slipping through brass lamp stems, the underside of the table, the service alcove, the telephone near the kitchen door, and the hollow wall beside the cloakroom. No recorder, no hidden camera, only silverware, steam, muted conversation, and one man two tables over trying to decide whether he recognized Jean from a newspaper photograph. Jean watched him over the menu. You did it again, she said. Jon lowered his eyes to the printed choices. Check the rump? Yes. Her fingers rested beside the candle, close enough for the flame to warm her skin. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm asking you to notice that I noticed. The waiter arrived before he could answer. Jean ordered duck with calm precision. Jon ordered the first thing his eyes found and realized only after the waiter left that he had chosen trout. Jean's mouth softened, but she did not rescue him from it. A radio in the kitchen muttered beneath plates and steam. Jon caught the announcer's words before the sound fully formed. Dr. Manhattan seen above Queens. Possible electrical failure. Witnesses report blue light. He felt the apartment lift in the same instant, its motor running hot, a brake tooth cracking under a weight it had carried too long. Blue was there before the next breath. The lift settled between floors, doors opening onto a hallway where a mother pulled her child out and began sobbing into his hair. At the table, Jean set her water glass down. Jon, she said, and the sound of his name brought the candle back into focus. You went cold. No one was hurt, he said. I know. Jean folded her hands near her plate, but her voice did not harden. That made it worse. Jon, you told me you will always keep one of you, this body, in the world, reacting to humans, being human, loving me, I hope. But if you let yourself watch blue so closely that you disappear from the chair, what's the difference between being there instead of here? The question struck him with no drama at all. That was why it reached so deep. Jon looked at his hands on the tablecloth and saw steady fingers, human skin, a body he had promised to keep anchored, not merely occupied. He had been slipping, not once, not only tonight, more often lately, in offices, corridors, conversations, and rooms where people thought he was listening because his face remained turned toward them. A blue panel opened at the edge of his sight, quiet and unwelcome. Dr. Manhattan. 30% increased to 31%. Jean leaned forward, eyes bright beneath the lamplight. I'm not trying to hurt you, Jon. I'm trying to make this Jon be what you said you keep him for. I am sorry, he said, and the words felt too small until he let them stay small. I can be in more than one place. This body and a handful of blue manifestations. Enough for rescue, research, observation, and sometimes a room like this. But not everywhere, not all the time. Not yet. When I watch too closely, attention follows function, and I become less here than I believed. Then stop treating that as inevitable, Jean said. He reached across the table and turned his palm upward. When she placed her hand in his, he let the warmth occupy him before the city could. I will get better, he said. Stronger, yes, but not only stronger. The others can handle what the others can handle without me watching every second. If I must leave, I will come back all the way. If I don't need to leave, I will stay. Jean's fingers tightened around his. Good, she said softly. Now start by staying long enough to explain why you ordered trout. The trout arrived with lemon, herbs, and the silent judgment of a waiter who believed no man should order accidentally. Jean's duck came with crisp skin and a sauce that smelled of cherries and wine. Jon looked at his plate, then at Jean's, and accepted that omnidirectional awareness had not improved his ability to choose dinner. Jean cut one neat piece from her plate and offered it across the table on her fork. Here, before you decide, trout is a philosophical punishment. Jon leaned forward and took the bite. It was warm, sharp, and ordinary in a way that made him pay attention to his mouth rather than a city full of failing machines. That is better, he said. I know. Jean's smile settled into something softer. That's why I ordered it. A small alarm tugged at the edge of his attention 5 minutes later. Not a siren, a probability ripple. A transformer in Brooklyn was overheating behind a locked service panel, the insulation beginning to fail. Jon felt blue turn toward it out of habit, then stopped the motion before attention followed. Utility workers were already 3 blocks away. One of them had the right tool. The failure would cost power to 2 streets and frighten a few families, but no one was trapped, no one was burning, and the world did not need him to become the answer before anyone else was allowed to be competent. Jean watched him set down his fork. You heard something. Yes. And? The others can handle it. The sentence felt unfinished until he made himself leave it that way. A crew is close. Her gaze did not leave his face. Are you still with me? Jon listened to the pianist, the murmur of the next table, the scrape of Jean's knife through crisp skin, and the quiet beat of her heart beneath the restaurant's layered noise. He did not look through Brooklyn. He did not confirm what he already knew. Yes. The transformer failed 12 minutes later. Lights flickered above them, dimmed, and recovered as the restaurant's backup line took the load. Several diners looked up. Someone laughed nervously. From the kitchen came a shouted complaint about ovens. Jon remained in his chair, fingers wrapped around his wineglass, feeling the absence of intervention not as neglect, but as discipline. Jean reached across the table and touched his wrist. That cost you? Yes, he said. Good. He looked at her, surprised enough to almost smile. Not good that it hurt, she said. Good that you let it matter. If staying with me costs you something, then it's real. If it costs nothing, it's only another thing you can do. The truth of it moved through him slowly. Power had taught him to remove cost, reduce distance, erase delay, and solve what others could not. Jean was asking him to preserve one cost on purpose. The cost of being one man in one place with one woman whose hand was warm over his wrist. After dinner, they walked 3 blocks beneath wet streetlights while the city argued with itself overhead. A newsstand on the corner displayed Dr. Manhattan in blue ink, arms raised beneath a headline that called him Guardian, Threat, Miracle, and Question in 4 different papers. Jean stopped before it, glanced at the photographs, then looked at Jon's reflection in the dark glass behind the display. They get blue, she said. Tonight, I get Jon. Jon turned from the newspapers to her. Tonight, yes. Not only tonight, Jean said. He understood then that this was not an end to the argument. It was the beginning of a rule. A human rule, inefficient and therefore valuable. Not only tonight, he said. Across the city, field reports multiplied, blue sightings blurred, and frightened men wrote plans for a thing they could not own. Jon offered Jean his arm and walked beside her without checking the sky. 53. A ring without a seam. The next evening, Jon left Titan at 6 again. The second time cost more than the first because repetition made it visible. Secretaries saw him take his coat. Engineers looked up from drafting tables. Maria Hill received a defense call with one hand over the receiver, watched him pass her desk, and lifted both eyebrows as if the world had developed a new fault line. Dr. Osterman is unavailable, Maria said into the phone, eyes on Jon. No, not deceased. Merely unavailable. Jon paused long enough to give her a look. Maria covered the receiver. That was my diplomatic version. Jean waited by the elevator in a deep blue coat, hands tucked into her pockets and mouth shaped around amusement she had not yet allowed to bloom. You're becoming a scandal. I am leaving work, Jon said. At 6, Jean replied. In this building, that may qualify. He stepped into the elevator beside her and resisted the instinct to track every moving cable, brake pad, and electrical contact all the way down. He checked only what human caution would check, then made himself stop. The doors closed with a soft metal sigh. Jean noticed. Of course she did. Better, she said. Not effortless. I didn't ask for effortless. She glanced at his reflection in the elevator's polished wall. I asked for chosen. The word stayed with him through the lobby, past the security guard trying not to stare, and out into the city where newsboys sold Dr. Manhattan by the headline. Jon kept his attention inside the reach of his own body. Jean's footsteps beside his, the warmth of her shoulder when the sidewalk narrowed, and the weight of the small object in his coat pocket. It was not a ring yet. Not properly. Only a strip of metal folded around a sliver of carbon no jeweler would have valued, taken from an old pencil in his desk because Jean had once laughed at him for correcting equations in the margins of dinner invitations. They walked to a small gallery after closing, where Howard's name had quietly opened a door without bringing Howard himself. Paintings lined the walls under soft lamps. Cities, coastlines, people caught in moments too ordinary for history and too intimate for news. Jon swept the room before Jean removed her gloves, passing through frames, plinths, vents, light fixtures, and the telephone on the curator's desk. Jean watched him finish. Clean? Yes. Then be here. Jon took the object from his pocket and closed his fingers around it before she could see. The metal warmed at once, responding to nerves, pulse, intention. I am trying, he said. Jean's gaze dropped to his hand, then returned to his face. Jon, what are you holding? For once, he had not planned the answer well enough to make it safe. A question, he said. Jean did not reach for his closed hand. She looked at it, then at him, and the silence between them changed shape. In the gallery's soft light, she no longer seemed amused. The room held paintings of streets, harbors, and strangers at windows, but Jon felt only her attention, precise and warm, pinning him to the present more effectively than any equation. A question, she repeated. Yes. Is it one of those questions you already know the answer to? Jean asked, voice careful. Jon looked down at his fist. The strip of metal within had begun as ordinary platinum scrap from a Titan fabrication test, too small for industrial use, too clean to throw away. The carbon sliver had come from a pencil he had used while writing Rescue Doctrine after Dallas, a thing of graphite, pressure, and habit. Neither piece had been precious until he decided what they were for. No, he said. That is why I am afraid of asking it. Her expression softened in a way that did not remove the danger. Good, then it may be a real question. Jon opened his hand. The unfinished thing rested against his palm. A narrow strip of pale metal wrapped loosely around a dark speck, unshaped and inelegant. It looked, to any ordinary eye, like a failed workshop experiment. He almost closed his fingers again. Jean stepped closer instead. You made that, she said. Not yet. He took a breath he did not physically need and made himself keep it human. I wanted to buy something. I stood in a jeweler's room for 11 minutes while a man explained clarity, cut, carat, and investment value. None of it sounded like you. Jean's mouth moved, not quite a smile. I'm relieved not to sound like an investment. He let the faint humor steady him. Then he lifted the metal between thumb and forefinger. The strip softened without heat, bending in a perfect circle around empty air. Edges met and vanished into one continuous line. The carbon darkened, then cleared, atoms slipping into ordered patience beneath his will until a small stone formed, not large, not showy, but deep enough to catch the gallery lamps and return them as blue-white fire. Jean's breath caught. Jon stopped at once. Too much? No, she said, eyes fixed on the ring. No, Jon, I saw it happen. The panel flickered at the edge of his sight, brief and clean. Molecular control refined. He ignored it. The ring hovered a fraction above his palm, seamless, impossible, and suddenly inadequate because it had become real. I can rearrange matter, he said softly. That is easy compared with choosing what the matter means. Jean looked from the ring to his face. Then choose slowly. He nodded, and for the first time that evening, the question in his hand felt heavier than the world outside. Jon did not kneel at once. The impulse came from old custom, not calculation, and that made him hesitate. He had stood above cities as blue, watched senators shrink behind polished tables, and crossed battlefields where men with rifles learned that courage and terror made the same chemicals in blood. None of that taught him how to lower himself before one woman without turning the gesture into theater. Jean saw the hesitation and did not save him from it. She remained still among the paintings, her coat dark against the low gold light, her hands loose at her sides. "You're allowed to be nervous," she said. "I know," Jon said. "No," Jean replied, a faint smile trembling at the edge of her mouth. "You know fear as data. This is different." He looked down at the ring. The stone held a small blue-white spark at its heart, not bright enough to announce itself across the room, only enough to answer the lamps when they touched it. He could have made it flawless. Instead, he had left 1-minute inclusion at the center, a tiny dark point inside the diamond where the original graphite had resisted him for 1 human second. It looked, if examined closely, like a star seen through deep water. "I left an imperfection," he said. Jean stepped close enough to see it. "Why?" "Because you told me to choose slowly," he said. "And because a perfect object made by someone like me is only proof of force. This remembers becoming." The words changed her face. Not dramatically. Jean did not perform softness for him. Her eyes simply brightened, and her breath went shallow enough that Jon felt the whole room narrow around it. He lowered himself to one knee then, careful on the gallery floor, the ring held between them. He had thought the gesture might feel archaic. Instead, it felt like gravity accepted on purpose. "Jean Grey," he said, voice quieter than he expected. "You have seen blue and did not confuse him for all of me. You have seen Jon and refused to let me abandon him by calling it necessary. You make my life harder in the places where it needs to resist me." A tear slipped down her cheek, and she laughed once under her breath. "That may be the strangest compliment I've ever received." "It is also true," Jon said. "I cannot promise a simple life. I cannot promise safety, privacy, or a world that understands either of us. I can promise that I will keep choosing this body, this life, and this love is something more than cover." He held the ring a little higher. "Will you marry me?" Jean stared at him long enough for his fear to become a living thing in his ribs. Then she reached down, not for the ring first, but for his face. Her fingers were warm along his cheek. "Yes," she said, "and if you ever try to make that sound like strategy, I'll remind you very firmly that I married the man, not the plan." Jon closed his eyes for one heartbeat, and the world did not vanish. It stayed. So did he. Jean's yes did not arrive like a solution. It arrived like a door opening onto a room he had not permitted himself to imagine fully furnished. Jon remained on one knee for a breath too long, ring held between his fingers, while the city above the gallery moved on without ceremony. A taxi horn sounded through the brick. Pipes knocked somewhere in the wall. The world had not paused to witness him, and that made the moment more precious than any public silence could have been. Jean brushed her thumb once more along his cheek. "Jon," she said, half laughing now, half crying. "You do know this is the part where you put it on my finger?" "Yes," Jon said. "I was confirming the sequence." Her laugh broke free properly then, warm and unguarded. "You were absolutely not." He took her left hand with care that had nothing to do with fragility. The ring waited between them, seamless and pale, the little stone holding its imperfect star at the center. As he guided it over her finger, the band adjusted by less than the width of a breath, not enough for spectacle, only enough to belong. Jean felt it. Her eyes widened, and the smile that followed was not amusement but recognition. "It fits," she said. "It chose the final measure from you," Jon said. "I did not want to assume." Jean looked down at the ring, turning her hand beneath the gallery lamp. "That may be the most romantic thing anyone has ever said about sizing." "I can try again." "Don't you dare." She stepped closer and drew him up by both hands. "That was perfect because it was yours." He stood, and she kissed him before the next thought could become analysis. Her mouth was warm, human, immediate. Jon felt himself answer without leaving. No distant scan, no blue echo, no city folded into the back of his mind. Only Jean's fingers at his jaw, the faint salt of tears, and the pressure of the ring where her hand rested against his coat. When she drew back, her eyes searched his face with that same fierce mercy. "Private first," she said. "We tell Charles, Howard, Maria, Tony if he can keep from inventing a congratulation machine, and no one else until we decide together." Jon nodded. Together. A soft noise came from the curator's office. The telephone rang once, then stopped. Jon felt the line, the copper, and the brief electrical complaint before the building settled again. For half a second, old habit tried to make the interruption his business. He let the habit pass. Jean noticed. Was that important? "Not more important than this," Jon said. Her fingers tightened around his. Outside, the newspapers still belonged to Blue, and frightened men still wrote plans under locked doors. Inside the gallery, Jean turned her hand so the impossible ring caught the lamplight, and Jon stayed where he had promised to be. 54. Fracture Points. Charles received the news in his study with sunlight on the bookshelves and a chessboard abandoned halfway through a losing argument. He stood near the table when Jean entered, one hand still resting on the back of a chair, his attention moving from her face to the ring before Jon had finished closing the door behind them. The little stone caught a thin blade of morning light and returned it as a quiet blue-white spark, impossible without announcing itself as impossible. Jean held out her hand, not shyly, but with a careful brightness that made Jon aware of how private joy could still require courage. "We wanted you to hear it from us first." Charles crossed the room with unhurried grace and took her hand carefully, thumb hovering near the stone without touching it. Years had softened him in small visible ways, but Jon's work had left no frailty in his stride, no tremor in his hand, no surrender in the way he carried himself. He aged as men aged, but the body beneath the years remained whole and well kept, strengthened by repairs the world would never know had been made. "My dear Jean," Charles said, voice roughening despite his smile. "You have made me very happy." Jean laughed softly, though her eyes shone. "You sound as if I've graduated again." "In a sense, perhaps you have." Charles looked at Jon then, warmth edged with something more assessing. "And you, my friend? Have you survived asking the question?" "Barely," Jon said. Jean's smile turned toward him at once. He was nervous. Charles's eyebrows lifted. Was he? "Yes," Jean said, "properly nervous. Not calculating blast radius nervous." "That is reassuring," Charles said, and his gaze dropped back to the ring. "It is beautiful." "It remembers becoming," Jean said. Charles looked from her to Jon with quiet recognition. That sounds like him. The warmth in the room should have been simple. It was not. While Charles examined the ring, while Jean leaned into the moment with a smile she did not try to hide, Blue stood in 3 other places. One manifestation stabilized a cracked hospital boiler in Albany before pressure turned a basement into shrapnel. Another drifted above a bridge outside Newark while engineers argued over cables that had already begun to fail. A third hovered unseen near a courthouse where 2 officers had cornered a mutant veteran whose hands kept flashing with involuntary heat. Jon did not leave the study. His human hand stayed warm at Jean's back. His eyes remained on Charles's pleased face. The problem was that remaining no longer meant what it had once meant. Charles's smile faded by degrees. "Jon," he said quietly, "how many rooms are you in?" Jean turned at once. Jon's hand stilled against her back. 4, he said, "if this is counted as 1. Charles folded his hands near the chessboard's edge. "And if it is not?" The question landed with more weight than accusation. Jon looked toward the window, where students crossed the lawn in pairs, laughing over books and spilled pencils. He had not counted the study as a place requiring effort because human Jon had not moved. That answer no longer satisfied him. Jean's shoulder pressed back against his hand. "Jon." He let the bridge, the boiler, and the courthouse remain within reach, but he stopped watching outcomes beyond immediate danger. The choice felt like closing 3 eyes. "I am here," he said, and listened to whether the words were true. "Less than I thought." Charles's gaze softened with concern rather than judgment. "Then perhaps the fracture is not in your power, my friend. Perhaps it is in your definition of presence." Charles did not ask him to sit because sitting would have made the conversation gentler than it needed to be. Instead, he crossed back to the chessboard and moved 1 white bishop to the edge of danger, not completing the game so much as giving his hand something ordinary to do while the room adjusted around the truth. Jean remained beside Jon, her ring hand resting against her skirt, the stone's small imperfect star almost hidden until the light found it. "You are not careless," Charles said. "That is why this concerns me." Jon looked through the window without reaching beyond it. "Careless would be simpler." "It often is," Charles said, dryly. "The trouble with you, Jon, is that your mistakes can look remarkably like virtues. Rescue, vigilance, compassion extended beyond normal reach. I would admire it more freely if I could not feel how close it brings you to absence." Jean's hand found Jon's sleeve. "Charles can feel it too?" "In outline," Charles said. He touched 2 fingers to his temple, then lowered them before the gesture became performance. "Only when Jon permits some surface contact, and only when he is near. But yes, when he divides too far, the room does not lose him all at once. It loses temperature first." Jon turned toward him. "You are asking to look." "I am asking whether you will allow me to confirm what Jean has already named," Charles said. "Not to diagnose you, to help you notice before the world rewards the very habit that harms you." Jon almost refused. The reflex came sharp and old, shaped by years of keeping secrets from men who wanted files, measurements, handles. Charles was not those men. Jean was not a witness dragged into a lab. Still, consent mattered because power without edges became appetite. "You may look at the surface," Jon said. "No deeper." Charles nodded once. Surface only. The contact was gentle, a brush rather than an entry. Jon felt it as a warm pressure at the edge of thought, familiar enough from earlier training with Jean and Charles to remain tolerable. At the same time, Blue held the courthouse veteran away from gunfire, kept the hospital boiler below rupture, and watched the Newark Bridge until the engineers cleared traffic. 3 necessary actions, 3 clean uses, 3 reasons to believe more division would mean more good. Jean inhaled sharply. Jon felt her before Charles spoke. Not telepathy, something older and hotter beneath her restraint, a phoenix bright recoil against the thinning of him, as if her power recognized absence as a wound before language reached it. "Stop," Jean said. Jon pulled back from 2 manifestations at once. The boiler stayed stable. The bridge did not fall. The veteran remained alive, though human voices would have to carry him the rest of the way. The study returned around Jon with a force that almost made him sway. Charles's face had gone pale beneath his composure. "That," he said quietly, "is the fracture." A blue panel flickered at the edge of Jon's sight. Multi-manifestation control strained. Jean's fingers tightened on his sleeve. "Not broken," she said, as if she would not allow the word in the room. "But strained." Jon looked at the chessboard, at the bishop Charles had moved into danger, and understood the lesson too late to avoid it. "I mistook more reach for more self-control." Charles's voice softened. "And the world will applaud you for that mistake until there is not enough of Jon left to hear it." Charles let the warning remain in the room until no one could pretend it had been only metaphor. Then he turned the chessboard a few inches, not enough to reset the game, only enough to make Jon see the bishop from another angle. "You need a rule before you need another rescue," he said. Jon's first instinct was to build the rule large. Categories unfolded in him at once. Imminent fatality, structural collapse, mutant exposure, hostile containment, fire, flood, chemical release, armed pursuit, medical impossibility. The mind that could feel a bridge's stress lines wanted tables, thresholds, and exceptions. The man Jean had just agreed to marry heard her breathing beside him and knew tables would not be enough. "A rule," Jon said slowly, "cannot cover everything." "No," Charles agreed, "but it can teach you when to ask whether you are acting from need or compulsion." Jean's hand slid from his sleeve to his palm. "Start with what you said last night. The others can handle what the others can handle." Jon looked through the window again, but this time he kept his attention on the lawn outside the study rather than the city beyond. A group of younger students had gathered near the fountain. One boy used his power to make fallen leaves spin in little circles, while a girl beside him clapped too loudly and scattered them every time they began to form a pattern. They were children in sunlight, careless with joy because the walls around them had held so far. "If I see danger and do not intervene, people may die," Jon said. "If you intervene in every danger," Jean replied, "other people never learn where they must stand. And you disappear." Charles nodded toward the chessboard. A king who moves like every piece at once eventually leaves no king on the board. Jon almost smiled at the imprecision, then understood it was precise enough. He moved closer to the table and set one finger beside the White King. Immediate death where ordinary response cannot reach, he said. Mutants under active threat because no institution will protect them. Disasters beyond local capacity. Everything else is assessed, not automatically seized. Jean studied him. And if you want to watch anyway? Then I tell someone, Jon said. The admission cost more than he expected. You, Charles. Howard, if the problem is operational. I do not add another blue in secret and call it efficiency. Outside, the leaf-spinning boy lost control. The leaves burst outward in a bright brown scatter, one branch cracking from a nearby sapling as his panic jumped with his power. Jon felt the fracture, the splintered wood, the boy's fear, and the instinct to mend all three before anyone noticed. He stopped. On the lawn, an older student jogged over, laughing gently as she caught the boy by both shoulders. The girl who had clapped too loudly picked up the broken branch, looked around guiltily, and offered it as if apology itself might repair wood. A teacher arrived a few seconds later, calm and unhurried. Jean watched Jon watching them. You didn't fix it. No, Jon said. The branch remained broken. The boy remained comforted. The school remained standing. It felt absurdly difficult and, because of that difficulty, real. A blue panel opened at the edge of his sight, restrained and brief. Quantum presence stabilized. Charles saw enough in his face to understand something had changed. There, he said softly. Not absence. Restraint. Jon took Jean's hand fully this time, fingers closing around hers while the children outside gathered leaves again. Then that is the rule's first proof, he said. The world did not end because I let someone else be kind. The proof lasted less than 3 minutes before the world tested it with something uglier than a broken branch. The courthouse veteran's heat flared again, not from attack but panic, his palms bright enough to blister the paint on a squad car door. Blue had stepped back to the edge of the scene, visible enough to make the officers keep their guns lowered, distant enough that the man's own lawyer and a shaking public defender could reach him first. Jon felt the heat, the fear, and the sour turn of the crowd as someone shouted mutant like it was permission. Jean's hand tightened around his. Is it ordinary response? No, Jon said. Charles watched him carefully. Then what does the rule say? Jon closed his eyes for one measured breath, not because he needed darkness, but because he needed the act of choosing to have weight. Institutional danger. Active threat. Ordinary response compromised. Blue moved. Not everywhere. Not as a god filling all available space. One blue hand closed gently around the veteran's wrists, drinking off heat before skin could burn, while the other lifted every firearm in the courtyard 6 inches out of human hands and held them harmless in the air. The veteran sobbed once, collapsed to his knees, and Blue knelt with him instead of towering above him. In the study, Jon opened his eyes. Jean's expression was steady, but not easy. You came back. Yes, he said, and I went only where the rule allowed. Charles exhaled through his nose, the sound almost a laugh and almost grief. A civilization should not require you to write emergency ethics in a study before a man survives an arrest. No, Jon said, looking toward the lawn where the children had gathered the broken branch and were arguing over whether it could be replanted. It should not. That was the fracture beneath all the others. Not only in him, in the world. Mutants survived because a school hid them, because Blue arrived in time, because Jon bent matter and politics and probability until the worst outcomes missed by inches. He could keep improving the rescue. He could multiply the blue hands. He could build faster answers. None of that changed the fact that people needed somewhere to stand before catastrophe found them. Jean followed his gaze. You're thinking too loudly. I am thinking, Jon said, that rescue is not the same as a future. Charles's attention sharpened. Go on. Jon turned from the window. Your school protects children who can reach it. Titan protects what can be hired, hidden, or built. Blue protects moments. None of those are enough for people who need ordinary life without begging for miracles. Jean's ring caught the sunlight when she crossed her arms, the small imperfection in the stone flashing once and vanishing again. And you want to build something. I want to stop mistaking intervention for structure, Jon said. Charles rested one hand on the chessboard beside the king. That is a larger problem than a bridge. Yes, Jon said, and less soluble by becoming more blue. For once, neither Jean nor Charles interrupted. Outside, the teacher helped the leaf-spinning boy tuck the broken branch into a pail of water, not because it would save the tree, but because the child needed his apology to have hands. Jon watched, and let the lesson remain small enough to matter. A telephone rang somewhere deeper in the house. Charles glanced toward the door, then back to Jon. Howard will want to hear this. Howard will want to fund it, weaponize it, name it, and deny the order in which those thoughts arrived, Jean said. Jon almost smiled. Then we should tell him carefully. Charles nodded. And soon. Jon looked once more toward the lawn, toward children learning power under watchful eyes, toward a world that had no equivalent for adults already wounded by fear. The rule had shown him where not to be. Now the emptiness left behind demanded an answer large enough for people who could not live inside a school, a laboratory, or a rescue headline. Soon, he said. 55. Choice and cost. The telephone rang again before Charles reached it, its brass bell sharp against the study's quiet. Jon felt the sound move through the house as vibration first, then warning, then ordinary domestic nuisance, and he kept himself from answering it without touching the receiver. Restraint, he reminded himself, was not absence. Jean stood close enough for her shoulder to brush his sleeve, her ring hand folded into her other palm as if she were protecting the promise from the world's habit of turning private things into leverage. Charles lifted the receiver. Xavier speaking. He listened, and the last of the warmth from the engagement moment left his face. Yes, Howard, they're both here. He covered the mouthpiece with one hand and looked at Jon. The courthouse incident has already reached him. Jean's mouth tightened. Of course it has. Jon stepped closer, but he did not take the phone. Through the copper line, he felt no hidden tap inside the house, no secondary induction coil pressed to the wall, no crude federal splice chewing at the signal between here and the exchange. That did not mean no one was listening elsewhere. It only meant the room itself remained clean. Charles held the receiver outward. He says the first radio version is that Dr. Manhattan disarmed police officers in public and knelt beside a dangerous mutant suspect. The man was a veteran having a panic attack, Jean said, her voice low and hot. He nearly burned himself alive because everyone around him kept shouting. Jon took the receiver at last. Howard. Howard's breath came through the line with the faint hollow of a large office. Tell me the version I'm supposed to believe before someone sells me the version I'm supposed to hate. Jon looked through the window at the children on the lawn, at the broken branch now propped in its pail of water. A mutant veteran lost control during an arrest. The officers were frightened. The crowd made it worse. Blue removed the weapons, cooled the heat, and let the lawyers reach him. Good, Howard said. Clean, miserable, predictable. Paper rustled on his end. And now half the country will ask why Blue protected a mutant from police, and the other half will ask why police were pointing guns at a sick man in the first place. Jean leaned in enough that Howard would hear her. Both halves will be missing the man. Silence held for a beat over the line. Then Howard said, more softly, that sounds like Jean. Jon's fingers tightened on the receiver. We need something larger than rescue. A school protects children who can reach it. A court can save one man if he lives long enough to stand before it. Blue can stop a moment from becoming a death. None of that changes why the crowd was ready to hate him. Howard recovered first, because Howard always recovered fastest when a dangerous idea smelled like machinery. When you say larger, I hear land. I hear gates, guards, staff, money, and some senator asking why we're building a private country for dangerous citizens. Jean turned fully toward Jon, the warning already in her eyes. And if it's built to protect mutants from ordinary people, it starts by accepting the wrong premise. Jon looked down at the legal pad Charles had drawn from the desk, at the blank paper waiting beside the abandoned chessboard, and felt the old answer stir beneath the urgency of the morning. It was not new. It had been with him since childhood, folded inside memories of futures where mutants became headlines, targets, weapons, mascots, and monsters. He had always known the wound would not be solved by hiding the next stage of humanity from the frightened remnants of the last. Not land, Jon said. Charles picked up his pen, but did not write. Then not Xavier's school expanded by another name. No, Jon said, and the word came with relief sharp enough to ache. Mutants are not the problem. They are humanity changing unevenly. The problem is everyone who looks at that change and feels cheated by it. Jean's eyes narrowed, not in disagreement, but concentration. Fear. Fear after envy, Jon said. Fear after resentment. Fear after a man sees another man lift a car, heal from a bullet, fly, bend metal, read minds, survive fire, and thinks the universe chose badly when it made him ordinary. He touched the paper, but did not write yet. People destroy what they cannot have if they believe they will never touch it. Howard was quiet long enough that the line hissed faintly. So your answer is to give it to them. Vicariously, Jon said. Safely. Completely enough that the body believes the experience. Not pictures on a screen. Not toys. Full fidelity. Worlds connected to worlds, each built so an ordinary person can step into another shape and feel what power costs and gives. A schoolboy can fly for hours after class. A factory worker can spend an evening healing strangers with his hands. A frightened mother can become something no one can corner in an alley. Jean moved closer to the desk, her ring catching the light as she laid one hand near the page. And when they take the helmet off, mutants stop being people who stole a miracle. They become proof that the miracle is not closed to them, Jon said. Charles breathed out slowly, empathy by embodiment. Desire redirected before it becomes violence, Jon said. Escape, yes. Play, yes. But also practice. Normalization. If millions of ordinary people have lived as the extraordinary, even for hours, then extraordinary people are no longer an insult to their lives. Howard let out a low, disbelieving laugh that had no mockery in it. Jon, in 1981 that sounds less like a product and more like asking me to manufacture a dream. Jon finally wrote one word on the pad, careful and plain. Oasis. Then we start with the hardware that teaches the world to dream in stages. Jean did not move her hand from the desk. The word oasis sat beneath her fingers as if she were holding it down before it could grow teeth. If ordinary people can become extraordinary for 8 hours, she said, then someone will ask who chooses what extraordinary means. Howard gave a short hum over the telephone. Advertisers will ask first, then generals, then teachers, then parents, then the men who already think the answer to mutants is a cage with better locks. Charles turned the legal pad toward himself and wrote 3 words beneath Jon's. Consent, limits, return. His handwriting was elegant, but the pressure of the pen cut deep enough that Jon could feel the fibers of the paper giving way. The experience must not replace life, Charles said. It must teach people to return to it differently. Jon looked at the page and saw futures layering over it. He saw children laughing as they leapt between digital towers, office clerks closing their eyes and opening them with wings, tired men spending evenings as heroes because the day had given them no other dignity. Then he saw the darker edge of the same invention. Profiles sold quietly, desires catalogued, fears mapped, a soldier trained to kill a simulated mutant until the real one seemed less human. No military training environment, Jon said. Howard made a noise that was almost pain. You're going to make me say no to money before the thing exists. Yes, Jean said. Jon took the pen again. No living mutant likeness without consent. No power cataloging disguised as play. No psychological files for sale. No hidden loyalty tests. No government backdoor. No compulsory use by schools, prisons, hospitals, or employers. That last one will cost you influence, Howard said. It should, Jon replied. Jean's expression softened only a fraction. And addiction? Jon's hand stilled. He remembered games from a future that had not yet happened in this world. Bright traps built from reward loops and loneliness. Oasis would be worse if designed carelessly, because the body would believe. Pleasure with weight, freedom with breath, power with nerves, a false life convincing enough to make the real one look dull. Time limits at first, he said. Medical oversight for deep immersion. Children under supervision. Mandatory exit protocols. And every world must contain consequence. Not punishment. Consequence. Power cannot feel free of cost, or we teach the wrong lesson. Charles nodded slowly. That may be the most important sentence you have written today. The study door opened before Jon could answer. A younger student stood there, pale and breathless, one hand clenched around a folded newspaper. Professor Xavier, he said, eyes flicking to Jean and then Jon. They're saying Dr. Manhattan attacked police. Jean closed her eyes for half a second. Howard's voice came thinly through the receiver. and there is the first cost. Charles took the newspaper from the boy with both hands, careful enough to make the student breathe again. Thank you, Daniel. Tell no one in the house to argue with reporters, callers, or neighbors. If anyone asks, they come to me. Daniel swallowed and nodded. Yes, Professor. His gaze flicked once toward Jon with a confusion too young to hide. Dr. Manhattan was on the page as accusation. Jon Osterman stood in the room as a man holding a telephone. The separation held, but it no longer felt clean. When the door closed, Charles unfolded the paper and laid it beside the legal pad. The headline was blunt enough to be useful to frightened men. Blue figure seizes weapons during mutant arrest. Beneath it, a smaller line claimed public safety questions were mounting. Jon read the article once and felt every omission as a shaped absence. The veteran had no name. The guns had reasons. The crowd had concern instead of cruelty. Jean's voice came quiet beside him. They made him disappear from his own story. Howard heard the sentence and answered without softness. That is what they'll do to Oasis if you let them. They'll make the player disappear. They'll make the human need disappear. They'll call it toys, training, propaganda, mind control, degeneracy, addiction, anything except what it is. Jon looked from the newspaper to the word Oasis. The ink seemed fragile beside the headline, a seed set down next to a boot. Then the first choice is not technological. No, Charles said. It is moral. Jon set the receiver down on the desk without ending the call, then took the newspaper and folded it until the headline faced inward. He did not burn it. He did not make every copy in America vanish. He did not send Blue to stand above a radio tower and correct the country by force. The restraint tasted bitter, which told him it was probably necessary. Howard's voice came from the desk. Jon? We do not answer this with spectacle, Jon said. Charles, you help the Veterans Council make him visible as a man. Jean, you read every safeguard I write and tell me where mercy becomes control. Howard, begin the hardware laying quietly. Sensory feedback, neural safety, no lag signal architecture, simulation rooms small enough to fail without killing anyone. Howard gave one sharp laugh. That's a shopping list for a century. Then start with a decade, Jon said. Jean picked up the legal pad and drew a box around the word Oasis, not to contain it, but to mark where work began. And you? Jon looked toward the window. Outside, the students had given up trying to save the broken branch and had planted it upright in a pot anyway, stubborn with hope. I let Dr. Manhattan be misunderstood today, he said, and I build something that may make misunderstanding less profitable tomorrow. 56. The Blue Bridge. The first test rig Howard delivered looked less like a doorway to impossible worlds than a dentist's chair that had lost an argument with a radio station. Cables climbed from its metal frame into 3 cabinets of warm valves and hummingboards. A helmet rested on the armrest, not sleek, not beautiful, but careful. Its inner surface carried contact points fine enough to read nerve response without biting into skin, and Jon knew from the tremor in Howard's hands that most of the elegance was hidden where ordinary men would never think to look. Tony circled the chair twice before anyone told him not to touch it. At 11, he had learned the posture of a child pretending not to be a child in a room full of adults, but his fingers betrayed him. They twitched toward the helmet's sensor ring with open hunger. Uncle Jon, the feedback loop is too slow if the cabinet has to translate twice. You'll feel lag. Howard closed his eyes for half a second. Anthony, I invited you to observe. You invited me because I saw the delay on your bench last night, Tony said, then glanced at Maria with belated guilt. And because I'm observing. Maria Stark, seated near the far wall with a notebook in her lap, gave him a look that should have cut solder. You are observing with your hands behind your back. Tony immediately folded them there. Yes, Mom. Jon passed one hand over the helmet without touching it. The room had already been swept twice. No planted recorders, no hidden transmitters, no unusual signal paths beyond the ones Howard had declared, and no shield shadow standing inside the walls. Still, he checked again because habit was cheaper than disaster. Tony is right about the delay. Howard pointed a pencil at him. Do not encourage my son to become unbearable before lunch. Jean stood beside the chair, arms crossed, eyes on the helmet rather than the joke. What can it do today? Today, Howard said, reclaiming the room by leaning over the cabinet and turning one dial with theatrical care, It can deliver controlled sensory suggestion to a volunteer's hand. Heat that isn't heat, pressure that isn't pressure, motion without motion. He looked at Jon then. A dream's first alphabet. Jon set his palm against the chair's worn leather. Beneath the equipment's hum, he felt Howard's pride, Tony's impatience, Jean's guarded hope, and the fragile beginning of a machine meant to teach ordinary nerves the shape of impossible things. A radio snapped on in the next room before anyone touched it. Static spat, then a breathless announcer cut through. Reports are coming in of a suspension bridge failure outside Queens. Multiple vehicles are trapped. Emergency crews are unable to reach the center span. Jean turned toward Jon as he looked at the helmet, then toward the sound of frightened voices beginning to gather around the radio. The test waits, he said. Tony's eyes went wide. Blue? Jon was already moving, human hand leaving the leather chair as a blue presence unfolded elsewhere into open air and screaming steel. A bridge, he said quietly. And people who cannot wait. Blue arrived above the East River in the first breath after the broadcast, and human Jon remained in Howard's test room with his palms still tingling from the chair's worn leather. The two places did not compete. They overlapped, one consciousness holding the smell of hot valves and the stink of river water, one set of nerves feeling Jean's attention and the sharp cold wind cutting around a bridge that had begun to fail in public. The center span sagged like a tired back. Cars sat crooked across buckled lanes, horns blaring in frightened bursts until drivers realized noise would not hold steel together. A city bus hung near the split, its front wheels angled downward, its rear still caught by torn decking. Beneath it, the river moved with brutal patience. Emergency vehicles crowded both approaches, lights flashing against the towers, but the rupture had opened too wide for ladders and too unstable for men with ropes. A police captain looked up when Blue descended. Fear crossed his face before hope could push through. Dr. Manhattan, he shouted through a bullhorn. Can you hold it? Blue settled in the air beside the sagging cable, close enough for everyone on the bus to see him through the cracked windshield. Yes, he said, and chose the word because the people inside needed certainty before physics received correction. The bus driver had both hands locked around the wheel, white-knuckled and shaking. A child cried somewhere behind him. Are we falling? The driver called, his voice breaking over the wind. Not today, Blue said. He lifted one hand and felt the bridge as 1,000 complaints at once. Snapped bolts, stretched cable strands, decking torn along stress lines, the bitter fatigue of metal asked to carry more years than it had been given. He could repair the structure molecule by molecule, but the span would move while he worked, and movement would kill before perfection could save. So he did something less perfect and more immediate. He placed his palm against empty air beneath the bus and willed force into shape. Blue light formed under the front axle, flat at first, then ribbed like a beam, not matter and not illusion. It bore weight because Jon told energy where to stand and made the instruction hold. The bus lurched once, then stopped sagging. Screams rose and broke into stunned silence. In Howard's room, Tony whispered, he made a support. Howard's pencil fell from his fingers. No, he said softly. He made a bridge. Blue extended the glowing structure outward, spar by spar, until it reached the torn deck on both sides. Firefighters stared, then ran because practical men recovered quickly when survival gave them a path. The captain raised the bullhorn again, voice rough with awe. Move the passengers one at a time. Slow, nobody runs. Jean stood beside human Jon, watching his face rather than the radio. You're still here. Jon kept his eyes open, one hand resting near the abandoned helmet. Yes, he said, while Blue held the impossible line steady over the river. This time, I am. The first passengers moved like people crossing a frozen lake they did not trust. A firefighter stepped onto the blue span with one boot, then the other, face tight behind his helmet as he tested weight that should not have held him. The construct did not flex. It hummed beneath him with a tone too low for most ears, an agreement between force and intention, and Jon felt the shape of it through Blue as if he were holding a ruler across a wound. Keep your eyes on me, the firefighter told the bus driver, though his own eyes kept dropping to the glowing path under his boots. Door open. Slow now. The bus door folded with a pneumatic gasp. The first woman to step down clutched a handbag to her chest as if it might keep her soul from escaping. Blue raised a hand and drew light up from the bridge's edges, not walls, not a cage, only low rails bright enough to guide shaking feet. The woman froze when she saw the river between the ribs of broken decking. "You will not fall," Blue said. She looked at him with raw disbelief. "How do you know?" "Because I am holding the way," he said, and made the words simple enough to carry. In Howard's room, Tony had stopped pretending to stay back. He stood near the radio with his hands still locked behind him, face pale and shining with horrified fascination. "Holding the way," he repeated under his breath. "That's not structure. That's instruction." Howard glanced at Jon, then at the untouched test rig. "That sentence is going to cost me 5 years and a migraine." Jean did not smile. Her attention stayed fixed on Jon's breathing. "Is it hurting you?" "No," Jon said. "It is teaching me where effort becomes shape." On the bridge, a boy halfway down the bus steps began to sob and dropped to his knees. His mother reached for him from behind, but panic had already locked his limbs. The firefighter could not climb past the others without making them bunch together. The captain shouted something from the far end, useless in the wind. Blue lowered himself until he was level with the child. "What is your name?" The boy gulped air. "Peter." "Peter," Blue said, and extended a narrow ribbon of light from the bridge rail. It curled, careful and slow, until it formed a small handle beside the boy's hand. "Hold this. It will not move unless you do." Peter stared at the handle, then grabbed it with both hands. The construct brightened around his fingers, accepting pressure without burning skin. He crawled one knee forward, then another. His mother followed, weeping openly now, one hand pressed to his back. A blue panel opened at the edge of Jon's sight, steady and unadorned. Energy constructs unlocked. Dr. Manhattan. 33% increased to 34%. Human Jon exhaled in Howard's room as the last passengers began to cross. Tony turned toward him, all fear and wonder. "Can a person feel that in a game?" Jon looked from the radio to the helmet waiting on the chair. "Someday," he said, "if I learn how to make power hold without making people kneel to it." By the time the last passenger reached solid pavement, the bridge had changed from catastrophe into spectacle. Sirens still screamed at both ends, but the human sound beneath them had shifted. People who had been praying now pointed. Reporters shoved toward barricades with microphones raised, and one news photographer climbed onto the hood of a police cruiser until an officer dragged him down by the belt. Above them all, Blue held the glowing span steady while firefighters guided the bus driver across last, his legs folding the moment his boots touched asphalt. The police captain lowered the bullhorn, then lifted it again as if he needed its shape in his hands. "Dr. Manhattan, can the bridge be saved?" Blue looked along the failing structure, through cable, bolt, rivet, concrete, rust, fatigue, and human neglect. The answer was yes in the way a dying tree could be carved into a chair. The bridge could be forced back into use. "It should not be, not for traffic," he said, his voice carrying without effort. "Not today, not until engineers rebuild what time has taken." The captain's face tightened with the practical misery of a man already hearing mayors, commuters, budgets, and blame. "Can you keep it up until we clear the vehicles?" "Yes," Blue said, "but not alone." The captain stared. "Not alone?" Blue extended one luminous brace beneath the torn roadway, then another, thinner and more precise. "Your engineers will place temporary supports where I mark. Your crews will move what can be moved. I will hold the failure while they work. They must still do their work." In Howard's room, Jean's expression softened with approval. "You're making them participate." Jon watched through human eyes as Howard picked up his pencil again with less steadiness than before. "They need to remember the bridge belongs to them." Tony looked from Jon to the helmet, then back again. "Because if you just fix everything, nobody learns how anything broke." Howard pointed the pencil at his son without looking away from Jon. "That one you may encourage." Blue marked the first support point with a small square of light on the roadway. Engineers moved toward it with fear still in their bodies, but tools in their hands. The construct hummed under their boots, and Jon adjusted it by fractions, learning how intention thickened, how force could carry shape without becoming matter, how light could be a promise kept under load. A panel opened, brief and clean. Energy construct stabilized. Dr. Manhattan. 34% increased to 35%. When the vehicles were cleared and the first temporary braces took real weight, Blue let his bridge fade by inches rather than vanish. The crowd groaned as if losing a miracle. The captain looked up, sweat and river mist shining on his face. "They're going to ask why you didn't just repair it." Blue's gaze moved across the damaged span, then to the men and women already working beneath it. "Tell them because a rescued city still needs engineers." In the test room, Jon's hand rested beside the helmet again. The valves hummed. Tony was still staring at him as if a future had opened and dared him to build toward it. Jean slipped her fingers through Jon's, grounding him before triumph could become distance. "You came back," she said. Jon closed his hand around hers. "And I brought a problem with me." 57. The Capture Doctrine. Howard's private laboratory telephone rang 20 minutes after the bridge broadcast, and the man on the other end was not Washington itself, only Stark Industries' Washington office speaking in the careful neutral language of procurement. That kind of language did not accuse. It ordered the world to become useful. Howard listened with one hand on the receiver and the other braced against the cabinet beside the test chair. The valves still gave off a faint heat. Tony had been sent to wash his hands before lunch and had returned with damp cuffs, because obedience had apparently not required staying gone. Maria sat near the far wall again, notebook open, face calm enough to be dangerous. Jean stood beside Jon, close without touching him, though he could feel the shape of her attention like a hand held near flame. "No," Howard said into the telephone. "Do not fax it to the main office. Courier only. Sealed pouch. Yes, every page. And tell Lasker I want the distribution list, not the polite version." He listened again, then gave a laugh without humor. "If they ask whether Stark Industries can bid, tell them Stark Industries can read before it salivates." Tony mouthed salivates silently, storing the word for later misuse. Howard hung up and stayed facing the wall for 2 breaths too long. Maria closed her notebook. "How bad?" Howard turned, and the showman had gone out of him. Defense and Emergency Management are requesting classified concept papers from every major contractor with physics, aerospace, energy, or civil defense capacity. Non-standard high-energy actors, urban infrastructure stabilization, public panic reduction, civil containment architecture. Jean's eyes sharpened. They did not say Dr. Manhattan. "They don't have to," Howard said. "They watched a blue man build a bridge out of light on national news." Jon reached for the folder Howard pulled from a locked drawer. He did not open it at first. He touched the paper through the envelope and followed its route backward through hands, stamps, rooms, and machines. Official channels sat on top, bright and clean. Beneath them ran another pressure, softer and older, a nudge inserted where a routing clerk had chosen one distribution list instead of another. "This is not connected to Titan," Jon said. Howard's shoulders eased by a fraction. "Good." Jon opened the envelope. "It is still contaminated." Maria's gaze flicked to Howard, then back to Jon. "By whom?" Jon read the first page, where the word containment appeared 3 times and protection only once. "By people who understand that fear is easier to fund than rescue." Howard spread the pages across the workbench instead of the desk, because desks made men polite and workbenches made lies easier to disassemble. Tony hovered at his elbow until Maria touched 2 fingers to the back of his collar and guided him half a step away. The boy obeyed, but his eyes devoured every diagram, every clipped heading, every blank space where better men would have written what they meant. "Civil containment architecture," Howard said, tapping one paragraph with the pencil. "Mobile barriers, directed energy dispersion, evacuation lanes that become controlled approach corridors if needed, emergency shelters that can be sealed from the outside." Jean's face went still. "Shelters. They call them shelters," Howard said. Jon read the next page. The words had been chosen by people who knew how to make fear sound responsible. Public safety, temporary isolation, civic reassurance, high-energy anomaly management. Nowhere did the paper say cage. It did not need to. The shape of the cage was present in the verbs. Tony leaned forward before Maria could stop him. "Couldn't you bid and make the safe version?" Howard's hand froze over the page. Maria said, "Anthony," but not sharply this time. Tony looked from his father to Jon, frustration bright and young in his face. "If someone bad builds it, it's bad. If Dad builds it, he can make it not bad." Howard rubbed his thumb along the pencil's edge until a flake of yellow paint caught under his nail. "That is how decent men convince themselves to make useful tools for indecent rooms." Jon turned one page and found a routing code stamped faintly beneath an official mark. The ink had been pressed too hard, the stamp clean between offices, but not perfectly. He traced it with his fingertip and felt the paper's fibers give him the memory of pressure. This copy passed through a second review office. Howard looked up. Name it. I do not have a name, Jon said. Only a habit. They inserted containment language after emergency response language had already been drafted. Jean moved closer. So the first version was rescue. Yes, Jon said. The second version is capture wearing rescue's coat. Howard's mouth tightened. He gathered the pages and squared them with one hard tap against the bench. Then we do not bid. Tony's disappointment flashed before he could hide it. But then they'll build it wrong. Jon looked at the test helmet waiting beside the chair, crude and hopeful, then back to the papers that wanted fear made portable. No, he said. We give them something they can fund instead. Howard's eyes narrowed. A decoy? A doctrine, Jon said. Emergency stabilization. Evacuation support. Medical triage. Infrastructure repair. Every system fails open. Every door opens from inside. No actor-specific containment. Jean studied him. And when they reject it? Jon folded the contaminated page and placed it apart from the others. Then we learn who wanted the locks. Howard cleared the workbench with one sweep of his forearm, sending harmless scraps, loose screws, and a bent copper bracket rattling into a tray. He pinned the official request beneath two steel weights and pulled a clean legal pad toward him. All right, he said. If we're writing the honest answer to a dishonest question, we start ugly. Tony climbed onto a stool before Maria could object, then looked at her with the careful innocence of a boy who had already committed the crime. I'll only listen. Maria's eyebrow lifted. You'll listen with your mouth closed. Tony pressed his lips together and nodded once. Jean took the contaminated page Jon had folded apart and placed it beside the fresh pad. The dangerous words stay visible, she said. If we hide them from ourselves, we'll start using softer ones and pretend they mean something different. Jon felt approval move through him before he had time to make it expression. Jean was right. Euphemism was where cages learned manners. He set his fingertips on the official page and read the pressure of it again, not only the ink, but the intention beneath the ink. They want systems that can narrow movement, control line of sight, interrupt power use, and hold a person until authority arrives. Howard wrote as Jon spoke, his letters harsher than usual. So we answer with systems that widen movement, preserve line of sight, reduce panic, and keep injured people alive until help arrives. Tony's silence lasted almost 10 seconds. Then he burst. Fail open doors. Maria sighed. Anthony. No, he's right, Jon said. Tony's whole face lit. If power cuts, doors unlock. If controls break, barriers drop. If a room seals, the inside release beats the outside command. Howard pointed the pencil at him. You are still grounded from rewiring the pantry light. It flickered. It saluted. Jon took the pencil when Howard passed it and drew the bridge from memory, not as it looked, but as load paths and human paths. Every structure must have two purposes. First, get people away from danger. Second, prevent frightened people from becoming danger to each other. It cannot have a third hidden purpose. Jean leaned over the drawing. And if the dangerous person is the one being evacuated? Then the system treats them as a person first, Jon said. Separate only if immediate harm continues. No permanent holding. No sedation protocol tied to power category. No classification by mutation. Howard exhaled slowly. They'll call this naive. They will call it insufficient, Jon said, watching the shape of the doctrine form in graphite and constraint. Then they will ask for the missing features in writing. Maria's notebook opened again with a soft crack, and written requests leave fingerprints. Jon looked at the folded contaminated page, then at the helmet waiting in its chair. One device taught nerves to believe in power. The other document taught institutions to fear it. Between them, the room felt suddenly narrow. Yes, he said. So we let them ask. The doctrine left the laboratory in a sealed Stark pouch before lunch had cooled. Howard did not trust the main office copy room, so he typed the cover note himself, 2 fingers striking the keys with offended precision while Maria read each line over his shoulder. Tony sat on the far stool under orders not to speak, which he obeyed by drawing fail-open door mechanisms in the margin of scrap paper and sliding them toward Jon whenever Maria looked away. Howard ripped the page from the typewriter and held it up. Emergency systems designed to preserve civilian life, prevent panic concentration, and support evacuation without creating custodial authority. He looked around the room. Too polite? Barely, Jean said. Jon took the page and read it once. The words did not please him. They were still institutional words, clean enough to pass through men who would not read mercy unless it wore a tie. But the traps were visible to anyone who wanted darker tools. Every door opened from inside. Every barrier fell without power. Every restraint required an immediate medical threat and independent review. Every system rejected actor-specific confinement. It will provoke correction, Jon said. Howard folded the pages into the pouch. Good. Then we find out who hates the corrections. The first answer came faster than courtesy allowed. By mid-afternoon, the Washington office called again. Howard put the receiver on the table and switched on the small speaker he used for conference calls, though the sound came thin and full of static. Lasker's voice emerged carefully flattened. Mr. Stark, the informal response is that your draft is admired but incomplete. They are asking whether Stark can include fail-secure provisions for hostile extraordinary actors. Howard's eyes lifted to Jon. Define fail-secure. A pause traveled down the line. Paper moved near Lasker's mouth. External lockdown authority. Non-lethal incapacitation options. Command override. Environmental deprivation safeguards. Language suggests oxygen reduction, temperature manipulation, sensory disorientation, and directed electromagnetic suppression. Tony's pencil stopped moving. Jean's face went white with anger held so tightly it looked like stillness. They want a room that can torture politely. Howard leaned over the speaker. Tell them Stark Industries does not build emergency exits that become cells. Lasker swallowed audibly. Do you want that in the record? Howard looked at Jon. Jon nodded once. Yes. Howard's smile was thin and dangerous. Especially in the record. The call ended with Lasker sounding relieved and terrified at once. Jon stood over the speaker after the line went dead, feeling the shape of the request as clearly as he had felt the bridge's fatigue. The first attempt had not touched his body. It had reached for policy, money, and acceptable language. It had failed because men had asked too plainly for locks. Maria closed her notebook. Now they know Stark will not help them. No, Jon said, looking toward the helmet and the sealed pouch beside it. Now they know to stop asking Stark honestly. 58. Hellfire Hospitality. The invitation arrived in a cream envelope thick enough to feel armored. Charles found it with the Morning Post, set apart from tuition letters, supply bills, and a parent's anxious note written in blue ink that had bled slightly from rain. The envelope bore no government seal, no corporate logo, no clumsy threat disguised as procedure. Only a black wax stamp impressed with a small flame and a name engraved so cleanly it seemed less printed than inherited. Jean stood beside Jon at the study window, sunlight catching in her hair while students crossed the lawn outside with books hugged to their chests. She had slept badly. He had not needed sleep and had stayed beside her anyway, human and still, because presence had become a discipline he could not afford to neglect. When Charles turned the envelope over, Jean's attention sharpened at once. That doesn't look like Washington, she said. No, Charles said. That is older money trying not to smell new. Jon crossed the room and accepted the envelope when Charles offered it. The paper carried traces of gloved hands, cologne, a private courier's leather satchel, and a brief stop in a midtown club where cigars had soaked into wood for generations. No obvious toxin, no transmitter, no hidden ink that would reveal itself under heat. The danger lay in what could be read plainly. Charles broke the seal with a letter opener. The Hellfire Club requests the pleasure of my company, and yours, Jean, at a private charitable dinner concerning the future of gifted education. His mouth barely moved on the last words. How generous. Jean reached for the card before Jon could warn her, then paused, eyes flicking to him. He nodded once. She took it by the edge and read. They mention scholarships, research endowments, social introduction for exceptional young adults. Exceptional, Charles said softly. A word that behaves well in parlors. Jon looked at the second card tucked behind the invitation. This one was smaller, addressed to Jean alone, its handwriting elegant and deliberate. Miss Gray, there are rooms where power need not apologize for entering. Jean's face went still. Charles's expression cooled in a way that reminded Jon no wheelchair had ever been the source of the man's authority. They are courting you directly. They're testing whether I resent being protected, Jean said, and the accuracy of it scraped more sharply than anger would have. Jon set the card on the desk, beside the chessboard where Charles had not finished his old game. "This is not containment doctrine," he said. "This is ownership with chandeliers." Charles folded his hands over the invitation, not hiding it, only holding the room steady around it. "Then we should decide whether to refuse the dinner or attend it carefully." Jean looked from Charles to Jon, and the small blue-white spark in her ring answered the morning light. "If they're inviting me because they think I can be flattered into a leash, I want to see the hand holding it." They chose attendance the way a surgeon chose an incision, not because it was safe, but because refusing to look would leave the infection deeper. By late afternoon Charles had telephoned 2 trusted donors with old New York ties. Howard had been warned without being invited into the room, and Jean stood in her bedroom before an open wardrobe while Jon waited near the window with his hands clasped behind his back. "This is absurd," Jean said, holding a dark green evening dress against herself and looking at her reflection as if the mirror had become an enemy witness. "They sent a leash written on expensive paper, and now I'm deciding which dress makes me look least leashable." Jon's eyes moved from the dress to the window glass, where the grounds reflected behind her like a second, quieter room. He had swept the suite twice. No devices, no observers, no psychic pressure beyond the normal background of the school. The green one does not make you look owned. Jean turned. "That's not the same as saying it suits me." "It suits you," Jon said. Her mouth softened, though the tension in her shoulders did not. "You are improving. I am motivated." Charles entered after a brief knock, already dressed in a dark suit that made his gentleness look less like warmth and more like courtly restraint. He carried a slim folder under one arm. The Hellfire Club's public face is old philanthropy, private banking, inherited clubs, and selective cruelty disguised as taste. Its private face is harder to pin down, which tells us more than its members would prefer. Jean laid the dress on the bed. "Names?" "Sebastian Shaw has been associated with them for years, though never on paper where a lawyer could be useful. Emma Frost appears often enough at their events to matter, though whether she is ornament, recruiter, or power behind a curtain remains uncertain." Charles looked at Jon then. "There are others. Money enjoys masks." Jon took the folder and read the photographs without rushing. Faces, houses, signatures, board appointments, scholarship funds, missing young people whose families had been paid into silence or persuaded into gratitude. "They do not collect mutants as prisoners," he said. "No," Charles replied. "They collect them as assets who learn to call captivity opportunity." Jean picked up the smaller card again. "Miss Gray, there are rooms where power need not apologize for entering." Her fingers tightened at the edge, but the paper did not bend. "They think I want permission to be dangerous." Jon crossed to her slowly, giving her time to refuse the nearness if she wanted it. "Do you?" Jean looked up at him, and for a moment the room seemed to hold its breath around the heat bank behind her eyes. "No," she said. "I want a world where I don't have to apologize for being alive." Charles's expression changed with quiet pain. "Then tonight we listen for the difference between welcome and acquisition." Jon folded the invitation into the folder and closed it. "And if they reach for her?" Jean stepped past him toward the dress, her decision settling through her posture before it reached her voice. "Then they learn I came with my own hands." The Hellfire Club occupied a brownstone that looked too old to ask permission from the city around it. Gas lamps had been preserved along the entrance for theater rather than necessity, their light gilding polished brass, black doors, and the white-gloved hands of men paid to pretend that wealth was the same thing as civilization. Jon stepped from the car after Charles and offered Jean his hand. She took it without hesitation, the dark green dress moving around her like shadow over deep water, her ring hidden beneath one glove and still somehow present to him as a point of warmth. Charles glanced once at the windows. No visible guards. 4 inside the vestibule, Jon said quietly. 2 armed, 1 with a radio, 1 mutant. Jean did not look toward the door. "What kind?" "Enhanced scent and pulse recognition," Jon said. "He is listening for fear." Charles's smile became social as the doors opened. "Then let us disappoint him." Inside, the air smelled of old wood, expensive liquor, beeswax, and perfumes chosen to imply memory rather than taste. A man took their coats. Another announced Charles's name as if presenting a donation. Conversation softened but did not stop. Jon felt the room measure them, not with surprise, but appetite. It was a predator's politeness, all velvet paws and hidden teeth. Sebastian Shaw approached through the crowd with a glass in one hand and ownership in every measured step. He was handsome in the way monuments were handsome, built for admiration and indifferent to whether admiration was deserved. Beside him walked a woman in white, pale hair swept back, diamonds at her throat, her smile cool enough to frost a glass. "Professor Xavier," Shaw said, extending his hand. "Your reputation has finally outgrown the countryside." Charles took the hand with flawless courtesy. "And yours remains admirably difficult to document." Shaw's smile widened. "The best reputations are felt before they are read." His gaze moved to Jean, and something sharpened behind his eyes. "Miss Gray, you honor us." Jean inclined her head. "Your invitation was difficult to ignore." The woman in white laughed softly. That was the intention. She offered her hand, palm down, as if the room might kiss it if Jean declined. Emma Frost. Jean accepted the hand. For a breath, nothing visible happened, but John felt psychic pressure touch the edge of Jean's mind and meet fire behind a locked door. Emma's smile did not falter, though her fingers tightened once before she released. "Interesting," Emma said. Jean's voice remained calm. That was almost rude. Shaw's amusement deepened. "We value honesty here." John looked around the room, at paintings too valuable to love, at men and women pretending not to stare. "No," he said, "you value acquisition. Honesty is only useful to you when it lowers the price." The nearest conversation stopped at last. Shaw turned his attention fully to John, seeing a respected physicist, Titan's quiet architect, Jean's fiancé, perhaps an obstacle with money behind him. He did not see blue. "And you must be Dr. Osterman." John met his gaze. "I must be." Shaw smiled as if John had offered him a better game than the one he had expected. "Directness is rare in this house, Doctor. We tend to preserve it for people who can afford the consequences." Jean's fingers rested lightly on John's sleeve, not for protection, but to remind the room that she chose the contact. "Then perhaps you should use it while we're here." Emma's gaze slid to Jean with a brightness that could have passed for admiration if it had not been so hungry. "Very well, you are powerful, Miss Gray. More powerful than most rooms can survive knowing. Charles will teach you restraint. Dr. Osterman will offer conscience and caution. Both are valuable, in their way." She lifted her glass slightly. "But neither will teach you how to enter a room without reducing yourself first." Charles's voice remained mild. "You mistake courtesy for reduction." "No," Emma said. "I recognize training when I see it." The remark touched the room like a match touched to vapor. Jean's posture did not change, but John felt the phoenix move beneath her calm, not rising, not flaring, only opening one golden eye somewhere deeper than thought. Glass chimed faintly on a sideboard. Several guests glanced around, smiles tightening. Shaw noticed. Of course he noticed. His attention sharpened into satisfaction. "Now we begin to see the truth." Jean looked at him then, and the chandeliers trembled once in their sconces. "If you invited me here to see whether I can be provoked, you're wasting your dinner." Shaw did not retreat. "I invited you to see whether you understood that the world is dividing itself around people like us. Xavier offers patience. Men in Washington offer locks. Others, more honest perhaps, offer war." He let the names remain unsaid for a beat, then smiled. "There is a man in Europe gathering frightened metal and angrier children. He will call it freedom because that word attracts followers." Charles's expression darkened by the smallest degree. "Eric." Emma watched him with interest. "So you do know him?" "I know several men who mistake injury for doctrine," Charles said. Shaw turned back to Jean. "The question is not whether you will be claimed, Miss Gray. Someone will try. The question is whether you prefer to be claimed by fear, guilt, rage, or power." John felt the room lean toward the answer. The wealthy humans wanted to see a mutant humbled into gratitude. The hidden mutants wanted to see whether Jean would choose apology or appetite. Emma wanted a crack. Shaw wanted ownership to name itself consent. Jean removed her hand from John's sleeve and stepped forward alone. "I do not prefer to be claimed." For the first time, Emma's smile lost its perfect balance. Jean's voice stayed calm, and because it stayed calm, it carried. "Not by fear, not by guilt, not by rage, not by power dressed as hospitality. If you have rooms where power need not apologize for entering, then learn this first. Power does not owe you its obedience because you opened the door. Silence gathered around her like a held breath. Jon looked at Shaw and saw the calculation behind the charm altar. Not defeat, reassessment. Predators did not stop wanting because prey had teeth. They only changed their angle. Shaw raised his glass. A memorable answer. Jon took Jean's hand when she returned to his side, and this time the room watched the choice land. Then remember it accurately, he said. Emma's eyes flicked to him, cool and cutting. And what do you offer her, Doctor? Jon looked past her, to the guests with their diamonds and secrets, to the mutant by the door listening for fear, to the world beyond the brownstone where Eric's anger had begun gathering names. A future where no one needs your permission to stand upright, he said. Shaw's smile returned, thinner now. Ambitious. Yes, Jon said, and felt the next pressure take shape before the evening had even ended. It will have to be. 59. The Brotherhood Problem. The car carried them away from the Hellfire Club through streets washed clean by rain and streetlight. Jean sat beside Jon in the rear seat, one gloved hand resting over the place where her ring hid beneath fabric, while Charles watched the city through the front passenger window with an expression too calm to be peace. The brownstone had vanished behind them, but Shaw's words remained in the car as if they had found a seat of their own. There is a man in Europe gathering frightened metal and angrier children. Jean removed one glove finger by finger. He wanted that name to follow us home. Yes, Charles said, and it did. Jon looked past the window, through glass and rain, toward wires strung between buildings and the metal bones of the city carrying trains under streets. He did not reach for Europe. The restraint was deliberate. Eric Lencher deserved more than being reduced to a distant magnetic disturbance in Jon's awareness, and less than the courtesy of being ignored while he sharpened children into weapons. Shaw was not warning us out of kindness. No, Charles said. He was placing himself between every answer. Washington offers cages. Eric offers fury. Hellfire offers luxury with a collar hidden under velvet. His mouth tightened, and he wanted Jean to feel surrounded by choices that were not choices. Jean looked down at the glove in her lap. Eric is really gathering people? Charles closed his eyes for a moment, not to search, but to remember. Fragments. Letters. A student's cousin in Marseille who vanished after a factory accident. A banker in Geneva who heard of metal doors opening by themselves during a police raid. Refugees whispering about a man who tells mutants they owe mankind nothing. That is not entirely false, Jon said. Charles turned, and the look he gave Jon was not offended. It was wounded because he understood the danger of agreement too well. No, it is not entirely false, and that is why it will travel farther than a simple lie. Jean's fingers curled around the glove. And your answer is patience. My answer is that survival without conscience becomes another prison, Charles said. Jon listened to the tires hiss over wet pavement and thought of Hellfire's polished rooms, Washington's clean words, and Eric's gathering anger. Your answer asks children to endure hatred long enough for the hateful to become better, he said. Eric's asks them to become strong enough that no one's improvement matters. Both leave ordinary people unchanged until fear chooses the battlefield. Charles's silence filled the car more heavily than argument would have. Jean looked at Jon. Then what is yours? Jon felt the question open in him like a door he had been building toward for 40 years. A third way, he said. Not hiding, not conquest, not permission from people who mistake power for ownership. He looked through the rain-dark window at the city where millions of ordinary lives pressed shoulder to shoulder, frightened of miracles and hungry for them. We make the extraordinary ordinary enough that fear has less room to become doctrine. They reached Westchester after midnight, but the school had not settled. Lights burned in the library and the rear corridor, and two older students stood near the stairs in robes thrown over nightclothes, speaking in voices that dropped too quickly when Charles entered. Jon felt the shape of fear in the house before anyone said a word. It did not run hot like panic. It ran thin and bright, the kind children tried to hide because they thought adults might take the cause away and leave the fear behind. A boy named Daniel stood beside the library table with a folded sheet in both hands. He had brought the newspaper about Dr. Manhattan before, but tonight his face looked younger. Professor, he said, glancing at Jean's dress, at Jon's wet coat, at Charles's expression. I'm sorry, we didn't know whether to wake you. Charles crossed the room and held out his hand. You did correctly. Let me see. Daniel surrendered the paper. It was not a newspaper this time, but a copied letter, passed hand to hand until its creases had softened. Charles read the first lines and went still. Jean moved beside him, her damp gloves hanging from one hand, and Jon saw the words reflected in her eyes before he took the page himself. Children of the New World, it began. You were not born to kneel for the comfort of the old. Jean's mouth tightened. Eric. Charles did not deny it. Or someone writing in his voice. Jon read on. The letter did not rant. That made it worse. It spoke of registration before registration had a law, of laboratories before laboratories had names, of frightened parents calling police on their own children. It did not ask mutants to hate ordinary humans at first. It asked them to stop hoping for mercy from them. The hatred came later, like a door closing quietly at the end of a corridor. Daniel swallowed. Some of us think he's right. Charles looked up, and pain moved through his face without weakening it. Which part? The part where waiting feels like being trained to lose slowly, Daniel said, then flushed as if the honesty had escaped before he could cage it. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just don't want to be grateful forever because someone didn't hurt me first. Jean's expression changed. Hellfire's card had said power need not apologize for entering. Eric's letter said power should stop asking permission to survive. The two traps wore different clothes, but both had found the bruise. Jon folded the letter carefully along its existing crease. Then we answer him where he is strongest. Charles's gaze sharpened. With argument? No, Jon said, looking at Daniel, not past him. With something better than endurance. Charles did not call the students into assembly. He invited them into the library in small groups, one lamp at a time, until the room held a dozen frightened young mutants and no audience large enough for anyone to perform bravery. Daniel stood near the shelves with his arms folded tight. A girl with silvering skin sat on the edge of a chair, shoes tucked beneath her as if the floor itself might become uncertain. Two brothers who could pass current between their palms kept their hands in their pockets and would not look at each other. Jon stood by the table with Eric's copied letter unfolded beside a blank sheet. Jean had changed from her evening dress into a simple blouse and skirt, but the green had left an echo in the room, the memory of her standing before Shaw and refusing to be claimed. She watched the students the way she had watched the Hellfire guests, not with suspicion, but with a refusal to let anyone make them smaller than their fear. Charles began gently. No one is in trouble for reading it. The silver-skinned girl laughed once, sharp and disbelieving. That sounds like what adults say before they explain why you're wrong. Charles accepted the blow with a small nod. Then I will not begin there. Daniel looked at Jon. Are we wrong? Jon did not answer quickly. Quick answers were part of the problem. No, he said at last. Not for being angry. Not for recognizing that patience can be used as a leash. Not for hearing truth in a dangerous man's words. The current passing brothers looked up. Charles's face tightened, but he did not interrupt. Jon placed one finger on Eric's letter. Where he becomes wrong is where he teaches you that pain is proof of permission. Permission to rule. Permission to strike first forever. Permission to stop caring who becomes afraid of you. Jean moved beside him. Hellfire offered a prettier version tonight. They called ownership welcome. Eric calls injury freedom. Both begin by telling you that your power makes you separate enough to be claimed by someone else's answer. The silver-skinned girl's voice dropped. So what do we get instead? More hiding? Jon turned the blank page toward them and wrote Oasis at the top, not as a secret this time, but as a promise too young to stand alone. You get more than hiding. You get tools, money, lawyers, training, public rescue, and a future where ordinary people learn what power feels like without needing to hate you for having it. Daniel leaned closer, wary despite himself. That's not now. No, Jon said, meeting his eyes. Now is harder. Now we start by refusing to let Eric be the only one who sounds like he understands your anger. The room did not become reassured all at once. Reassurance was too cheap for what Eric's letter had touched. It moved instead by fractions, through shoulders lowering, through hands coming out of pockets, through the silver-skinned girl finally letting both feet touch the carpet as if deciding the floor had earned another chance. Jon watched those small changes carefully because they mattered more than slogans. Children did not need to be won like territory. They needed evidence that staying did not mean surrender. Daniel picked up the blank page without taking it from the table. If he writes again, what do we do? Charles answered before Jon could, and the choice cost him visibly. You bring it here. You read it if you wish. You argue with it if you must. No one in this house will be punished for wanting to survive. One of the brothers looked at him sharply. Even if we agree with parts of it? Especially then, Charles said. Bad answers become stronger when good people pretend the questions are wicked. Jean moved to the mantel and took a match from the small box beside the lamp. For a moment John thought she meant to burn the copy, but she only lit a second lamp, brightening the corner where the youngest students had gathered in shadow. No more whispering in hallways because adults are frightened of what you might think, she said. If anger comes into this school, it comes into the light where it has to answer questions. The silver-skinned girl looked at John. And oasis? That's just a word. Yes, John said. Tonight it is. Tomorrow, it becomes work. He turned the page so everyone could see the name written there. Not a cure for being hated. Not a promise that people will become kind because we need them to. A pressure against the lie that power must make two species out of one humanity. Daniel's voice came quieter. Eric would say humanity already chose. He would, John said. And sometimes he would have evidence. He let that admission sit without flinching from it. But evidence is not destiny. Pain is not prophecy. If we let the cruelest humans define mankind, Eric has already won the argument for us. Charles looked at him across the table. Grief and gratitude tangled too closely to separate. Then we answer him. John took another sheet and wrote 3 sentences in plain block letters, large enough for every student to read. Mutants are not mankind's enemy. Human fear is not mankind's master. No child belongs to another man's war. Jean read the words and nodded once. Send it? Not as a broadcast, John said. Not yet, through the same paths his letter used. Quietly, deliberately, let it reach the children first. Charles folded the page with careful hands. Eric will hear of it. Yes, John said, feeling the shape of that future settle against the house like a storm still beyond the hills. He is meant to. 60. Everywhere and nowhere. The answer meant for Eric left the school before dawn by 3 different hands and no official post. Charles gave one copy to a parent he trusted to ask questions without putting children in danger. Jean gave another to a former student whose cousin had already received one of Eric's letters and had not yet decided whether anger was a doorway or a weapon. John folded the third himself and placed it inside a plain envelope, then held it for a moment longer than paper deserved. Daniel watched from the library table with a cup of untouched cocoa cooling near his elbow. Will he know it came from you? He will suspect Charles, John said. Daniel frowned. But you wrote it. I wrote 3 sentences, John said. Charles built the place where they could be read without fear. Charles stood near the mantel, looking older than he had in the car and stronger for not hiding it. Do not give me too much credit, my friend. If this were only my answer, it would sound gentler. Jean's mouth curved faintly, though her eyes stayed tired. And if it were only John's, it would arrive with blue light over every capital city. No, John said, then considered. Not every capital. Daniel almost smiled. The almost mattered. The telephone rang in the hall. A second later another rang deeper in the house, then a third in Charles's office. John felt the pattern form before the first receiver was lifted. Not one crisis. Several. A mutant girl in Baltimore had frozen a bus depot floor after men followed her from a diner. A tenement fire in Newark had trapped 2 families above a collapsed stairwell. A Brotherhood-marked leaflet had been found nailed to a synagogue door in Queens beside a threat written by someone who knew too little history or exactly enough. Jean went still beside him. John. He had already opened 3 windows in himself. Blue could be in Baltimore, Newark, and Queens within the space between heartbeats. A 4th possibility tugged at him from farther away, less immediate but sharp with political consequence. A government courier carrying containment notes through Washington before office hours, vulnerable to interception by hands John could not yet name. Every problem presented itself as necessary. Every necessary thing offered permission to fracture. Charles watched him across the room. How many? John closed his hand around the envelope until the paper creased. 4 asking. 3 urgent. And 1 human John, Jean said. The sentence landed harder than any alarm. John opened his fingers and smoothed the envelope carefully on the table, repairing nothing. Then human John stays here until we decide which one I do not answer. Charles moved first, not toward the telephones, but toward the library table. He cleared the cocoa, the envelope, and Eric's copied letter into separate spaces, as if making the room's surface honest would force the choices to become honest too. Baltimore, he said. Immediate danger to the girl and bystanders. Yes, Jon said. He could feel the bus depot floor slick with unnatural frost. Men shouting from the diner doorway. The girl backed against a row of lockers with her breath coming white and terrified. Local police are 3 blocks away. They will arrive afraid. Jean crossed to the telephone nearest the door and lifted the receiver. Then Charles calls ahead before fear writes the first sentence. Charles nodded and took the receiver from her. I know a legal aid office in Baltimore. They have worked with us quietly before. He began dialing, each turn of the rotary wheel too slow for the crisis and therefore valuable. The world still required fingers to move through numbers. Jon looked toward the second ringing phone. Newark is fire. No mutant element. Collapsed stairwell. Children upstairs. Ordinary rescue insufficient? Jean asked. Yes. Then blue goes, she said. Jon let one manifestation open there, not fully, not greedily. Blue appeared in smoke above a broken stairwell while firefighters hacked at a door below, and human Jon remained in the library with Jean's eyes on him and Daniel watching as if breath itself had become instruction. Daniel's voice trembled. Queens? Jon turned his attention to the leaflet nailed to the synagogue door. The old wood split around the tack. The threat was ugly, but no body stood under immediate weapon. Men nearby were already gathering, frightened and angry, and a rabbi had stepped outside in his coat, speaking quietly to keep his congregation from turning fear into a crowd. Queens can be answered by people, Jon said. The words cut because they were true and because they left him outside the instant solution. Charles, do you have a contact there? Charles covered the mouthpiece with one hand. 2. One rabbi, one police captain who remembers owing Dr. Manhattan a bridge. Jean's mouth softened, but only for a second. Then use both. The Washington Courier tugged again at Jon's awareness, a sealed pouch moving through a gray morning with 3 shadows near its root. The papers inside mattered. Names might be found. Doctrine might be bent. He could stop it before anyone else knew the danger existed. Jean saw the temptation cross his face. No. Jon looked at her. That one is not a rescue, she said. That one is control wearing prediction's coat. He closed his eyes once, then opened them. Then I do not answer Washington. A blue panel flickered at the edge of his sight, spare and almost stern. Quantum presence stabilized. Human anchor rule formed. Daniel read Jon's face rather than the unseen words. That hurts, doesn't it? Yes, Jon said, while Blue lifted children through smoke in Newark and Charles spoke calmly into Baltimore's fear. Good rules often do. In Newark, Blue moved through smoke thick enough to turn breath into knives. The stairwell had collapsed into a jagged throat of burning wood and plaster, and the firefighters below could hear the children but not reach them. Blue did not rebuild the stairs. He lifted the broken beams aside one by one, holding heat away from trapped lungs while a firefighter climbed through the opening with an oxygen mask in one hand and terror disciplined into duty. Take her, Blue said, lowering a soot-streaked girl into the firefighter's arms. Her brother is behind the bathtub. The floor beneath him will hold for 40 seconds. The firefighter stared at him through the mosque's glass, then turned and shouted down through the hole. We've got 40 seconds. Move. In the library, Jon's human hand rested flat against the table. He could feel the grain under his palm, Daniel's breathing across from him, Jean's presence at his shoulder, Charles's voice on the telephone telling Baltimore's legal aid office that a frightened girl needed counsel before police made fear official. The room anchored him because he led it. Each detail had weight. Each weight kept him from becoming only response. The second telephone rang again. Jean picked it up, listened, and covered the mouthpiece. Queens is holding. The rabbi has people inside. The captain is sending officers he trusts, not uniforms looking for a fight. Good, Jon said, though part of him still wanted to be there, wanted to remove the leaflet, quiet the street, put one blue hand over every trembling heart until none could choose badly. Daniel watched him as if seeing effort for the first time. You could fix it faster. Yes, Jon said. Then why not? Jean answered before Jon could. Because if he fixes every fear before people face it, no one else gets stronger. The words were gentle, but they landed like instruction. Daniel looked down at the table. then pushed the untouched cocoa toward a younger boy who had come in silently during the calls. The boy took it with both hands. The act was small, almost nothing. Jon felt it anyway. In Washington, the courier's route changed. The three shadows did not strike. They followed instead, learning what Jon had chosen not to prevent. A future problem remained alive because he had obeyed the rule. His jaw tightened. Jean saw. "Tell us." "I left a thread uncut," Jon said. Charles lowered the receiver, his call complete, and looked at him across the library. "Then we will watch for where it knots." Blue lifted the last child out of the Newark smoke and placed him into waiting arms. Human Jon stayed in the room while other hands held what he could have seized. The pain of it did not lessen. It became shape. By morning the library had become a room of consequences. Baltimore's girl had a lawyer before the police reached her. Queens had held without riot, though the leaflet remained pinned inside an evidence bag on a captain's desk. Newark's rescued children were alive, and the first radio reports gave firefighters their due before mentioning Dr. Manhattan as if he were the strange blue scaffolding around the real story. Washington's courier, meanwhile, had delivered the pouch to hands Jon had chosen not to stop. Charles stood by the window with a cup of coffee gone cold in his hand. "The world survived your restraint." Jon sat at the table, the grain pressed under his fingertips, the chair solid beneath him because he had not allowed himself to forget its weight. "That is not the same as saying restraint was harmless." "No," Jean said. She sat beside him, her shoulder touching his. "It means harm is not always yours to prevent before anyone else has chosen." Daniel had fallen asleep on the couch near the shelves, one arm hanging toward the carpet, the empty cocoa cup on the floor below him. Jon looked at the boy and thought of every crisis that had asked for blue, every child who would grow up measuring safety by whether a god arrived in time. That was not a childhood. That was dependency dressed as gratitude. He pulled a blank page toward him. "The rule needs language." Charles came to the table. "Then write it while it still hurts." Jon took the pen and paused, not because he lacked words, but because words made limits real. Blue could move across cities. Blue could answer screams, fires, threats, and falling bridges. Jon Osterman could sit in a library beside the woman he loved while frightened students learned that adults could be honest without collapsing. Both were necessary. Neither could be allowed to consume the other. He wrote slowly. Human Jon remains physically present during every multi-manifestation event unless immediate bodily absence is necessary to prevent mass death. No more than 3 active blue manifestations without witnessed consent from Jean, Charles, or Howard. Strategic intervention is not emergency rescue. Political advantage is not immediate danger. If ordinary people can answer, they must be allowed to answer. Jean read over his shoulder. "Witnessed consent," she said softly. "You're letting us stop you." "I am letting you keep me reachable," Jon said. Charles set his cold coffee down. "And if we are not present?" Jon looked toward Daniel, then back to the page. "Then I assume the stricter rule." A blue panel opened at the edge of his sight, brief and grave. Human anchor rule stabilized. Dr. Manhattan. 35% increased to 36%. Jean took his hand and folded her fingers through his, not triumphantly, not gently enough to make the moment small. "You came back with a problem yesterday," she said. Jon closed his hand around hers. "Today I gave it a name." 61. The Human Vow. By afternoon, the school had returned to the appearance of order, which was not the same as peace. Students crossed the lawn in pairs, carrying books and arguments and the fragile pride of people who had survived a frightening night without being told their fear made them foolish. In the library, the page bearing Jon's human anchor rule lay beside the 3 sentences meant for Eric's children, both sheets weighted by Charles's brass paper knife as if paper could escape when left alone too long. Jean stood at the window with her arms folded, watching Daniel show the silver-skinned girl how to throw a baseball without taking her gloves off. "You wrote yourself a rule," she said. "That was good." Jon looked up from the table. "You sound as if good is not enough." "It isn't." She turned, and the afternoon light caught the blue-white heart of the ring on her finger. "A rule tells you where not to go. It does not tell you where you belong when the world stops pulling at you." Charles, who had been shelving a book badly to disguise his attention, paused with one hand on the spine. "Jean." "No," she said, not sharply, but with the steadiness of someone refusing to let kindness blur the point. Last night proved the rule matters. It also proved the rule will hurt him every time it holds. If I'm going to be one of the people allowed to stop him, then I need to be more than an emergency witness. Jon rose slowly. The chair legs whispered against the carpet. You are. Jean crossed the room to the table and placed her hand beside the rule. Then say it somewhere that isn't a crisis. The words did not frighten him. Their consequences did. Jon had made an impossible ring under quiet stars and thought the promise had already begun. But she was right. Engagement was intention. The life pressing around them now demanded declaration, not spectacle, not possession, but a chosen place to stand when blue could be everywhere and nowhere. Charles closed the book and set it down. If you want witnesses, the house can provide them. Jean looked at Jon, not Charles. I want people who understand what this costs. Jon felt the school breathing around them, the phones resting in their cradles, the sealed roads of future trouble waiting beyond the walls. He could have called Howard, Maria, and Tony without touching a dial. He did not. He walked to the telephone and lifted the receiver with human fingers. Jean watched him dial. Howard first? Howard first, Jon said. Then Maria will decide whether Tony is old enough to attend a vow without dismantling the furniture. Charles smiled faintly. A brave assumption. Jon held the receiver to his ear and kept his eyes on Jean. Not a wedding of escape, he said. Not a pause before the next emergency. A vow made where we are, because emergencies will not stop coming. Jean's expression softened, but her voice remained firm enough to hold him. Good. Then this time, Jon Osterman comes first. Howard answered on the fourth ring with machinery shouting behind him and irritation already loaded. If this is another containment request, tell Washington I've discovered religion and my new denomination forbids idiots before supper. It is not Washington, Jon said. The noise on Howard's end changed. A door shut. The machinery became a muted growl behind wood and distance. Jon. Howard's voice softened by half a degree and sharpened by 2. What happened? Nothing has happened, Jon said, then looked at Jean and corrected himself because truth deserved better habits today. Something has happened. Jean and I would like witnesses. Jean's expression did not move much, but the room warmed around her. Charles's hand settled on the back of a chair, not gripping, only present. Howard was silent for one breath. Witnesses for what? A vow, Jon said. Private. Today, if you and Maria can come. On the other end, Howard inhaled slowly enough that Jon could imagine him setting down whatever tool had been in his hand. You are telling me that after Bridges, containment doctrine, hellfire vultures, and mutant manifestos, you two have decided now is the time to get married. Jean stepped closer to the receiver. Yes. Howard laughed once, not mockery, not disbelief, but the sound of a man finding an intact cup in rubble. Good. Ridiculous and good. His voice turned away from the mouthpiece. Maria, put down the file. Jon and Jean are doing something sensible in the most inconvenient way possible. A second receiver clicked alive. Maria Stark's voice entered crisp and immediate. Define sensible. Jean took the receiver from Jon with a steadiness that made his chest ache. I am marrying him before the world teaches him that every human promise can wait behind the next emergency. Maria did not answer at once. When she did, the crispness had gentled. Then we'll come. Howard returned fully to the line. Tony will ask questions. Tony always asks questions, Jon said. Yes, but these will involve law, anatomy, rings, and whether vows require schematics. Charles coughed into his hand, badly hiding amusement. Jean's mouth curved. Bring him if Maria agrees. He should see that important machines are not the only things people build carefully. Maria said, he comes. He sits. He does not touch anything sacred, mechanical, or emotionally fragile. Howard snorted. That excludes most of the room. Jon watched Jean hold the receiver in both hands, watched the ring he had made catch light as if remembering it had been carbon, pressure, patience, and choice. The old reflex in him wanted to plan logistics, scan routes, assign protections, and sweep every room. He would do those things, but not before answering the simpler need already standing in front of him. We will be here, he said. Jean lowered the receiver after the call ended, her eyes on his. Here, she said, not everywhere. Jon took her hand. Here. The Starks arrived before the afternoon had lost its gold. Howard came in first with his tie slightly crooked and his expression arranged into something too brisk to be emotion. Maria followed with a small wrapped box in both hands, elegant enough to make haste look deliberate. Tony entered last, saw the library rearrange around a cleared space near the window, and immediately slowed as if even he could tell the room had become the wrong shape for noise. Charles had placed no flowers. Jean had refused flowers when a student offered to raid the garden, not because she disliked them, but because she did not want the room dressed up until it forgot why they had gathered. The library smelled of old paper, polished wood, and the faint rain-washed air coming through one cracked window. On the table lay the human anchor rule, turned face down beneath Charles's paper knife. Beside it rested John's ring for Jean, already on her hand, and a plain gold band Maria had brought without asking. Maria stepped close and opened the box. Howard kept this in a safe after his mother died. He pretends he forgot it existed because sentiment embarrasses him. Howard cleared his throat. Sentiment does not embarrass me. Misuse of sentiment embarrasses me. Tony leaned toward the ring and stopped himself with visible effort. Is it allowed to ask if Uncle John can make a better one? No, Howard said. Yes, Jean said at the same time, then smiled when Howard looked wounded. But better is not the point. John took the gold band from the box. It was ordinary metal, worn faintly at one edge by a woman he had never met. He could feel its lattice, its age, the minute scratches left by decades of hands, kitchens, letters, doors, and small daily frictions. He did not improve it. He did not polish it with a thought. He let it remain a human object that had survived human use. Charles stood before them, not as judge, not as priest, but as witness. I have very little authority over marriage, he said, and rather more experience with vows than is comfortable. So I will ask only what matters. Do you come freely? Jean looked at John, and all the heat in her seemed to steady rather than rise. I do. John held her gaze. There were fires in cities, arguments in parliaments, frightened children, hungry institutions, and stars waiting beyond all of them. They remained beyond the window. I do. Charles's voice softened. Then speak to one another, not to us. Jean took John's hands, her fingers warm around his. I will not be the thing that keeps you human by force, she said. I will be the person who calls you home and expects you to answer. John slid the gold band onto her finger beside the impossible stone. I will not make the world more important than the hand holding mine, he said. When I must go, I will return. When I cannot see myself clearly, I will let you see me. For a moment no one moved. The vow settled into the room with a weight no law book could have supplied, and John felt every witness receive it differently. Charles bowed his head as if grief and joy had met inside him and agreed, for once, not to fight. Maria pressed 2 fingers lightly to her mouth, then lowered them before Howard could pretend not to notice. Howard looked at the ceiling with great suspicion, as if moisture had betrayed the plaster. Tony stared at the rings with the open confusion of a boy discovering that adults could build something important without bolts. Charles drew a careful breath. Then before those present, and before the life you have chosen rather than the life fear would arrange for you, I name you husband and wife. Jean laughed once, soft and startled, as if the words had crossed a threshold inside her before she was ready. John kissed her because waiting would have turned the moment into analysis, and because her hands rose to his face with such immediate certainty that no universe he remembered felt more real than the warmth of her palms. The kiss was not long. It did not need to be. When they parted, Jean's eyes shone, and John stayed there, entirely there, while the rest of the world continued without permission. Tony whispered, "So that's legally binding?" Howard put a hand over his son's face and gently turned him toward the shelves. "Read a book." Maria laughed, and the sound loosened something in the room. Charles smiled openly then, young for a breath despite the years, and Jean leaned into John's side while Howard recovered enough dignity to offer congratulations with one hand and an expression that dared anyone to call it tenderness. The telephone rang in the hall. Every head turned except Jean's. She kept looking at John. He felt the call shake before anyone answered. Not mass death, not fire, not a collapsing bridge, a request, urgent to the person making it, but not his to seize before others tried. The old pole rose, familiar and bright, and then met the vow waiting beneath his ribs. Charles watched him carefully. "John?" John took Jean's hand and did not move toward the door. Someone else can answer. Jean's fingers tightened around his. Good. A blue panel appeared at the edge of his sight, quiet as a candle behind glass. Human anchor rule integrated. Dr. Manhattan. 36% increased to 37%. Jon let it fade. He did not need the panel to tell him what had changed. The library held old paper, rain, witnesses, and the woman who had called him home before he left. Outside, students crossed the lawn under clearing light, and somewhere beyond the school the world kept asking for miracles. For this moment, Jon Osterman stayed. 62. The Third Way. The call Jon had not answered returned in the morning as newsprint, radio static, and Howard Stark arriving without breakfast. He came through Charles's front hall with his coat still damp, Maria beside him carrying a folder, and Tony trailing them with the solemn expression of a boy who had been told twice that this was not a laboratory day. Jean met them at the library door with Jon's ring and Howard's mother's band on her hand, and Howard's eyes flicked to both before he remembered urgency. "Congratulations again," Howard said. "Now the world is being rude." Jean stepped aside. "That sounds familiar." Howard dropped the folder onto the table. Washington's containment language leaked to a friendly columnist, except friendly means useful to whoever fed him the paper. By noon, there will be a public safety rally in Queens near the synagogue from yesterday. Anti-mutant groups are going. Reporters are going. Someone has already painted Dr. Manhattan is not your shield across a wall. Charles opened the folder, his face tightening as he read. And the Brotherhood? Maria removed one page and placed it beside the first. A response leaflet is circulating. Same roots as before, but angrier. It says mutants should come armed with whatever God gave them. Tony shifted near the shelves. That sounds like a fight. It is designed to become one, Jon said. The room quieted because no one mistook designed for accidental. Jon touched the pages lightly and followed them backward through ink, hands, cold steps, briefcases, and borrowed fear. Washington's leak had not named a program. The Brotherhood answer had not named Eric. Both were careful enough to be deniable and sharp enough to draw blood. Jean read over his shoulder. If blue goes, they'll say mutants need a god to protect them. If blue doesn't, people may die. Charles folded one hand over his mouth, thinking, if we evacuate our students quietly, we protect this house but abandon the public square to its worst voices. Howard looked at Jon. You made a rule. Yes, Jon said. And this qualifies? Jon felt Queens already. Barricades being unloaded from trucks, men with signs, two frightened mutant teenagers hiding in an alley because they had followed a leaflet and lost courage too late. Ordinary response could still reach them. Ordinary response was also part of the danger. He looked at Jean. Human Jon stays here. Her shoulders eased by a fraction. Blue goes only if life is immediate, Jon said. But the third way cannot be private anymore. Not after today. Charles lowered the folder. Then what goes to Queens before blue? Jon picked up the telephone with human fingers. People. People turned out to be harder to move than blue light. Jon could cross the distance to Queens in less than a thought. But a rabbi had to be reached through a busy line. A police captain had to be pulled from a precinct argument. And Howard's press contact had to be convinced that truth arriving late would be worse than truth arriving untidy. Charles took one telephone, Maria took another, and Jean stood over the folder with a pencil in hand, striking out every phrase that made fear sound official. Do not say counter-protest, Jean said, drawing a hard line through Howard's first suggestion. That gives everyone permission to count sides. Howard held up both hands from the second telephone. Fine, not counter-protest. Civic witness? Public reassurance? Reasonable people with coats? Tony, sitting on the lower step with orders not to interrupt, said, human bridge. The room paused. Jean looked at him. Say that again. Tony's ears reddened, but he lifted his chin. Uncle Jon made a blue bridge because the real one broke. If people go before blue, then they're the bridge. Humans, mutants, police who aren't stupid, priests, lawyers, firefighters, people who make it harder for everyone to pretend the other side is monsters. Howard stared at his son, then slowly lowered the receiver. I am extremely annoyed that he's right. Maria's mouth softened. You'll survive. Jon looked at Tony and felt the shape of the phrase settle where a doctrine could stand. A human bridge, he said. Charles spoke into his receiver, voice warm and precise. Captain, I need you to arrive before the loudest men become the law. Not riot gear, not dogs, officers who know names, not categories. He listened, then closed his eyes briefly. Yes, Dr. Manhattan saved your men time on the bridge. Today you can repay that by not needing him. Jean had already started writing. Clergy, legal observers, neighborhood parents, firefighters, mutant adults willing to stand visible without escalating, reporters who could be trusted to film the whole line, not the first shove. Howard leaned over her shoulder. Stark can send medical vans. No Stark branding, Jon said. Howard grimaced. You take the joy out of philanthropy. Good, Jean said. Send blankets, water, and doctors. Let someone else take credit. Jon kept the receiver in his hand and did not dial Queens himself. Human Jon stayed in the room while other hands reached outward, slower and clumsier than his, but real. Outside the window, students gathered near the lawn's edge, watching adults choose not to hide them and not to weaponize them either. Charles covered the mouthpiece and looked at Jon. And if the human bridge breaks? Jon felt Queens sharpen around the question, frightened and waiting. Then Blue catches what falls, he said, but not before people are allowed to hold. Queens did not look like doctrine from the street. It looked like wet pavement, folding barricades, breath steaming in cold air, and people arriving before they had decided whether courage fit them. The synagogue doors stood open behind the rabbi, who had put on his coat over a sweater and stood beside a police captain with tired eyes and both hands visible. Across the street, men with signs gathered in clumps, shouting over one another until none of the words landed cleanly. Near the alley, 2 mutant teenagers remained half hidden behind a dumpster, one boy with stone creeping up his neck and one girl whose hair lifted around her face as if listening to lightning. In Westchester, Jon stood beside Charles's desk with one hand on the telephone cradle. Blue did not descend, not yet. He watched from the edge of the sky, present enough to catch a thrown brick before it broke bone, distant enough that the street could still belong to people with feet on it. Jean held the second receiver to her ear. The medical van is 2 blocks out. No logo. Howard kept his promise. Howard, listening through the speaker from another line, said, I am capable of subtlety when bullied by newlyweds. Tony's voice came faintly behind him. Can I hear? No, Maria and Howard said together. Charles spoke into his receiver with calm pressure. Captain, place the officers between the shouting men in the alley, not in front of the synagogue. Do not make the frightened children feel arrested before anyone has broken a law. On the street, the captain repeated the instruction to 2 officers. One scowled, but moved. The other looked toward the alley and softened when he saw the stone-skinned boy trying to hide his hands inside his sleeves. A man in a gray coat shoved forward with a sign held like a weapon. No mutant army in our neighborhood. The rabbi stepped off the curb before the captain could stop him. Then do not build one with your fear, he said, voice carrying less by volume than by refusal to shake. The man faltered. Camera is turned. Not enough. Another shout rose from the opposite side as 3 young mutants emerged from the crowd, angry, scared, and too ready to be seen as a threat. Jon's fingers tightened on the telephone. Jean looked at him. Not yet. He breathed once. On the street, a firefighter from the bridge rescue stepped between the groups with his helmet tucked under one arm. I was on that bridge, he said. I walked on blue light because men with tools needed time. Today, I'm standing here because people need the same. The firefighter's words did not silence the street. They changed its shape. The men with signs kept shouting, but now they shouted around him instead of through him. The young mutants who had stepped forward hesitated, caught between the pleasure of being seen and the danger of becoming the picture someone else wanted taken. One of them, a girl with sparks crawling over her knuckles, looked toward the cameras and then toward the stone-skinned boy in the alley. Come here, the firefighter said, not to the angry crowd, but to the frightened children. Walk behind me. Nobody touches you. The police captain moved at once. Officers, open a lane. His voice cracked hard through the cold air. Anyone steps into it, they answer to me. A bottle flew from the edge of the crowd. Jon felt it before the glass left the thrower's hand. Blue could have crossed the sky, seized the man, and written the lesson in fear. He did not. The bottle turned half an inch in the air, no more than wind could have done if wind had cared, and shattered against the pavement instead of the firefighter's skull. Jean saw the tension leave Jon's fingers by force. That was close. Yes, Jon said, not enough to take the street from them. On the pavement, the captain did not look up. He turned on the crowd instead, face red with fury. That is your warning. Next hand that throws gets cuffs. The rabbi stepped into the lane beside the firefighter. A woman from the neighborhood followed with a blanket over her arm. Then one of the legal observers. Then a mother with 2 children clinging to her coat, her jaw trembling while she stood anyway. The lane became bodies, not barricades. The 2 teenagers emerged from the alley and crossed behind them, the stone-skinned boy crying silently, the electric-haired girl holding his sleeve as if letting go would make the world too large. A reporter shouted, "Where is Dr. Manhattan?" The firefighter looked directly into the camera nearest him. Not needed yet. In Westchester, Charles lowered his receiver slowly. Howard's line had gone quiet. Even Tony had stopped trying to be included. Jon watched the street hold. Not perfectly, not safely, not forever, but long enough for frightened children to pass without kneeling, long enough for ordinary people to feel the weight of what blue usually carried. A blue panel opened at the edge of his sight, clear and brief. Third way doctrine formed. Dr. Manhattan. 37% increased to 38%. Jean's hand found his. There, she said softly. They held. Jon closed his fingers around hers while blue remained a distant shimmer above Queens, unseen by most and unnecessary for the moment. Yes, he said, watching the human bridge stand under winter light. Now we build the world where that becomes normal. The end of Book 1.